The dark and damp rental room. Jia Lu is receiving the original owner's memories. She was the illegitimate daughter of the wealthy Su family in Jiangxing. Her mother passed away when the original body was in second year of middle school, though it made little difference. She was raised by her grandparents, but at the beginning of this month, both elderly were killed in a car accident. She was also a poor student, and the technology of this era was very backward. Playing with technology was expensive, and the family had no money. Computers were not even common. A hellish start, a difficult road ahead. Suddenly going from a large independent villa to a small shabby rental room. How unbearable. Jia Lu couldn't decide whether to hold her throbbing head or rub her growling stomach. Finally she forced herself up, found the storage cabinet in the room, and opened it. Well, better not to look. She retrieved the keys and wallet from where she remembered, then went out to find food, clearing her thoughts along the way. Landlady Mrs. Chen was just about to go upstairs to find Jia Lu when she saw her, and showed a look of relief. Lei, finally I see you. I haven't seen you for 3 days. Your school teacher called my home. You have no relatives in Jiangxing now. What if something happens to you? Jia Lu looked at Mrs. Chen's face, and fragments of memories automatically surfaced in her mind. She seemed like a decent landlady. Hello, Aunt Chen. Jia Lu avoided Mrs. Chen's gaze. The original owner wasn't talkative, so she greeted politely, and quickly slipped away to go downstairs for dinner. Mrs. Chen was used to it. The former Jia Lu was timid, only greeting her, and saying nothing more. She shook her head at Jia Lu's departing figure. Such a pitiful child. She forgot the important matter. Jia Lu went to the fried noodle shop downstairs. The TV in the shop was showing something incomprehensible. It was boring, so she quickly ate to replenish her energy. After eating the noodles, her mind began to work. She surveyed the surroundings and combined the information in her head. This era, though shabby and broken, had too many things that could be developed. But even a clever woman cannot cook without rice. No money, no connections, no basic computer, not even a mobile phone. Jia Lu banged her head on the table a few times. The owner, seeing her in a school uniform while not attending school, quickly asked, "Girl, is it academic pressure? Why are you so reckless hitting your head? It's not good." Not knowing where the owner's accent was from, Jia Lu didn't respond. She paid the bill and left. This era did have one advantage: living expenses were low, so at least she could support herself for now. She took a walk around to clear her mind. Watching the crowds, she noticed a few people with mobile phones, flip phones with buttons, looking very bulky. Not to mention the computers she glimpsed through the internet cafe window. The quality of life had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell. But life had to go on. She returned to the rental room, thoroughly cleaned it, and tidied herself up. She put away her grandparents' belongings. In order to accompany the original owner to study in the county town, they had sold their village house and land to Uncle Duan. The old couple's love for the original owner was selfless and great. The first step to increase income and reduce expenses was to move to a cheaper place. A one-bedroom apartment was enough for her alone. Tomorrow she would ask Mrs. Chen if there were any other rooms for rent. The original owner quite liked this landlady. She slept without any sense of security. When she woke up, she was still dazed. She decided not to go to school today. Although a diploma was important, the original owner was a poor student with little knowledge, and she couldn't calm down to study now. She needed to handle life matters first. She also needed to follow up on the compensation for her grandparents. First she would go to Mrs. Chen's to ask about the apartment, then to the police station to ask if the Hatandran driver's family had been contacted. Mrs. Chen lived on the first floor. Her mother-in-law had difficulty walking. Jia Lu knocked on the door, and Mrs. Chen opened it, casting a surprised glance at her. "Lei, are you looking for me? Why aren't you wearing your school uniform today? Skipping school again?" "Good morning, Aunt Chen. I was wondering if you have a one-bedroom apartment for rent." Mrs. Chen slapped her forehead. "I was about to talk to you about that yesterday. There's a one-bedroom on the 5th floor that just became vacant. I haven't posted it yet. I was going to ask if you wanted to move up." Jia Lu nodded. "When would be convenient to move in? Don't you want to see the place first before deciding?" "No need. I have to go to the police station soon to ask about my grandparents." She glanced at the clock hanging inside Mrs. Chen's apartment. Seeing that she was in a rush, Mrs. Chen said, "You can move anytime. Come back after you finish your business today, pack up, and I'll help you move. Don't worry about this month's rent." "No, I can't accept that. I'd feel bad. You should charge me properly," Jia Lu insisted. Mrs. Chen didn't argue. "Go to the police station first and ask Chen Shun if he's heard anything about your grandparents." "Okay." Jia Lu arrived at the police station and found Officer Chen, Mrs. Chen's younger brother. He had just joined the force and still carried a fiery sense of justice, looking like a young hothead. "Officer Chen, I'm here to ask about the progress on my grandparents' case. They're in detention awaiting trial. I estimate about 10 years. The problem now is that the family refuses to pay compensation." Chen Shun grew angrier as he spoke. 2 lives lost leaving an orphan, and they had money but wouldn't pay. As long as they can be sentenced, that's all that matters. Not paying compensation was even better. It would mean a longer sentence. Stay indoors these days. Come home early after school. Don't go out unless necessary. Chen Chen pulled Cha Lu to a corner and whispered quietly. Cha Lu tested the waters. Has something happened in Jiangqing? Chen Chen was afraid she wouldn't take the warning seriously, so he revealed a bit recently. There's a murderous madman. After committing crimes, he likes to dismember female bodies. The behavior is extreme and vicious. But I'm only 15 years old. That can't be a target, right? Chen Chen lowered his voice even more, looking like a sneaky thief. The youngest victim was 12, the oldest 23. Take it seriously. Don't go out unless you have to. Cha Lu took an imperceptible step back. Now almost everyone in town lives in small single-story houses all close together. It's not like the countryside where it's more open. Even if the killer could commit the crime silently, how could he dismember the body without making a huge noise? He must have conditions that allow him to make such a big noise without anyone finding it strange, so he can always fully dismember the bodies. If it's at his residence, he's probably living alone. If it's at his workplace, check places like a meatpacking plant. Also, whether the victims' ages are decreasing or increasing is very important. If the victims started young, it means the killer himself isn't particularly strong. If they started older and then got younger, it means he's confident in his physical strength and skills, and after tasting that feeling he became obsessed with younger girls. Or he might be collecting something from different women. The first victim is also very important. The killer is likely to live near the first victim or work near her. Cha Lu regretted speaking as soon as she finished. It was an unconscious analysis of the case. Chen Chen had never heard Cha Lu speak so much. He had known her for a long time, as she always kept her head down, rarely spoke, and looked like an easy target. Why near the first victim? A voice suddenly interjected. Chen Chen turned to see his superior, Captain Zhou. Because most first-time offenders tend to commit crimes within their familiar territory, which gives them a sense of security. Only after succeeding do they expand their range in search of thrill. Zhao Le's remarks were intriguing and made sense. The young girl's earnest analysis was logical and well-founded, pointing them toward a new direction. In the year 2000, the county's public security forces had not yet undergone systematic training, such opportunities were beyond their reach. The higher crime rates in first- and second-tier cities meant that officers there were scrambling for advanced training slots. Not to mention the prevalence of surveillance cameras and their image clarity. Thinking about it, if the surveillance system were this simple, he could set up his own and get state support for wholesale distribution to various units. He wouldn't have to worry about short-term income. Captain Zhou, I think Zhao Lu makes a good point. How about we investigate along these lines? Your name is Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu looked at the middle-aged man before her. Even though he deliberately lowered his voice to speak to her, she could still see the fierce glint in his eyes. Zhao Lu nodded. Captain Zhou, where did you learn all this? How was Zhao Lu supposed to answer? In the 26th century, the population was sparse. To survive, one had to master multiple skills, as most ordinary simple jobs were handled by robots and replaced by technological products. One of her former roles had been a criminal profiler. She could only counter with a question, is it really that hard? Zhao Le's expression was as if she were looking at an idiot. Chen Chen found it difficult. At least he hadn't thought of these things. Officer Chen'll take my leave now. He'll come back when there's progress, Zhao Lu said, having a mountain of things to do. At the very least, she needed to make some money first. She walked into an unlicensed internet cafe, booted up a computer, and checked the status of hackers in this era. Her fingers tapped awkwardly on the unfamiliar keyboard, the clatter echoing with a retro vibe she had never experienced before. In later eras, keyboards had become holographic projections, mostly replaced by smart one-touch operations. Every personal computer housed its own digital butler, and many tasks were accomplished simply by giving voice commands. It took a while for her to get used to the feel. First, she hacked into the cafe's main server to familiarize herself with the system, then looked for the Hacker Alliance. After browsing around, she discovered that the World Hacker Conference had only been held 3 years ago in the United States. The term hacker itself wasn't even widespread yet, and knowledge in this field was extremely scarce. This industry clearly couldn't generate income at the moment, but she still set up a website to take on orders. Then she hacked into the back end of a tech company to check the current design blueprints of phones and computers. The road ahead was long. How had she ended up in an era when hacking was just beginning? And she was from the 26th century, no less. The gap was enormous. Nearly 500 years of technological advancement, and she was stuck at the very beginning and end. She only knew about the cultural development in between from her early days of learning. Hacking it, everything else was a blank. Zhao Lu calmed herself and thought back. How did she die in her previous life? Why had such a simple modification to her robot caused an explosion? Speaking of Abu, she wanted to recreate one right now. It could help her with so many things, at least sparing her from the current headache. Now she didn't even know how she died. After leaving the internet cafe, Zhao Lu desperately wanted to buy a computer for analysis and research, but even the cheapest one cost 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. Her entire savings couldn't cover it. Today's main task was to be a street loafer and see if there was any way to make money. Starting from scratch from zero, becoming a self-made rich person. Good, that gave her motivation. Jalu wandered to a newsstand and observed for a while. She found that romance novels sold even better than newspapers. Stories full of unrealistic love and fantasy that she couldn't write even if she forcibly dumbed herself down. With no gains, Jalu turned back. Upon reaching the first floor, she happened to meet Mrs. Chun, and they went upstairs together to look at the vacant one-bedroom apartment on the 5th floor. Chin just called and said there's a case they've been working on without any new leads. If someone provides a clue to solve it, there's a 500 yuan reward, Mrs. Chin said. She didn't understand why her younger brother wanted her to mention this in front of Cha Lu, as if Cha Lu could provide a clue. Cha Lu understood everything instantly. This was a fishing expedition. He'll go back now. No need to see the apartment, he'll move in tomorrow. Having said that, she reached the 3rd floor, but turned around and went downstairs. However, as soon as she arrived at the police station, she ran into Chun walking out with an old man who was accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Seeing Cha Lu, his eyes brightened. Cha Lu, come over here. The old man, who had been looking around, instantly fixed his gaze on Cha Lu. Officer Chun, I heard there's a case with a 500 yuan reward for providing a clue. Cha Lu stated her purpose. Yes, Captain Zhou said so. Originally, we wanted you to participate in the case and get some reward for providing clues, but now there's no need. Your grandfather has come for you. From now on, you won't have to struggle to support yourself. Chun was genuinely happy for Cha Lu. Cha Lu glanced at the old man. He looked quite wealthy. Are you Su Fukin's father? The old man adjusted his glasses and looked at Cha Lu seriously. Yes, I am your father's father. Chun stood there a bit awkwardly. While you two talk, he'll get back to work. Cha Lu watched the 500 yuan leave. The bodyguard opened the car door and Cha Lu got in. The interior of the car was quite decent for that era, a luxury car. After surveying the vehicle, she turned to look at old man Su. I'm already 15. Why come looking for me now? It can't be a sudden attack of conscience, can it? Su Goen had been observing his granddaughter, finding that she didn't match the information from the investigation. Her personality was anything but meek, and she seemed difficult to deal with. Come back to the Su family with me. At least there will be a place to shelter you from the wind and rain. Cha Lu gave a sarcastic smile. Stay where? If I remember correctly, Su Fuchin hasn't divorced, and his lawful wife has 2 children. Old Master Su had already considered this issue. You can live with me in the Su family's old mansion. An illegitimate daughter living with you in the old mansion. What? Is the Su family now so powerful that they can disregard the Zhu family? That would be slapping them in the face. Are you afraid I won't die fast enough? Not only would it be improper, but it would also make others uncomfortable. I won't do such a foolish thing. I can support myself. I've passed the age of needing parents or family. Cha Lu was getting angry as she spoke. Her mother in this body was at least a great beauty, but why was she so foolish as to knowingly be the third party? How disgusting. You don't look like you can support yourself. Old Master Su had actually been keeping an eye on this granddaughter, who had been living outside. His subordinates reported her situation to him. Now she had no relatives, was underage, and had to go to school. He couldn't bear it, so he came to find her hiding it from his son and daughter-in-law. That's none of your concern. I don't want to owe the Su family anything now, and even if I earn money in the future, I won't share a single cent with the Su family. Cha Lu was not stupid. If she became successful in the future, people might gossip and say that she achieved everything because of the Su family's backing. Such nonsense. Moreover, Cha Lu firmly believed that she would most likely be successful. Old Master Su pulled out a card. This card has 100,000 yuan in it. The password is 6 zeros. This is your grandfather's gift to you. Cha Lu was tempted. 100,000 yuan in the year 2000 was quite attractive. It could buy a lot of things. In the 26th century, 100,000 would be worthless. She closed her eyes to hide her emotions. She had already taken over this body, as she shouldn't continue to cause more trouble. The original owner didn't like the Su family, so she couldn't accept this money. No. Cha Lu finished speaking, hurriedly got out of the car, and left, knowing that staying any longer would severely test his self-control. Thinking that this 100,000 could buy a top-tier computer, a phone, and other electronic gadgets, and that he wouldn't have to worry about living expenses for a short, while allowing him to return to school and focus on his studies. The motivation to earn money reached its peak as he dwelt on these thoughts. Cha Lu quickened his pace and walked toward the police station. After stating his purpose, Chun sighed, helplessly, thinking Cha Lu was foolish for not acknowledging such a wealthy grandfather. After all, it was the Su family, and insisted on suffering hardships. What was wrong with him? Captain Zhou is the only one authorized to show you the case file details. Let me take you to him. Hearing this, Cha Lu understood that the case Chun mentioned was different from the one they had discussed earlier. Captain Zhou was not at all surprised to see Cha Lu. After all, it was about 500 yuan, and at that time the average monthly salary in Jiangsheng was only 400 to 500. He took out a confidentiality agreement for Cha Lu to review and sign before leading him to the archives. Only Jia Lu and Captain Zhou were present. It seemed the case was serious, as even Chun Shen had been sent away. Captain Zhou handed a file bag to Jia Lu. It's a bit bloody. Think it over before opening it. Jia Lu didn't even bother to retort. He had already sat down, yet the captain only said this now, as if he had never considered giving Jia Lu a way out. Moreover, Jia Lu had merely offered a few insights, and the captain was so eager to reel him in. Clearly the man was desperate to solve this case. He had reached a point where he didn't want to miss any opportunity. Seeing Jia Lu roll his eyes without speaking, Captain Zhou withdrew his hand and sheepishly rubbed his crew cut. The case was actually not complicated, but lacked key evidence. Jia Lu studied it carefully for half an hour, then looked up. I need a computer, preferably with good specs. If you don't know what to pick, just get an expensive one. After saying this, he lowered his head to continue reading the testimonies. Captain Zhou stepped aside and instructed the guard to handle it. By the time the computer was brought in, Jia Lu had already finished reading all the details of the case. What followed was an astonishing scene. The computer in Jia Lu's hands seemed like a universal tool. He watched as Jia Lu hacked into the police station system, other street surveillance systems, and even restored expired footage that had no backup records. What was even more terrifying was that the originally low-resolution videos became crystal clear after her restoration. Kid, would you like to work at our police station? We have special recruitment, and I'll vouch for you. You'll definitely get in. Captain Zhou's first reaction was to recruit this talent. Him still in school. I have no interest in sacrificing myself to eliminate evil for the people. I can do something more meaningful for the future technological development of the country, Jia Lu replied, twisting her stiff neck. That made perfect sense, there was no refuting it. Found him. It's him with the same surname as you. Zhou Jianya, the person who reported the case, and also the murderer. This kind of killer is quite arrogant with decent education and family background. It's been a while now, but you'd better hurry and investigate. Personally, I suspect this is not his first crime. Captain Zhou stared at the clear surveillance footage. Zhou Jianya probably never expected that a camera outside a gold shop had exposed him. When will you pay me? Jia Lu was more concerned about this. He'll go get it for you in a moment. Was Captain Zhou sponsoring 500 yuan out of his own pocket to solve this case? Otherwise, shouldn't he have submitted an application and waited for approval? Leaving the police station with an extra 500 yuan, Jia Lu was in a good mood. When she returned to the downstairs of her building, she even happily played with Mrs. Chen's youngest son for a while. Mr. Chen, who had just returned from work, saw that the originally timid and withdrawn tenant seemed like a completely different person and teased, Lei, did you find some money? Yes, Mr. Chen, and I have to thank your brother-in-law. He gave me the opportunity. Returning to her lodgings, she packed up her belongings, ready to move directly the next day. While tidying, she recalled the original owner's life. A farewell, yet also a promise. In truth, the original owner had been quite clever as a child, but after falling ill it was as if one of her 3 souls and 7 spirits had been lost. She often became forgetful, struggled to keep up with her studies, and always reacted a beat too slow. Moreover, there was a reason for her soul to have transmigrated into this body. They shared the same name and bore a striking resemblance, 7 parts similar. Though the original owner was thinner, darker, and exuded a shy, unconfident demeanor, a far cry from her own temperament. Jia Lu even wondered if this might be one of her past lives, for how else could such a coincidence occur? After finishing her packing, she thoroughly washed up and retired for the night. In her dreams, she bid farewell to the original owner, promising to fulfill 5 requests. Those 5 requests seemed somewhat superfluous, but it was clear that the original owner was terrified that she might not endure the hardships and would eagerly return to the Su family. So she truly loathed the Su family with every fiber of her being. Having taken over her body, what else could she do? She had to agree to whatever was within her power. She was to apologize to Su Fukin's first wife, Zhu Qinglin, stating that her own mother had already received her comeuppance and promised that she would never take a single cent from the Su family. Moreover, she had to draft a declaration and sign it for the other party. Jia Lu thought the original owner was terribly naive. The Su family's wealth was hardly something she needed to be reminded about. It had never been hers to begin with, as they hadn't even fulfilled their basic parental duties. At least once every 3 years, she must visit her maternal grandparents' graves. In this life, she must never use her body to destroy another's family. She must never return to the Su family and must support herself. She must not change her surname or given name, nor take her mother's surname. She must follow her grandmother's surname, Jia. The original owner vanished completely. When Jia Lu woke, her body felt much lighter, as if she were an entirely new person. The cowardice that once clung to her was gone, and in the mirror her eyes shone bright and clear, and her entire demeanor had transformed. When she opened the door, Mrs. Chen was astonished. Overnight she had become a different person, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. Lei, have you had breakfast? They'll help you move your things. Seeing Mrs. Chen carrying her youngest son on her back, Jia Lu quickly replied, there's not much to move, just give me the key. Don't be so polite with me. Let me help you pack up. Mrs. Chen didn't think much of it. It was perfectly normal in those days to work while carrying a child. Unable to dissuade her, the two of them quickly packed up and moved. Jalo planned to go to school the next day, but today she would get her hair cut. It was too long and malnourished looking, making it inconvenient to manage. At the hair salon, she told the owner to do whatever he thought best as long as it was short and easy to care for. Before long, her waist-length hair was transformed into a bob. She looked, really, easy to fool. The hairstyle paired with her face gave her an air of adorable innocence mixed with purity. Upon closer inspection, her features were striking and well-defined, and only then did one realize, oh, this person was actually quite beautiful. It was a rather contradictory impression. The owner didn't charge her, and even gave her 5 yuan, the money from selling her hair. Back downstairs, Mrs. Chen didn't recognize her at first, but when she did, she exclaimed happily, Jalo, oh my, this haircut suits you. You look much more spirited and beautiful. Jalo felt a bit embarrassed by the compliments. Mrs. Chen continued, by the way, your homeroom teacher called again, asking about your situation. I didn't say much. When are you going back to school? Tomorrow. Good, you should go back to school. For ordinary families like ours, education is the only way out. Without schooling and knowledge, every step becomes harder. Jala didn't reply. She only hoped that Mrs. Chen would hold on to her house and not sell it waiting for the demolition. Then she could live comfortably off the rent, a height that would take several generations of ordinary families to reach. Auntie Chen will go upstairs now. Alright, get some rest. Study hard starting tomorrow. With that, Mrs. Chen picked up her youngest son and went inside. Jia Lu returned to her rented room and sat in a daze. She still couldn't adapt to this environment. Not only was the future full of uncertainty, but she also felt utterly lost. Should she focus on earning money or on studying? Without a diploma, it would be difficult to command respect in the future, wouldn't it? And which university should she choose? Which city should she plan to develop in? What career path should she take? Should she help accelerate the country's technological development? Or should she develop small software to make people's lives more convenient? Or maybe return to her old trade, hacking? She couldn't really go to the police station to assist in solving cases, could she? Jale's daily routine was stable. After waking up, he changed into his school uniform, tidied himself up, and walked to school. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar school plaque, he sighed. Having to attend school again after being reborn. He wondered if the knowledge would be difficult. Arriving at classroom 6 of senior year 2, he found his seat, took out a book from under the desk, and began to check the gap in his knowledge. Classmate, are you in the wrong classroom? Jala felt someone poking his back. Turning around, he said, Jean Xinyue, am not in the wrong classroom. Jean Xinyue took a closer look and realized it was indeed Jalo. Jalo, where have you been on leave for so long? Without turning his head, Jalo replied, don't disturb my absorption of knowledge. Other classmates in the class began whispering among themselves. Jala quickly flipped through a few books. Not to mention anything else, the science subjects were truly child's play compared to the 26th century. Having made up his mind, he started thinking about how to make money. He felt he couldn't waste time, but time was money. Sitting in the classroom every day was too unbearable. As an adult who had been in society for many years, especially one whose mind was now restless with thoughts of making money, he simply couldn't calm down to study. He wondered if there were special talent recommendation programs in this era. Jalo began to mull over this idea. The head teacher came to the classroom, saw Jalo, and after a moment called him to the office. Jalo, have you taken care of the matters? No, the family refuses to compensate. We're waiting for the court hearing. The head teacher sighed helplessly. With poor grades, and now an orphan, without compensation, his tuition and living expenses would be a problem in the future. Teacher, does our school have a recommendation channel for special talents? The head teacher looked at Jia Lu uneasily. But what special talent do you have? Our school hasn't had a single talent recommendation in 5 years. They don't look highly upon us. The school itself wasn't of high quality. I know computers. I'm quite good with them. The head teacher sighed. Nowadays most kids knew some basic computer skills. They would even steal money from home to go to internet cafes to play games. But this was a different matter. He asked casually, how good? Jala didn't know what constituted good in this era, so he could only answer, I can break into other people's computers, I can fix them, I can do a lot of things. Teacher Lee from the computer lab couldn't hold back. Classmate, we have 3 broken computers in the lab. We've been waiting for someone from above to come fix them for a week. Do you know what it means to be able to fix a computer? It's not as simple as turning it on and off. Jia Lu recognized this as Teacher Lee from the computer lab. He stepped forward 2 paces. Teacher Lee, how about letting me try? If I break it, I'll pay for it. The head teacher quickly pulled Jia Lu back. Don't mess around. Jia Lu broke free and walked straight up to Teacher Lee. I really know how to do it. Teacher Lee looked at the female student before him, whose eyes were firm and did not look like she was joking. My own computer is broken. Want to practice on it? Jia Lu glanced at the laptop on his desk, eager to get started. Do you have a toolkit? Come on, I'll take you to get it. He picked up the laptop as he spoke. The head teacher, worried, could only follow. He reminded Jia Lu again, this computer isn't cheap. Think it through carefully. Don't be impulsive. Teacher, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. The three arrived at the computer lab. Teacher Li brought the toolkit and actually trusted Jia Lu to practice on it. He came from a decent family. Even if the laptop was truly ruined, he didn't intend to make Jia Lu pay for it. If it could wake the child up from her fantasy and make her study properly, it would be worth it. Jia Lu looked a bit unskilled at first. This was his first time doing this. Both teachers had completely lost hope. Jia Lu wanted to figure out the laptop's configuration, so he simply disassembled it. Even though Teacher Li was mentally prepared, his heart ached at the moment. The homeroom teacher simply turned away, unable to bear the sight. The class bell rang. Jia Lu's expression was focused. There was no turning back. The homeroom teacher could only accompany him, hoping this child would wake from his dream, otherwise how would he spend his days alone? In half a lesson, Jia Lu figured it out. The hardware, software, and chips were all outdated. After a series of patchwork repairs, he did his best to restore the laptop to optimal performance. When Jia Lu turned it on, and the boot time was only a third of the usual, Teacher Li glanced at the extra parts on the side and was utterly stunned. The legendary saying, a good deed brings a good return. This was too unbelievable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and the computer was still his own, no one would believe it if told. After checking the computer, everything had improved significantly. It was no longer laggy. This was not a repair, but a modification. Nowadays, domestic knowledge in this field was extremely scarce. Basically, it was only when the United States eliminated their products that the country could buy them at high prices for research. But this computer of his was indeed without a doubt a new model released by the United States last year, and it was still a current model. So, could the computers of the United States now achieve this level? If not, the more he thought, the more excited he became. Teacher Li looked at Jia Lu with eyes that sparkled more than gold. He ruffled Jia Lu's head and said, I've been teaching you computer science since your first year of high school. 2 years, and you never said a word, you kid. The homeroom teacher didn't understand, but seeing Teacher Li's reaction, he knew Jia Lu must have real talent. Teacher Li bypassed the principal and called his uncle, who was a leader in the education bureau. Jia Lu listened to the phone call and felt that things had blown up. He just didn't want to go to school and wanted a guaranteed admission spot. Why did it seem like he was some kind of genius? It was just modifying a computer. That shouldn't be. Jia Lu felt that he still didn't understand the machinery of this era deeply enough. His understanding was too superficial. Teacher Li hung up the phone and immediately asked Jia Lu, classmate Jia Lu, can you tell me how you know all this? Is it that hard? If you don't understand at a glance, you'll get it after studying it. Jia Lu played dumb. Teacher Li's mind filled in the gaps. Was this the legendary genius? My uncle will be here soon. I'm afraid he'll have to take up your class time today. Teacher Li adjusted his glasses. He was too excited and only then realized he had acted without Jia Lu's consent. Jia Lu was more than happy. It's fine, I can't understand anyway. The homeroom teacher's face darkened. He knew Jia Lu's grades were poor, but to be so unabashed. It was really a bit infuriating. The three of them carried the laptop to the principal's office. The homeroom teacher explained the situation to the principal, who was also delighted. During his tenure, he hadn't achieved any standout accomplishments. Who would refuse a merit that lands in their lap? Looking at Jia Lu with an amiable expression, he said, classmate Jia Lu, this radio of mine has been broken for over a year. Can you fix it? Jia Lu glanced at the radio on the windowsill. It was really very retro. I can give it a try. The principal quickly stood up, walked to the windowsill, and brought the radio over. This radio was a gift from his wife. It's a bit old. It's fine if you can't fix it. I've already taken it to a shop. They said it's too old, and the parts are no longer produced. Jia Lu glanced at Teacher Li, who instantly understood. My legs are fast, I'll go get the toolbox. As he walked out the door, he realized why was he so eager, just from a look from Jia Lu. He slapped his forehead and quickened his pace. The principal attempted to inquire about Chael's family situation, but the homeroom teacher signaled him with a glance. The two stepped onto the balcony to talk in private, leaving Chael seated in the office fiddling with the radio. Their precautions were unnecessary as the balcony was quite close. Despite their hushed tones, Chael overheard the teacher recounting his family background to the principal. Teacher Li returned panting and carrying a toolbox. Seeing Chael alone, he cast a glance at the balcony, but paid no further attention. Chael dismantled the radio, studying it for a while. It was far simpler than a computer. After making some modifications, he lifted his head to look for the principal, only to find that the man had already re-entered the room unnoticed. Which is more important to you, the Walkman on your desk, or this radio? The principal glanced back at the Walkman. If I had to choose the radio, some parts inside are broken. If I dismantle the Walkman, I can fix the radio. Do you want it repaired? The principal hurriedly brought the Walkman over. Fix it. Only then did he realize that he had been treating Chael like a child, yet the boy's tone and gaze as he spoke to him were those of an equal, utterly natural. Chael made the modifications, and as he was reassembling the device, he noticed 3 middle-aged men enter the room. Teacher Li stepped forward. Uncle, this is the classmate I told you about on the phone. Chael? The principal shot teacher Lee a look. Good heavens, so the bureau chief of education was your uncle. You've kept that secret well. On second thought, wait. If your uncle is the bureau chief, why are you teaching here? Isn't no one high school more appealing? The principal put on a smiling face and quickly extended his hand. Director Lee, what perfect timing. Chael just fixed my radio. It's been broken for over a year. After the pleasantries, everyone's attention fell on Chael. Why are you all staring at me? Look at the radio, it's fixed. Chael felt uneasy under the scrutiny. Such a trivial gadget. If his own ABO were here, he could have fixed it. The principal fiddled with his radio. It actually turned on, and the sound quality was far better than before. He scanned the channels and found not only more programs, but also foreign stations. It outperformed even the newest recorders on the market. That such a treasure was in his own school. This is an incredible improvement. Truly amazing, Chael. Your skill is nothing short of miraculous. Principal Gao Zhongyan praised Chael with fervent excitement. Chael felt a bit awkward. In the 26th century, this was hardly remarkable. The ancestors were unwilling to bear children, leading to a drastic population decline. Robots had to replace humans, and for tasks that robots couldn't handle, a single person had to take on multiple roles. Children conceived through artificial means were frail and sickly, rarely growing up healthy. Even by the 26th century, this problem remained unsolved, with no better alternative to natural conception. Thus, in the 26th century, any random person you picked would be multi-talented. The only question was the direction of their skills. I want a direct admission slot. I don't care which school, I just want a diploma. Is that possible? Chael stated his request. The office fell into an unprecedented silence. No one spoke. Director Lee was the first to break the silence. Well, the thing is, the country has special recruitment for talented individuals. We're here today to assess your skill, or rather your talent, and determine its level. Then I'll report it. Whether it leads to national training or a university special admission depends on the subsequent evaluation. Chael shrugged. So what's next? Let's go to the Education Bureau. I have a few things there that need fixing. Chael thought still fixing things. In truth, Chael had misunderstood. Repairing a computer wasn't that impressive. Many people in the country could do it. But if, as his nephew had said over the phone, he could disassemble a computer and end up with extra parts while making the machine even better, that was a different story entirely. The country's greatest challenge now was its lack of homegrown technology, with everything still in the development phase. Chael rose and followed them out. Jia Lu repaired 2 computers at the Education Bureau and upgraded their systems. To ensure greater success, he decided to seize the opportunity himself. Director Lee, which school do you think suits my skills? Jia Lu asked, his fingers still dancing across the keyboard. Currently, the best computer science school in the country is Beijing, one of the top institutions. However, if possible, I recommend the National University of Defense Technology. It suits you better. Upon hearing this, Jia Lu began attempting to hack into the school system. Director Lee, standing nearby, had no idea what was happening. He assumed Jia Lu was still upgrading the system, unaware that Jia Lu had infiltrated the admissions office's computer, blacking out the screen and looping a message. My name is Jia Lu. Does your school accept special admissions? If interested, please contact the Jiangxing Education Bureau. Fearing rejection, Jia Lu also targeted Beijing as a backup, though breaching its system proved more challenging. Now it was a waiting game to see which university would accept him. Jia Lu clapped his hands and stood up. I'm done. If there's nothing else, Director Lee'll head home and wait for the results. Alright, I'll have someone drive you. He'll report this and secure a good university for you. No need, I'll take my own student. Principal Gao quickly interjected. Director Lee didn't insist, as he had other matters to attend to. Once outside the bureau, Principal Gao exclaimed, You've made it, Jia Lu. Our school has always been at the bottom, but now, who knows? Maybe next year we can get funding for a library. Jia Lu replied magnanimously. If they don't approve, I'll donate one when I make money. Back at the bureau, the phone rang as soon as they left. Jiangxing Education Bureau. Yes, this is Jiangxing Education Bureau. Who's speaking? This is the admissions office of the National University of Defense Technology. Is there a student named Jia Lu there? Yes, he just left. Are you aware that he used your bureau's computer to hack into our admissions system? What? When did that happen? 5 minutes ago. He was indeed here 5 minutes ago, but we had no idea he was hacking into your system. After exchanging information, the bureau realized that when Jia Lu asked about suitable universities, he was actually plotting this. And surely Beijing would be next. As expected, another call came from Beijing immediately after hanging up. By now, Director Lee calmly recounted the events. Both universities said they would send representatives to Jiangxing the next day. Judging by their tones, Jia Lu's place at a top university was secured. After hanging up, Director Lee gulped down a glass of water and turned to his secretary. Tell me that girl Jia Lu. She looks so quiet and gentle, yet she pulled this off right under our noses. And she actually succeeded in hacking in. Her skills are even better than we thought. If she doesn't join the national team, she might be exploited for malicious purposes. We must report this. The secretary, still shaken, added, Indeed, she didn't flinch at all. She doesn't act like a child. Her speech is simple, yet seasoned quite contradictory. Only afterward did I realize she had been subtly extracting information from us. Director Lee decided to investigate thoroughly, go to the police station, and pull her complete personal file. The more detailed the better. The secretary understood that this was a step toward recommending Jia Lu to the mayor for a research team. Understood. They'll grab my documents and go immediately. The secretary wasted no time knowing that Yishu arrived at the police station, presented his credentials, and explained his purpose. He was then led into Captain Zhou's office. After hearing the reason for the visit, Captain Zhou suspected it was the same person. Jia Lu is excellent with computers, but I didn't know he was also such a good student. He's even been recommended for direct admission. Yishu said in surprise. Captain Zhou, you know Jia Lu? Yes, I do. He helped us solve a case just yesterday, Captain Zhou said, lighting a cigarette and studying Yishu through the smoke. Impressive. That's really something. For the file transfer, I need the director's signature. He'll discuss it with him when he returns, and if he agrees, he'll have the file sent over to the Education Bureau. Yishu didn't linger. All right. Our director Lee hopes it can be done quickly as it needs to be reported to the city. Soon Beijing and National Defense University of Science and Technology will send representatives. The procedures will depend on higher-ups. I understand. He'll expedite it. You can count on me. Captain Zhou escorted him to the door, then turned and headed straight to the director's office where the man was seated. We're in trouble, Director. That student I told you about. We've likely lost our chance. The Education Bureau Director's secretary just came to transfer his file. It seems he has other arrangements. Captain Zhou's admiration for the talent had barely surfaced before it was dashed. Director Guan glanced at Captain Zhou. I've contacted the Public Security University. They said they've already reached out to the school. Rushing won't help. It turned out Jia Lu had cracked the two most challenging cases the Bureau was facing. The one he solved involved the former director's son who had retired, and the suggestion he gave led to an actual arrest at the meatpacking plant. His mind was naturally suited for police work. How could they let him go? Yet despite their haste, competition had emerged, and from institutions like Beijing and the National Defense University of Science and Technology no less. It seemed there was little hope left. The best course was to obediently transfer the file and deliver it so as not to hinder the young man's future. Yishu returned to the office and reported the matter. Director Lee looked at him as if he were a fool. We can appreciate talent, so why can't the police station? They even learned of Jia Lu's skills before we did. They probably just sent you back empty-handed. As he spoke, he received a call from Principal Gao saying that the Public Security University had directly contacted their school. Yishu cursed Captain Zhou under his breath. Should we still report it? Director Lee couldn't wait for the police station to deliver the file. He dismissed Yishu and dialed Mayor Lu's number. Mayor Lu, are you busy? I have something urgent to report. Old Lee, why the false pleasantries? Shouldn't the Education Bureau be reporting to the State Council? Old Lu, hey, race the thing. I've come across a special talent in computer science, self-taught and exceptionally skilled. Remember the computer Li Kuei's son bought from your nephew last year? It broke down recently, and no one in the country could fix it because the technology was outdated. Then a classmate of his disassembled it, ended up with a few extra parts, and even improved the computer's performance, speed, and clarity. Stop right there. Are you telling me a story? Would I? I couldn't believe it myself, so I took a team to the school and brought the student back to the Education Bureau. I watched with my own eyes as she repaired it and even upgraded our bureau's system. Now our computers are much faster. And that's not all. Right under my nose, she hacked into the admissions offices of Beijing and the National Defense University of Science and Technology, securing a spot for herself. Their calls came straight to our bureau. You can have talent in computers, but to achieve such feats without even having seen the equipment before, that's beyond belief. I don't understand it either, but she can do it. Have you checked her background? Could she be a spy? Speaking of which, that's the frustrating part. The police station also knows this student. She helped them solve cases. They contacted the Public Security University before we did. The more I hear, the more incredible it sounds. They'll make time tomorrow to come see you and meet this student. The Jia Lu they spoke of was currently in an internet cafe, fervently searching for events from 1985 to 2000, along with popular memes, elementary school textbooks, and classical poems. She absorbed and memorized everything with intense focus, etching it into her primary memory. She was a native of Huaxia, yet the vast span of time made it impossible to explain. In the 26th century, such subjects were no longer taught, only technological knowledge was studied. Where could she even begin to justify this? Over these days, Jia Lu also noticed that people nowadays spoke in a much more roundabout manner, unlike the 26th century, where efficiency demanded directness, an aspect she found difficult to adapt to. It wasn't until nightfall that Jia Lu erased the browsing history and left the internet cafe. On her way back, she grabbed a simple meal and happened to see Chun Chun dining at a restaurant. She stepped in and paid for his bill as a gesture of thanks for the 500 yuan he had helped her earn through the introduction. Chun Chun only caught a glimpse of her back and didn't think much of it. When he went to pay, the owner mentioned that a young girl had already settled the bill, and only then did he recall the silhouette. A student Bob wearing a school uniform carrying a pink backpack. The owner quickly replied, "Yes, that's the girl. Pretty but a bit dark." Shin smiled and said, "Alright, I understand." Back at her rented room, Jia Lu washed up and pulled out all the books in the house, skimming through them briefly. She only went to sleep when exhaustion overtook her. The next day, before Beijing and the National University of Defense Technology could arrive, the mayor came instead. Principal Gao received him with extreme caution. Mayor Lu Jiale's maternal grandparents died in a car accident a while ago. The case is still being handled at the police station. The family refuses compensation, and the driver was from Hengwan Company. Both Hengwan and Jia Lu are appealing, but no money has been received yet. That's why she hasn't been coming to school lately. She's dealing with this matter. When she arrives, they'll have the teacher bring her immediately. Is that so? Mayor Lu was already aware of it. He had reviewed all of Jiale's information before coming, including the fact that she was the illegitimate daughter of the Su family. When the homeroom teacher brought Jia Lu in, she immediately spotted Mayor Lu. Despite his amiable demeanor, his aura was distinct from others. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Jia Lu, come here. This is the mayor of Nan City. Principal Gao beckoned, introducing her. Jia Lu organized her thoughts. Nan City consisted of 6 districts, and Jiangsheng was just one of them. So this was the highest official of Nan City. Student Jia, I've heard so much about you, Mayor Lu said, extending his hand proactively. Jia Lu had heard this phrase often in her past life, and found it unremarkable. Not at all, it's all just empty fame. The office fell into an awkward silence. Mayor Lu's hand remained clasped around Jiale's, and when he tried to release it after a few shakes, he found himself at a loss. Jiale's eyes questioned, did I say something wrong? Mayor Lu let go and asked, I heard you're quite skilled with computers. When did you start learning? I never studied it. I just tried it out of interest. Jia Lu thought to herself, here it comes after all. Have you considered which university to attend? Jia Lu pondered seriously. I'm not sure. Director Li suggested the National University of Defense Technology. That's a good school. The test she had been dreading didn't materialize, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Instead, she was later asked to explain theoretical knowledge. Jia Lu answered haltingly. Mayor Lu was genuinely puzzled. How could someone possess a certain talent, unable to articulate the theory, yet have never been exposed to the subject, yet master it thoroughly? Jia Lu replied helplessly, stop asking. I really don't know. It's like math. I can see the answer, but I can't explain why I know it. Can you understand? Lu Shi was quite curious. Is Jia Lu also good at math? Jia Lu shook his head. I don't know if I'm good or not. I haven't studied the textbook knowledge, but I can solve everything, including higher grades. However, I only know the answers. I can't explain why they are correct using formulas. Mayor Lu perked up. Would you be willing to take a test? Jia Lu was indifferent. Sure. Here's the plan. I'll call an expert in this field to give you problems from simple to difficult. We'll see what level you're at. It's just a test, okay? Lu Shi said casually. Jia Lu nodded in agreement. After the call connected, Lu Shi briefly explained the situation. Jia Lu took the phone and heard an elderly voice on the other end. The other party directly posed a question. A monkey picked 100 bananas in the forest and piled them up. The monkey's home is 50 meters away from the pile. The monkey intends to carry the bananas home. It can carry at most 50 bananas at a time, but it is greedy and eats 1 banana for every meter it walks. How many bananas can the monkey bring home at most? 25. A 4-digit number plus the sum of its digits equals 1972. Find this 4-digit number. 1949. A rectangular prism has length, width, and height of 304 and 5 respectively, and all its 8 vertices lie on the same sphere. What is the surface area of this sphere? 50 pi. From 5 cards numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, one card is drawn randomly and then replaced. Another card is drawn randomly. What is the probability that the number on the first card is not greater than the number on the second card? 25. If the universal set is U1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 0 set A1 to 3, set B2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 0, find the complement of AB. If the derivative of function fx is fx2x3 3x1, find the value of fx at x1. Let variables x and y satisfy the constraint 2xy16. Find the extreme values of x and y for the maximum of z4x3y. If the radius of a circle is 6, calculate the area of the circle. From simple to difficult, Jia Lu answered without hesitation. The elderly man on the other end became excited. He took out a formula he had been working on recently and asked one question after another, each time getting a correct answer. He even asked questions he hadn't solved, yet jotting down the answers. Lu Shi waited and waited. The phone ran out of battery and hung up automatically. The secretary hurriedly took it to charge. Needless to say, all the answers were correct, otherwise Grandmaster Liang on the other end wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. Jia Lu looked at Mayor Lu with an innocent expression, not knowing what to do next. Mayor Lu stood up. Let's stop here for today. He'll report back. Don't decide which university to attend, yet I'll handle the rest. Jia Lu quickly asked, do I still have to go to school during this time? Mayor Lu sensed that Jia Lu didn't like school, then you'll have to discuss it with your principal. After Mayor Lu left, Jia Lu stared at Principal Gao. I don't like sitting in a classroom. Principal Gao smiled cheerfully. No problem as long as we can find you when needed. Going to school, or not, is no longer an issue. Jia Lu left the principal's office and headed to the Science and Technology City. He bought a second-hand phone that couldn't be turned on. He disassembled it on the spot, looked at the parts needed inside, and then purchased some components. He spent 568 yuan, and Jia Lu's heart was bleeding. Carrying a bag of miscellaneous items, he grabbed a random meal. The next day, Jia Lu slept until he naturally woke up, and then leisurely walked to school. He didn't go to the classroom, but instead carried the components he had bought yesterday to the office to find Teacher Li. Teacher Li was delighted to see Jia Lu. The modified computer worked wonderfully, and he had been showing it off everywhere. Teacher Li, may I borrow your toolbox? I need something more precise. Teacher Li stood up. Sure, what are you repairing this time? I'll get it for you. Jia Lu shook the bag in his hand, a mobile phone. Teacher Li exclaimed in surprise, is your phone broken? Having a mobile phone was quite rare among students these days. I bought some parts and want to assemble one myself. It's much more cost-effective, ready-made ones are too expensive. Teacher Li became excited at this. If it succeeded, it would be another upgrade like the computer, and he could even pay Jia Lu to make one for himself. His enthusiasm surged. Let's go, I'll take you. The two of them headed straight to the computer room. The phone was only half assembled when Teacher Li received a call from Director Li. Li Kuei, has Jia Lu come to school? The people from Beijing and National Defense University of Science and Technology have already arrived. Uncle, he's here in the computer room. He bought a broken phone and a bunch of parts, and is now assembling it. Then he'll bring them over. All right. Teacher Li hung up the phone and carefully moved to Jia Lu's side, watching him completely absorbed. He didn't know whether to interrupt, so he simply stayed silent since he couldn't understand anyway. His main role was just to accompany. When everyone arrived, Jia Lu's phone was still not assembled. The group of people remained silent, watching quietly. The person sent by Beijing University was a computer science professor, Professor Yan. From National Defense University of Science and Technology came the admissions director, Director Su Kong. It was only when Jia Lu finished and looked up, stretching his neck, that he noticed the many additional people. Professor Yan stepped forward first to greet him. Student, may I take a look at this phone? Jia Lu had just finished and hadn't even tried turning it on himself. He handed it to the elderly man. And you are? I am a professor in the computer science department at Beijing University, and I came to see you, Professor Yan said as he took the phone. Director Su also squeezed in. Hello, Jia Lu. I am the admissions director at National Defense University of Science and Technology. My surname is Su. I came to see you as well. His words were directed at Jia Lu, but his eyes were fixed on the phone in Professor Yan's hand. Jia Lu had built the phone for himself, so naturally he used the best configuration possible. It took only 8 seconds to power on. Professor Yan took out his own phone, the same model, a Nokia 8850. He turned it off, then turned it on again, his movements swift and decisive, silently counting the time in his mind. His own phone took 14 seconds from a normal boot to being operational. After this student's modification, it took only 8 seconds. The two phones were then compared for their internal functions. The modified one had several additional features, a clearer display, and was smooth and highly responsive. Are you skilled with both phones and computers? Professor Yan turned to stare at Jia Lu. I'm not sure. I can fix many things, but I need to see them first to know, Jia Lu replied conservatively. Student, would you be interested in coming to Beijing University? Tuition and fees would be waived, and you could receive scholarships. Not to mention our scholarships at Beijing are quite substantial. Director Su grew anxious and quickly interjected. National Defense University of Science and Technology can offer the same conditions. Jia Lu, you would be better suited to participate in national construction and help build a better China. Can't Beijing participate in national construction? What kind of fallacy is that? Then you can't deny that our computer science development at National Defense University of Science and Technology is better than yours at Beijing, can you? Come on, Beijing's computer science is universally recognized as #1. No, we at National Defense University of Science and Technology are #1. Seeing that they were about to argue, Jia Lu quickly intervened. Please don't rush, both of you. The mayor of Nanshur City said I shouldn't make a decision myself. He has plans. I don't mind where I go. I'm not picky. Director Li also hastened to persuade. You two must be weary from the journey. Rest first, and I'll go ask Secretary Lu about the arrangements. Then we can discuss. Principal Gao knocked on the door. Jia Lu, someone from Gong'an University is here. They're in my office looking for you. Professor Yan turned to look at Jia Lu. Which schools have you been messing with? Jia Lu looked innocent. Just the two of you. I really didn't know about Gong'an University. The group arrived at the principal's office, which seemed crowded, but Professor Yan and Director Su refused to leave. The admissions officer from Gong'an University was also confused. Student Jia Lu, I heard you have your own insights on solving cases. Could you elaborate? Jalo was not secretive about such matters. It's not really a unique insight. It's just human logic. Put yourself in the killer's perspective and think, why did he do this? If it were me, what would I do? Then from that understand the killer's thought patterns, guess his intentions, and analyze his character upbringing, and so on from his actions. Zhang Kai took out a file and handed it over. Can you analyze the killer just by looking at these? Don't worry, these are all confidential cases, and they've already been solved. There won't be any misleading information. Jalo took the file and began to examine it carefully. After a moment, the killer is a middle-aged man with a high level of education, some obsessive-compulsive traits, and a penchant for cleanliness. He lives alone, is about 1.8 meters tall, with an error no greater than 3 centimeters. In daily life, he should be a courteous gentleman. To be more precise, I personally lean toward him being a surgeon, but he probably doesn't work in a hospital. It's more likely he runs his own clinic. Zhang Kai stared at Jia Lu for a long time without speaking. Could such a person really exist? Just by glancing at the scene photos, corpse photos, and witness statements, he could give such detailed and accurate analysis. That was terrifying. Jia Lu could tell from Zhang Kai's reaction that his analysis was correct. Zhang Kai snapped back to reality and asked with an excited tone, why is the height about 1.8 meters? Jia Lu pulled out a scene photo. The killer cleaned the scene. I deduced it from the height of the full-length mirror. The victim was estimated to be under 1.6 meters, and she wasn't a clean freak. She wouldn't have kept the house so tidy. The tidiness also shows signs of OCD. When the killer cleaned up, he treated it as his own home. The objects were placed at heights that were convenient for him. Look at this hook. It's about 1.7 meters high, and it holds items that are rarely used. But this hat should be frequently used. If the victim had placed it there, she would have to stand on tiptoe every time to get or put it away, which is inconvenient and illogical. Why is the hat frequently used? Hanging the hat upside down like this indicates it hasn't been there for more than 2 days. After 2 days, the brim would be compressed, and the shape would change. Zhang Kai had many questions, but there were too many people. Student Jia Lu, you are very suitable for our Gong'an University. At first he was afraid no one would want him, but it turned out he was a hot commodity. Are you interested in the second case, student Jia Lu? Jia Lu nodded, thinking since they had brought it he might as well take a look. Zhang Kai handed over the second case. Jia Lu frowned deeper the more he looked. Zhang Kai saw this and quickly asked, are you feeling unwell, student Jia Lu? Or is there something wrong with the case? Jia Lu didn't answer. He repeatedly examined the selected photos back and forth. The perpetrator created certain issues to convey a message through them. The assailant is a man about 1.8 meters tall with a shoe size of 44. However, the actual shoe size might be 40, and his height is at most 1.75 meters. The perpetrator possesses a degree of anti-surveillance awareness indicative of a high-intelligence crime. How so? Zhang Kai leaned forward slightly. Jia Lu produced the footprint diagram. The pressure points of this print are only in the middle, with the sides too shallow, indicating that the wearer has small feet and cannot fill the shoe. When a person wears shoes that fit or are one size too large, the pressure is mainly distributed along the edges. Then he pointed to the footprint from the window. Find a real person who is 1.8 meters tall and have them climb. You'll see how strange this print is. The group chatted in the office until the bell rang, then gradually dispersed. As Jia Lu stepped out, he encountered Zhang Xinyue. Jia Lu, you're here for school. Why didn't I see you in the classroom? Before Jia Lu could answer, Professor Yin sneaked over. Student Jia Lu, if you choose our Beijing University, we offer an additional scholarship. You can receive a 50th Zanduan bonus upon enrollment with free room and board. How about it? Would you like to choose our school? It sounded really like a scam. Plus, he was sneaking behind Director Zh's back, which made him look even more suspicious. Zhang Xinyue quickly stepped forward. Where did this fraud come from? Don't be fooled, Jia Lu. This old man doesn't look trustworthy. Although you're a bit thin, you're still good looking on closer inspection. Are human traffickers so brazen these days? Zhang Xinyue's voice was a bit loud, drawing a crowd. Jia Lu, covering his forehead, didn't know what to say. He pulled Zhang Xinyue and said, let's go. Then he turned to advise, Professor Yin, go back and rest early. There was no way to explain. Even if he did, no one would believe. The two lived in completely different directions, but Zhang Xinyue insisted on seeing Jia Lu to his doorstep before heading back. Along the way, she kept chattering. Jia Lu thought she was a nice person, just a bit talkative. Upstairs, he ran into Chen Shun, who seemed to be waiting intentionally. Jia Lu greeted politely, Officer Chen. Chen Shun asked eagerly, I heard from Captain Zhou that people from the Public Security University came today. How did it go? Did he pass? Jia Lu, slightly embarrassed, replied, I think I passed, but I might not choose the Public Security University. Why? I mainly focus on technology and technical fields. As long as you have a good path, that's fine. Thanks for treating me to dinner yesterday. Chen Shun looked a bit disappointed, but was happy for Jia Lu. You're welcome. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Officer Chen waved his hand. Go ahead. Once Jia Lu left, Mrs. Chen came out to gossip. Chen Shun, what's going on? You let Jia Lu treat you to dinner. Sis, it's not what you think. We happened to meet at dinner yesterday, and she quietly paid the bill. It wasn't much, so I didn't make a fuss. She helped our bureau solve a case, and we gave her a 500 yuan reward. I think she treated me to thank me for that. If I didn't let her, she might feel uneasy. Mrs. Chen felt a bit relieved after hearing this. Back on the 5th floor, Jia Lu's mind was still full of earning money. She wanted a house of her own, preferably with a yard and not too noisy. She needed to quickly decide on a university, then talk to the principal about not attending classes in the future. She would make money to support herself and secure a place to store her grandparents' belongings before leaving. No matter what, this was the root of the original owner's family. Jia Lu tidied up and drifted off to sleep. But Professor Liang couldn't sleep well for 2 days. He calculated the experimental data he hadn't finished, and the results actually matched the numbers Jia Lu had reported. At 4 in the morning, he called Mayor Lu. Mayor Lu was still dazed. Elder Liang, so early, what is the matter? That girl you asked me to test last time, what is her background? Elder Liang's voice was somewhat agitated. Mayor Lu organized his thoughts before speaking. She has a great talent for computers. She can disassemble the latest American computer models and reassemble them while upgrading their performance. The key point is that she has never been exposed to or studied these things before. It's somewhat unbelievable and inexplicable. Later I learned she is good at math, so I troubled you to test her. Did the person who invented the computer study it? Everything comes from nothing, and there is always a first person in this process. She has excellent talent. Last time I tested her, I was holding an unfinished calculation for an experiment and casually mentioned it. She gave me the answer, and it took me 2 days to confirm she was right. Yet she gave me the answer in just a few seconds. Send her to me for proper training, will you? This child is exceptionally gifted, otherwise it would be a waste. Mayor Lu was convinced. Indeed. Could the first person to invent the computer have studied it formally? That child is very sought after now. Beijing University, National Defense University of Science and Technology, and the People's Public Security University all want her. It is said she is also good at solving cases. Mayor Lu's implication was somewhat troubling. Elder Liang pondered for a moment and said, first ask for the child's opinion. Respect her. Only when she is convinced wholeheartedly will she serve the country with all her heart. Hearing this, Mayor Lu realized he had almost made a mistake. Jia Lu was not his subordinate. He could not simply assign her to any position he wished. He'll go there again today and settle this matter early. Jia Lu woke up, naturally slept until dawn, and went out energetically. She bought 2 steamed buns and ate them while walking, heading all the way to school. As soon as she entered the classroom, she saw Zhang Xinhua, greeting her warmly. Jia Lu, I thought you weren't coming today either. Jia Lu searched her memory. She didn't recall the original owner having any special interaction with her. Herself seemed not much either. The legendary self-starter. I probably won't come in a few days, or I need to earn money. Jia Lu's words, however, caused a misunderstanding among her classmates. Zhang Xinhua also fell silent for a rare moment. After one class, Zhang Xinhua was thinking about how to help Jia Lu. Jia Lu was called away during the 2nd class. During class, the homeroom teacher tactfully mentioned the matter. Classmate Jia Lu's grandparents passed away in a car accident. Now she is all alone, so she has been a bit irregular in attending class recently. Everyone, don't be affected, keep working hard. You have 1 year left before the college entrance exam. Everyone then remembered what Jia Lu had said in the morning, and thus a beautiful misunderstanding arose. The class monitor Lu Yin took the lead in donating money. The matter was carried out secretly without Jia Lu's knowledge. When they approached Zhang Xinhua, she generously gave all her savings 17 yuan and 5 jiao. The whole class raised 302 yuan. When Lu Yin took the money to the homeroom teacher, the teacher was surprised and gratified, and also took out 198 from her own salary to make it a total of 500 yuan. At this moment, Jia Lu was making her choice in the principal's office. Representatives from Beijing University, National Defense University of Science and Technology, and the People's Public Security University were all seated, each stating their conditions. Mayor Lu also said he would recommend her to enter the research institute, starting from the bottom, and would introduce her to a very good teacher. Jia Lu's first choice changed from the National Defense University to Beijing because Beijing offered 50,000 yuan. Furthermore, she wanted freedom. She couldn't live like in her past life with all her daily needs confined to the research institute, could she? I am an orphan and I can't even get the compensation for my grandparents, so I choose Beijing. Professor Yin smiled so wide that the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. He was extra cautious. He inquired about Jia Lu's situation, and knowing she was an orphan, he called the school to help her apply for this benefit. He vouched for her under his own name before the school approved the money. He firmly believed that Jia Lu was worth it. Director Su never expected to lose here. Although Zhang Kai felt it was a pity, the nature of the matter was different after all. Later, Jia Lu could be hired as an external consultant to assist in investigations, so his mind was now fully occupied with contacting the local police to verify and overturn the case. Mayor Lu grew intrigued. It's fine. Having your student status at Beijing doesn't prevent you from studying at the research institute. The others gradually dispersed, leaving only Professor Yan from Beijing to negotiate terms with Cha Lo. Can you give me the 50,000 as soon as possible? Normally the money would only be dispersed after submitting an application upon employment and receiving approval. Professor Yan did not dwell on the matter, instead reassuring him, leave your account number, and I'll have them transfer the payment to you as soon as possible. Cha Lu was delighted, his mind already racing with ideas on how to use the 50,000 to quickly earn his first pot of gold. They exchanged contact information, and Cha Lu also modified Professor Yan's phone as a token of gratitude. Cha Lu was the last to leave. The principal knew there was something on his mind. Don't want to attend classes. Yes, I want to earn money, buy a house, and settle my grandparents' belongings. Only then can I have a home here and feel at ease going to university elsewhere. The principal had not expected this reason. Let your homeroom teacher know. Remember, never be complacent or arrogant. There is always someone better, and there is always a sky beyond the sky. Once you go out, study hard. I'm still waiting for that library of yours, the principal teased Cha Lu. Okay, thank you. In high spirits, Cha Lu hummed a tune and headed to the office to find his homeroom teacher. Without any surprises, she would be temporarily absent starting tomorrow. Before Cha Lu could bring up the matter, the homeroom teacher handed him a list and spoke first. After learning about your situation, the class monitor organized a donation. Here are the details. Take a look. The list felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in his hands. Having been an orphan in both lives, Cha Lu experienced this emotion called being moved for the first time. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar names on the list, he felt an indescribable mix of emotions. Teacher Jin, I came to tell you that Beijing has admitted me and offered a generous scholarship with full coverage of meals and accommodation. Cha Lu felt he should properly thank everyone. That's wonderful. You've made it, Cha Lu. You're the first student of mine to get into Beijing. Teacher Jin was even happier than Cha Lu himself. I won't be coming to school for a while, though I have other things to do. Teacher Jin had guessed as much. Even before he was admitted, he had already lost interest in classes. She pulled out 198 yuan from the envelope and said, return this money to everyone yourself. Share this good news with them personally and encourage them while you're at it. Holding the list and the money, Cha Lu returned to the classroom. It happened to be Teacher Jin's class. She followed slowly behind, watching Cha Lu's back, still finding it all quite unbelievable. Cha Lu stopped at the entrance of class 6. Go ahead, Teacher Jin said with a gentle smile, which startled the students. As Cha Lu stepped onto the platform, the classroom fell silent automatically. Opening the list in his hand, he glanced at the students below the podium and said sincerely, I'm truly grateful for everyone's help. I didn't realize I was actually quite popular. Let me share some good news. Beijing has offered me a direct admission spot with additional rewards, free meals, and accommodation. I no longer have to worry about making a living for now. The classroom grew even quieter than before after Cha Lu's words, disbelief written on every face. So, I really appreciate all of you. Don't look at me as an orphan now. I have you, my dear classmates. Cha Lu's voice grew slightly choked. I've never been good at studying. My grandmother often said it's fine. Our Lele just isn't good at academics, but she's not a bad person. She's kind and soft-hearted, a very, very good kid. Cha Lu gazed at the students below with tenderness. Though they were the same age, there was an inexplicable touch of benevolence in his eyes. I'd like to share my grandmother's words with all of you. He looked out at the sky, his voice clear and firm. Not being good at studying just means we aren't suited for books, but there must be something we excel at. Take Zhang Xinyue, for example. She's warm-hearted and eloquent. She might become a great lawyer someday. And the class monitor, she has strong leadership skills. She's actually quite suited to starting her own business and being a boss. Cha Lu looked at the faces before him, expecting them to feel unfamiliar. In truth, the original owner had known everyone quite well, but was too timid and weak to speak with them. Gao Tunjin sings beautifully, even better than today's pop stars. He might just become a big star someday. Shiruru's paintings are truly wonderful. The color combinations are so soothing to the soul. She's bound to become a great painter. You are one of those who are spoon-fed by the heavens. Everyone burst into laughter. What I want to say is we are the best version of ourselves. Each of us has something we excel at. I'm good at computers, so Beijing admitted me. You can also develop what you're good at and pave the way for the future. We'll meet again at the pinnacle of our respective fields, right? Right. The sudden burst of energy from class 6 startled the neighboring class. Cha Lu bowed. The homeroom teacher led the applause, and the room echoed with clapping. Cha Lu handed the list and money to the class monitor. Monitor, please return these to everyone. Lu Yan looked at Cha Lu as if seeing him for the first time, her eyes sparkling. Cha Lu, you're truly amazing. The homeroom teacher reflected and questioned himself for the first time. Indeed, his educational philosophy needed to change. Classmate Cha Lu's words have deeply moved me. Yes, you may not excel at studying, but that doesn't make you bad people. You are all wonderful, kind, pure, and loyal. Many of these qualities are more important than academic success. I hope that beyond your studies you will discover your passions and talents and shine in every field. I am proud of you all. It was an extraordinary day. It was a day that changed everyone. After class, everyone hurried to pack their things and couldn't wait to go home and share the day's events. Jia gathered some of his belongings and walked out of the campus with Jean Xinhua. Today let me walk you home. Let's go. Jean Xinhua didn't refuse, but was instead delighted because her mother had said that true friendship is about give and take, and she and Jia were good friends. Jia, do you really think him suited to be a lawyer? Jean Xinhua had no idea what a lawyer was. She had no concept of it. It just sounded cool. Jia encouraged her. Yes, you are. You have a strong sense of justice. If you become a lawyer, you'll be a great one. You'll be a boss, and when I need to sue someone, he'll come to you. You'll be my personal attorney. Jean Xinhua's eyes sparkled with longing. Jia didn't know that Jean Xinhua would hold on to that belief and truly become a lawyer one day. Suddenly a text message came through, a bank deposit notification. Jia glanced at the sender's name, Yin Jiqing. So the money was from Professor Yin. After escorting Jean Xinhua home, Jia called Professor Yin. Professor Yin, I received your transfer. This money, I advanced it to you personally. You can pay me back once you're enrolled and have the funds. Jia marveled at how sincere and warm-hearted people were in this era. Yes, it was that warmth of human connection, something that was utterly absent in the 26th century. Thank you, Professor Yin. I really do need this money now, so I won't be polite. When I earn some, I'll pay you interest. Jia didn't realize that in just a few days he had been making grand promises. He hung up and looked at the distant sunset. It was good to have a second chance at life. Though materially he had nothing, spiritually he felt a joy he had never known before. Jia wanted to make this era better, even better. Jia tidied up and headed to the Science and Technology City again today. Her goal was to purchase components and assemble a high-definition surveillance camera aiming to reduce the crime rate. She carried a sack and haggled with vendors over every piece she fancied. In the end, she collected a sack full of miscellaneous items, yet still failed to build a functional monitoring system. The photosensor became the critical issue. A photosensor detects light and converts it into electrical signals. The current sensors fell short of Jia's requirements, so to create a surveillance system, she first had to develop the photosensor. For 4 consecutive days, she immersed herself in the Science and Technology City, quickly bonding with the locals. They all assumed she had dropped out of school and was now scavenging scrap for a living. After all, most of what she picked up were discarded items others had thrown away. Often people would give her things for free, refusing to accept any payment. It took 7 days for Jia to finally piece together a surveillance camera. Such a simple device had consumed 11 days from start to finish. During those 11 days, she gained a new understanding of the nation's current technological level. It was embarrassingly backward. She took the camera to the police station thinking that for this business the government would be the largest customer. On her way to the police station, she recalled her grandparents' case. It was still within the appeal period. Officer Chen had said it would take about 5 months to get a result. The efficiency could no longer be described as slow. It was a flaw in the imperfect judicial system. At the entrance of the police station, she encountered Captain Zhou and his team, who seemed to be heading out in a hurry. Clearly today was not the day for negotiations. Their rushed demeanor suggested something serious had occurred. Jia, what's the matter? Captain Zhou still paused to ask. I made a surveillance camera myself, high definition. I was wondering if you'd like to buy some in bulk. Intrigued, Captain Zhou recalled how Jia had once enhanced a blurry surveillance video to a crisp, high-definition quality. Xiaoyang, take this young lady to the director's office, he said, then turned to Jia. Go speak with our director. Watching him rush off, it was clear the matter was serious. Following Officer Xiaoyang to the director's office, she glanced at the director, a middle-aged man somewhat plump with a kind face, but eyes that held authority and cunning. Jia understood immediately this was a smiling tiger, a man who never suffered a loss without a fight. Director Guan, this comrade needs to see you. Captain Zhou asked me to bring her over. Jia stepped forward and introduced herself. Hello, Director Guan. My name is Jia. I've built a high-definition surveillance camera. Would you like to take a look? Director Guan was curious about the visitor. Upon hearing the name, Jia his interest piqued. Come, let me see. How high definition is it? I've always known you had great technical skills, but I've never met you in person. Now you've come to me, Director Guan said, inviting Jia to sit. Xiaoyang poured her a glass of water. After taking a sip, Jia stood up, went to the door, and mounted the camera facing the street outside. Then she returned to the office and began operating the device. Initially, Director Guan watched with casual amusement, but as he observed, his interest grew genuine. He turned to Xiaoyang and said, Go see if Director Chen from the Finance and Equipment Division is in. Xiaoyang hurried off to find him. If this surveillance system could be deployed, the crime rate would drop significantly. Director Guan had never imagined that a surveillance camera could zoom in. The camera mounted at the door facing the street could magnify the view of customers eating noodles at the noodle shop across the road. Even the noodles in their bowls were clearly visible. And the operation was simple. Yet his enthusiasm cooled slightly. It must be very expensive, right? He stole a glance at Jia Lu, wondering how to broach the subject. He noticed that Jia Lu had been watching him the entire time, and he hadn't sensed it at all. Given his own vigilance, this shouldn't have happened. For a moment, they stared at each other, neither speaking. Director Chen knocked and entered, breaking the awkward silence. Director Guan, you wanted to see me. Director Guan immediately stepped aside. Come, take a good look at this. Jia Lu sat back down and operated it once more. Director Chen was astounded after viewing. This is incredibly clear. It feels like if the computer resolution weren't the bottleneck, it could be even sharper. How much does this cost? Jia Lu shot him a surprised glance, not expecting him to be somewhat knowledgeable. If your bureau can order 500 units including installation fees, I can offer them at 800%. The main cost is the installation, which is quite expensive. Spread out, it comes to this amount. Director Guan and Director Chen asked in unison, how much? Jia Lu rolled his eyes inwardly. Why so excited? The price can be negotiated. Why didn't say it's non-negotiable? Thinking this, he still said, 800%. Director Guan asked again, Student Jia Lu, is that 8,000% or 800%? Jia Lu finally caught on. They thought it was too cheap. He asked with uncertainty, if it were 8,000%, wouldn't you arrest me? Director Chen found it incredible. Our bureau's current blurry system costs 3,500% installed. Yours is this clear at 800. You wouldn't dare scam the police station, would you? Especially a young girl. Hearing 3,500, Jia Lu nearly slapped his thigh. I developed this myself, so it's cheap. Director Guan was delighted and patted old Chen on the shoulder. With this price and quality, why would we refuse? Old Chen, can the bureau budget afford 500 units? 400,000. It's doable. We can sell our old badge for 1,500%. They won't be hard to move. With that subsidy, it's completely fine. The two, fearing Jia Lu might change his mind and raise the price, sealed the deal on the spot. After all, a better and cheaper solution that benefits social development is something no one would oppose. To oppose would be malicious. Director Guan was a bit anxious. How soon can you arrange it? Give me a 30% deposit first, and I'll have it done within a month. After inspection, you pay the balance. 1 year of free maintenance. Jia Lu's words made them even happier. Free maintenance for a year. Just a deposit and head start working. Done in a month. Could such a good thing be real? Jia Lu left them dizzy with excitement. He first took out an agreement, left his phone number, and departed. The deposit would be processed after their meeting tomorrow. Leaving the police station, he hurried to an internet cafe to check which companies in Jiangshang had mass production capabilities. What a coincidence. The Su family and Kangza. No need to think twice, definitely Kangza. After all, he was an orphan. Too exhausting today, time to go rest. Tomorrow, head check out Kangza. Once he earned his first pot of gold, head buy a house. With the police station settled, he could go to the city and talk to Mayor Lu. Hopefully that would bring in another income stream. After finishing the camera project, he could start researching computers. He needed to consider the future plans. Given his age, he could only cooperate for now. Going solo would be difficult. Who should he give the computer patent to? Maybe he could talk to Mayor Lu. If he donated it to the country for free, but with the condition that the national surveillance system prioritize his products, the profits could be huge. Lost in thought, he was already picturing which villa in Jiangshang had the best view. Dreams had to be realized step by step. Jia Lu had considered many possibilities, but never imagined that today, she wouldn't even be able to enter the gates of Kangza. Young lady, this is not a place for you. Go play elsewhere. That's right, a child like you should be in school, not causing trouble here. The two security guards offered Jia Lu kind advice. Jia Lu couldn't explain herself clearly. After squatting by the gate for a while, she got up and walked toward the internet cafe. Soon afterward, Kang's systems went black and every computer in the company scrolled with the message, "I'm downstairs. I want to come up. I have a partnership to discuss with your boss." When Jia Lu returned to the bottom of the Kangza building, a woman who looked like a secretary was already waiting for her there. "Hello, my name is Jia Lu. I have a partnership to discuss with your boss. Is it convenient for me to go up now?" Secretary Yuan had also considered many possibilities, but never imagined it would be such a young child. "May I ask who hacked into our system? How long until it's restored?" Jia Lu led the way inside, and this time the security guards did not stop her. "It'll be restored once I see your boss." Secretary Yuan resigned herself to the situation and escorted Jia Lu to the general manager's office on the 6th floor. Kangza was not a large enterprise, but it was significant in Jiang City. The general manager was a middle-aged man named Kang Chung. "Hello, Director Kang. I apologize for meeting you in this manner." Jia Lu confessed her fault at the first opportunity. "Young lady, please restore our company's systems first." Kang Chung was somewhat annoyed, never expecting the culprit to be a girl about the same age as his own daughter. "May I borrow the computer in front of you, Director Kang?" Kang Chung stood up. Jia Lu was now very skilled. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, dazzling everyone in the office. Then she connected to the surveillance camera she had installed earlier in the building across the street, magnified the screen, and it showed the entire Kangza building. Kong Chung was stunned. Now can we talk, Director Kong? Kong Chung looked at the computer, then at Jia Lo. Yes. As you can see from this surveillance footage, this is the business I want to discuss with you. I have already secured an order of 500 surveillance cameras from the Jiang City Police Department. In the future, I will secure even more. Are you interested in a partnership, Director Kong? Kong Cheng's scalp tightened when he heard about the 500 camera order from the police department. He couldn't even sell 500 units in half a year. She had the product, the technology, and the physical prototype. She was simply lacking a production line. How would you like to cooperate? Jia Lu drove a hard bargain, 70-30 split in my favor. I provide the technical support, and you handle production. Besides the police department's 500 units order, I can secure more. Don't worry about the order volume. The cost is about 120 a unit. We sell for 800 a set, and after deducting raw materials and production labor, the profit can be controlled at around 500. Kong Chung realized she had calculated everything, and come prepared, he could no longer treat her like a child. 60-40 with your company, getting 60. Jia Le's eyes carried a hint of menace. I'm informing you, Director Kong, not negotiating with you. Kong Chung remained silent for a long time. Aren't you afraid? Well, just take the technology and run with the production. Jia Le seemed to find it amusing. I brought down Kang's systems today, and I can do it again tomorrow. I developed this surveillance system, and I can develop more. You don't strike me as someone who would stoop to that level, do you, Director Kong? Kong Chung relented. The two signed the agreement. From then on, Jia Le came and went at Kong's, frequently modifying the entire production line on the second floor and ordering components in bulk from the tech market. She also took time to sign the contract with the police department, and Kang's corporate account received the down payment. Only then did Director Guan learn that the partnership was with Kang's. Initially unconvinced, Kong Chung felt somewhat coerced into cooperation. Yet as they worked together, he was gradually won over by Jia Le's technical prowess, and their relationship became harmonious. Observing that Jia Le focused solely on technology and never engaged in social niceties, Kong Chung remarked, Jia Le, burying yourself in work like this won't work. You seem oblivious to the ways of the world. Why not invest some effort in that direction? The business will only grow larger from here on. Recalling how Jia Lu had threatened him during their initial negotiation, one might have thought she was there to pick a fight. Kong Chung reflected. So, I just need to focus on mastering the technology and let others come to curry favor with me. Jia Lu replied, genuinely finding social politics exhausting. I won't be in tomorrow. I'm heading to the city. Keep an eye on things here. After much deliberation, she decided to visit Mayor Lu. Kong Chung breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Jia Lu would be away. Jia Lu returned home early today as the odds and ends she had collected could be assembled into a rudimentary shower machine. One simply had to step inside, and within 28 seconds the entire body would be rinsed and disinfected, though in the 26th century it would take only 6 seconds. While adjusting the water output mechanism, she received a call from Mayor Lu. Somewhat surprised, Jia Lu continued working, pinning the phone between her ear and shoulder. Mayor Lu. He sounded astonished. How is the audio from your phone so clear? Jia Lu adjusted the water output to a fine mist, dividing each drop into 60 watery filaments. I modified it. Mayor Lu felt more confident. Director Guan told me you developed a high-definition camera that can clearly see how many noodles are in a bowl across the street from the police station. If we roll it out citywide, about 30,000 units. What price can you offer? Jia Lu set down her tools, straightened up, and picked up the phone. 600 yuan per set. If you're free tomorrow, come to my office and we'll discuss the details, Mayor Lu said, sensing room for negotiation. Considering that he wouldn't start work until 9, Jia Lu tentatively asked, how about 10 tomorrow? See you then, Mayor Lu said, and hung up. Jia Lu was delighted. She set the phone aside and worked even more briskly. That evening she assembled the shower machine and used it to bathe, feeling utterly comfortable and clean. After a good night's sleep, she took a bus to Ning City, the economic hub of the southern region. The slow bus meandered for an hour and a half. On the way back, she planned to buy a few sets of clothes. Aside from her school uniform, she had only 2 outfits to rotate. Whenever it rained, she had to wear the school uniform while working, which drew too much attention. At the city government building, Jia Lu approached the reception desk. Hello, I'm here to see Mayor Lu. The receptionist glanced up, didn't even ask if she had an appointment, and looked away dismissively. Jia Lu reminded her, excuse me, I have an appointment with Mayor Lu. The receptionist sneered. Everyone wants to see the mayor, and they all claim to have an appointment. How many mayors would it take to handle that? Judging by appearance is a common flaw, but at least one could make a phone call to confirm. Controlling her patience, Jia Lu made one final attempt. I have an appointment with Mayor Lu at 10 o'clock. It's 10 minutes till. Please make a call to verify. The receptionist looked up again, ready to mock, but saw the seriousness in Jia Le's eyes. Her demeanor had shifted, appearing not at all like a child, but like a leader reprimanding her. If you truly had an appointment with Mayor Lu, the reception office would have notified me in advance. You just need to give your name for verification, and someone would escort you upstairs. I haven't received any such notice, the receptionist explained reluctantly. Please charge my phone for a while, just enough to turn it on and make a call. I'll call him myself. Jia Lu took out his dead black-screen phone and handed it to her. He really wasn't in the habit of charging. 26th century phones didn't need charging. When taken apart, the internal battery could last over half a year, and during that time, simply exposing it to sunlight would recharge it. The receptionist glanced at Jia Lu's phone, weighed the options, then took it, removed the battery, and plugged it into a universal charger. Jia Lu looked at the nearby phone and asked, "Can I make a call to your mayor? I remember his phone number." The receptionist's attitude improved considerably. Sure, she couldn't afford to gamble. The call wouldn't cost her anything, but what if the other party was actually a junior member of Mayor Lu's family? Had she really made an appointment with Mayor Lu? Judging by Jia Lu's confident demeanor, it was hard to tell. Jia Lu dialed Mayor Lu's number. "This is Jia Lu. I'm in the lobby of your city government building." Only then did Mayor Lu remember that he had arranged to meet Jia Lu at 10 o'clock last night, but since he had called from home, he had forgotten to inform his secretary. "Sorry, you'll send my secretary down. Please wait a moment." Shortly after hanging up, Jia Lu saw the same secretary from the principal's office last time, though she didn't know his surname. She turned to the receptionist and said, "Miss, my battery is charging here. I'll come back for it when I leave." With that, she picked up her phone and walked toward the secretary. The receptionist naturally saw Secretary Wang coming down, but, "Miss," she was at least 10 years older than this girl. Who was she calling Miss? Only elders addressed younger folks that way. Secretary Wang approached with a respectful demeanor. "Student Zhao, we've met before. Do you remember? My surname is Wang. This way, please." Look at that, still a student. How could she utter the word Miss? Chun-Jing, the receptionist, simply couldn't figure it out, but she had dodged a bullet today, and she would have to restrain her temper from now on. Jia Lu went up to the mayor's office on the 3rd floor. Mayor Lu had already set aside his work and was waiting. Coupled with Secretary Wang's attitude, there might be a trap waiting for her today. "Mayor Lu, don't be so formal. Call me Uncle Lu." Suddenly taking the initiative to close the distance, it seemed the upper hand was hers. "Let's get down to business. Well, it's like this surveillance system of yours, is it possible to cooperate with others? Our city government will introduce people to you, and you provide technical support. For the total of 300 units in the city, we'll still supply them at 600%. Later, when we expand to other markets, we can adjust the price to 1600, which will also increase tax revenue. Excluding costs, we'll give you a 20 share of the profits. How about it?" Jia Lu didn't even want to entertain him. "Not good. I already have a partner company. I take 70% and they take 30. Mayor Lu knew immediately that this ratio meant no hope. "May I ask which company?" "Kongza Security Co., Ltd." Mayor Lu found it astonishing. With Kong Chung being such a stingy and meticulous person, would he really give Jia Lu a 70% share? Honestly, unless forced, it was impossible. After reconsidering, he looked at Jia Lu again. He had underestimated her. "We'll replace all 300 units in our city on one condition: you can't sell your products to other provincial cities until 6 months later." As soon as Mayor Lu made this request, Jia Lu knew exactly what he was up to. It was a bit underhanded, but it wasn't her concern. "All right. For 300 units, our production line alone will take 3 months to manufacture plus installation. The timeline should match. Then let's enjoy a pleasant cooperation." Mayor Lu stood up and shook Jia Lu's hand with the etiquette befitting an adult. This incredible fortune thus fell upon Kongza Security Co., Ltd. Afterwards, Secretary Wang began looking for buyers planning to resell the old ones at 150 yuan per. Considering that the police station was also offloading second-hand equipment, they headed to the northern market. Half a year was enough for them to sell off. After all this manipulation, if all 300 sets could be sold, then Nansher would not only have spent nothing on the camera replacement, but actually made a profit. Director Guan was also in the same situation. Being able to upgrade equipment and still make money, anyone would rush to sign the contract. Jia Lu returned and shared the news with Kong Zhe, who then told Kong Chung, leaving Kong Chung utterly stunned. "President Jia, do you think we should expand the production line? The business from other places seems more promising. Your technology can't be cracked anytime soon, so we can still make money for a long time." Kong Cheng's address to Jia Lu had changed. After all, when a money god comes knocking, you have to treat him with respect. Jia Lu thought it was feasible, so instead of getting his first pot of gold, he ended up sinking money into expanding the production line. Old Master Su, on the other hand, was furious. He had been keeping an eye on Jia Lu all along. Such a good prospect, yet it had taken this long for him to show signs of promise. "Call them all back to the old mansion for dinner tonight." Butler Kai Bo hurried to make arrangements, knowing that this was meant to announce the matter and bring the illegitimate daughter back. Old Master Su had 2 sons and 1 daughter. His wife had passed away 3 years ago. The eldest son, Su Fuchen, managed the Su family's business, Zhongwei Group, one of the top enterprises in Jiangxing. His wife was Zhu Qinglin, and they had one son and one daughter. Their eldest son Su Yunyang was 20 years old, while their younger daughter Su Yuyin was 1 year older than Jia Lu at 16. The second son Su Fuqian was a lawyer. His wife was Jiang Nan from the Jiang family, a strong woman. They had 2 sons and 2 daughters, the eldest Su Yiba, second Su Ru, third Su Ruashi, and the youngest son Su Ying. The youngest daughter Su Shiwan married the only son of the Gu family. Both husband and wife were doctors, and they had only one daughter Gu Jia. Among the wealthy families, the Su family's lineage was not particularly complicated. The Su family dinner party. Su Fuqian returned directly to the old mansion after the meeting. When he arrived, his wife, Zhu Qinglin, and their 2 children were already there. He sat down next to his wife, appearing to have a good relationship. Su Yuyan leaned out and asked, "Mom, is today a special day?" "Why do you ask?" "I just took a look around the kitchen and saw the 5-snake soup that Uncle likes, the bamboo fungus liver paste soup that Aunt likes, and the clear bird's nest dish that Auntie likes." Zhu Qinglin was also confused as she thought they had only called their own family. After thinking for a moment, she confirmed, "I don't recall today being any special day." Then she turned to Su Fuqian with a questioning look. Su Fuqian rubbed his brow, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Maybe the old man just missed everyone and wanted to have a casual meal together. Don't overthink it." Su Yunyang saw figures entering the door and said, "Dad, Uncle's family is here." Su Yunyang and Su Yuyin stood up to greet them. The living room suddenly became lively. Su Fuqian's youngest daughter Su Ruashi had always been close to Su Yuyin, and the 2 quickly went off to play together. Elder brother, sister-in-law, you're here early. Jiang Nin took the initiative to greet and start a conversation. Zhu Qinglin, dressed in a cheongsam, sat with an elegant posture, every move exuding the demeanor of a noble lady in stark contrast to Jiang Nan's neat and crisp attire. "Not early, just arrived 10 minutes ago." Su Fuqian glanced around the living room and asked, "Little sister hasn't arrived yet?" The eldest son Su Yiba raised his chin to indicate the doorway and said, "Look, Auntie is here." The whole family had gathered and chatted casually. When the old master descended for dinner, he felt a sense of relief seeing the lively hall. "Everyone's here." The younger generations rushed forward, eagerly calling out, "Grandfather." Old Master Su smiled warmly, patting each child's head or shoulder as he made his way to the dining table, surrounded by his grandchildren. "Father, please sit here." Su Fuqian pulled out a chair and helped Old Master Su settle in. "Children, take your seats and eat first." The old master feared that if he spoke too much before the meal, everyone would lose their appetite. The entire family gathered around the table, enjoying a delicious dinner. Jiang Nan ate sparingly, but savored her favorite bamboo fungus and liver soup after the meal. She squinted with satisfaction, remarking, "The food at the old mansion is still the best." Old Master Su took a bite of the bamboo fungus. It was crisp and fresh, truly delightful. Jiang Nan seized the opportunity to ask, "Is there something special about today?" Old Master Su set down his bowl side and thought, "Since you insist on asking, it'll have to spoil your appetite." He said, "Here we sit well-fed and well-clothed, yet there is a child of the Su family suffering out there." Everyone at the table froze. "A child?" The family members exchanged glances, each wondering whose child it could be. Zhu Qinglin's hand tightened around her chopsticks, her knuckles turning white. "Fuqian, do you still remember Qinyu?" Old Master Su addressed his son directly. Su Fuqian finally recalled the name. A distant memory, her face forgotten. He didn't know she had a daughter. Since the old master brought it up, he must have investigated thoroughly. His intention to bring the child back likely meant she was exceptional. "I recall a little. Did she keep the child?" Old Master Su nodded, glanced at Zhu Qinglin, and said, "It's a girl 15 years old in her 2nd year of high school." Su Yuyin was already displeased at the news. "Grandfather, if she's 15, that's a year younger than me. She should be in middle school, not high school." When she was little, no one could look after her, so she started school early. She was bright, skipping 2 grades. But later she fell ill with a fever, and because she lived in a village far from the hospital, the fever damaged her brain. Her grandparents sold their village home and moved to Jiang City to rent a place and accompany her to school. Old Master Su swept his gaze across the table. "But recently the 2 elderly passed away in a car accident. Now she's alone. I intend to bring her here to stay with me at the old mansion. It would also keep me company." The table fell into a heavy silence. Adding another member to the family meant dividing the inheritance further, and she would live long-term with Th. Su Shiwan closed her eyes helplessly. "What can I do? He's my father." She had no choice but to chime in with agreement. A 15-year-old is still growing, and with high school being so demanding, she has no one to care for her. Since she is a child of the Su family, we should naturally bring her home. Su Yiba, who enjoyed stirring up trouble and had no interest in family property, his passion was cats and dogs, and he dreamed of opening a pet shop, decided to join in. Catching the exchange of glances between Old Master Su and Su Shiwan, he added, "Great. He'll have another sister." Old Master Su took over the conversation. "Indeed, this sister of yours is very clever. She's already earning her own living, spending her days wandering around the tech city and skipping school. Su Yuyin felt a knot in her stomach. Just 1 year apart in age. She looked at Su Fuchen, then at Zhu Qinglin beside him, and tears began to fall. After much deliberation, Su Fuchen finally spoke. Father, if you want company, we can visit more often. Let Yunyang and Yuyin come stay with you for a while. As for that child, just give her some money and send her away. Bringing her here is not appropriate. I gave her a meeting gift of 100,000, but she refused, said old Master Su, also feeling regretful. Upon hearing that she had refused 100,000, Su Fuchen thought, so greedy. She wasn't raised by our side. If we bring her back, who knows how much trouble she'll cause. It's even more reason not to let her return. No one responded, so old Master Su had to continue. That child developed a surveillance system herself, and has already received 500 orders from the police bureau and 30,000 orders from Mayor Liu of Arnan City. She's currently cooperating with Kangza Security. Upon hearing this, everyone understood why they wanted to bring her back. The Su family's Zhongwei group also had a security company that incurred losses year after year, unable to make technological breakthroughs or reduce costs. Bringing the child back would serve their purpose. Upon hearing this, Su Fuchen relented. Since father wants someone to keep him company, let's bring her back then. Zhu Qinglin remained silent throughout. Old Master Su looked at the relaxed Zhu Qinglin and said, Qinglin, why don't you go meet that child? She lost her mother early on and was raised by her maternal grandparents. It hasn't been easy for her. I've already visited once, and she doesn't take kindly to me. You and your wife should give it a try. Zhu Qinglin responded without much emotion, all right, Dad. He'll make the arrangements. The meal left everyone with different thoughts. At this moment, Jia Lu stared blankly at the bath machine. This thing, aside from being used by herself, seemed to only suit wealthy people who disliked bathing. Wealthy people who disliked bathing. That customer base was a bit hard to find. She rummaged through her various parts, which occupied more than half the room. The house buying plan had to be arranged in advance, or there would be no room to step. Carefully calculating the second order, 30,000 units profit, about 300 each, 70% share, would be 6,300,000. The profit was still too low. If she switched to computers, the profit would be much more substantial. They were essentially a pile of worthless spare parts, and the country lacked technological breakthroughs. She had the technology, so it was perfect. Tomorrow she would ask Kongcheng for a loan. Once the money arrived after deducting the house purchase, she would donate a library to the school. She fell asleep contentedly, and upon waking immediately went to the company to find Kongcheng. After waiting an hour, Kongcheng finally arrived leisurely. According to Xiao Zhang from the technical department, before she came, Kongcheng didn't manage affairs. He was slack and rarely came to the company with his wife He Zuru as the main person in charge. He hadn't been in for the past few days because he was on a business trip and hadn't returned yet. Seeing Jia Lu enter with a beaming smile, Kongcheng became wary. President Jia, what's the matter? President Kong, please urge the finance department to get the money from Mayor Lu's side. The deposit is over 2 million. Kongcheng understood. Jia Lu needed money. President Jia stopped smiling. It's creepy. Just say what you want. Jia Lu withdrew her smile and said, I want to buy a house. I need money. I'm anxious to get my share of the profits. Kongcheng sighed in relief, thinking it was something serious. How much are you short, President Jia? I can lend you some. The profit share won't come quickly. We have to receive the final payment report to the tax authorities, and only then can we distribute. I'm short exactly the amount I need for the house. I have no money. Kongcheng. Then where do you plan to buy, President Jia? Jia Lu countered. Where do you live? I live in the Heavenly Water residence of Villa area. Jia Lu thought it was suitable. She wouldn't stay long, and if the house was nearby, she could ask Kongcheng and his wife to look after it. Let's go with this place. Want to go see the house? Now, Kongcheng found Jia Lu quite amazing. She didn't ask about the price or whether he had enough money to lend her. She was just quite unceremonious. He had told her to learn some social graces, but she just wouldn't listen. Thinking about the orders she had brought in for free yielding millions in profit, he decided to call his wife to discuss it. President Jia, my wife manages the finances at home. She's on a business trip, so I need to call her first. Let's go see the house first. If it's suitable, then you can call. Kongcheng drove Jia Lu to Tianshui Rinjian. On the way, he called the boss of the developer Xinyuan Real Estate to arrange someone to show Jia Lu the apartments. When we bought ours, President Zhang gave us a discount. He's a distant relative. If you like, it'll help you negotiate. Kongcheng thought the young girl might still be naive, thus quite dull, or perhaps God had opened the window of her technological talent while closing the door of social graces. Before Jia Lu could speak, Kongcheng's phone rang. The caller ID showed wife. Hey honey, old Kong, my aunt's husband, called me saying you were taking a young girl to buy a house. What's going on? Jia Lu. Kongcheng. No. President Zhang's mouth can't keep a secret at all. It's quite amazing he's achieved what he has. Hiziru clicked her tongue. He's my aunt's husband, so hell side with me. Don't change the subject. What's going on? It's like this. Jia Lu wants to buy a house, but doesn't know where, so she wanted to check out our place. Hiziru's voice softened. Then take her to have a good look. The girl's still wet behind the ears. Don't let her get cheated. Help if you can. If she likes it, I'll ask my aunt's husband for a discount. Having her close by means we can keep an eye on her. After all, she's helping you make money. Jia Lu, who was indeed wet behind the ears, thought. While she was at a loss for words, Kong Chung glanced at Jia Lu beside him and said frankly, well, she doesn't have enough money for the house and asked to borrow from me. I was about to call and ask you. If she likes it, she can move in first, and after she gets the dividends, she can pay my aunt's husband. She just doesn't need to transfer the title yet. Okay, I'll take her to see if it's suitable. Alright, I'll be back the day after tomorrow. You go ahead. Yes, dear, take care. Kong Chung hung up the phone before Jia Lu spoke up. Your wife's suggestion is great. If possible. After I see it, and like it, I'll move in first, and pay President Zhang after I get the dividends. That would be more appropriate. The person sent by President Zhang hadn't arrived yet, so they first went to Kong Cheng's place to sit for a while and check out the layout. Jia Lu was quite satisfied. On the table was a laptop identical to Teacher Li's. How much did this computer cost? If you don't mind me asking. Jia Lu's next target was a computer. Kong Chung complained, 15,000 RMB brought back from the US through a contact. It's the latest model. It's okay otherwise, but it starts heating up badly after about half an hour. Jia Lu was thrilled upon hearing this. This piece of junk cost 15,000. Then if she developed her own chips and sold a better one for 12,000, that would be reasonable, wouldn't it? The profit margin was terrifying. Returning from an era where technology was worthless to an era where technology was just taking off, the impact on her values was immense. For the first time, Jia Lu felt that money could come so easily. The doorbell rang. The person sent by President Zhang was a sharply dressed woman who looked at least at the manager level. President Jia, shall we go take a look? Kong Chung beckoned Jia Lu. Yin Shua curiously gave Jia Lu a few extra glances. She was clearly just a child. Jia Lu didn't want to waste time. If the layout is the same, just talk about the price. Yin Shua sensed a potential deal, and following Kong Cheng's lead addressed Jia Lu as President Jia. President Jia, hey, race the situation. President Kang's unit type is sold out. We have one that's 50 square meters smaller, and another that's 120 square meters larger. Which one do you prefer? They'll take you to see it. Let's go directly to the 150 square meters smaller. Kong Cheng knew that Jia Lu was an orphan. It wasn't hard to find out, and thought the smaller one would suit her better. In the end, he settled on the Xiao 50 model, a unit with a small courtyard, 250 square meters of usable space, plus a garage. The adjacent courtyard's area wasn't even included. When Yin Shua quoted 900, Jia Lu was still taken aback for a moment. It was a bit steep given the purchasing power of 2,000, quite a hefty sum. In the 26th century, houses themselves weren't valuable. Renting was expensive, but buying was not. Government regulations stipulated a minimum rental price, but for home purchases, if you were married and had one child, you could buy at half price. With 2 children, you'd get a house outright. The prerequisite was that the child must be at least 6 years old. Let's go with this place. It's close to you too, a 10-minute walk. They'll move in tomorrow. Any issues? Kong Cheng pulled out his phone. They'll call my aunt's husband. Jia Lu nodded and sat on the sofa waiting for him. Kong Chung returned after 10 minutes and said it was fine. Yin Shua handed the keys to Jia Lu. President Jia, here are the keys. Let's exchange contact info. When it's convenient for you, I'll bring the contract over. We'll sign the first-generation contract first. After the full payment is received, our company will issue a statement. Once you turn 16, we'll proceed with the transfer. Jia Lu pocketed the keys and exchanged contact information. Kong Chung saw her to the ground floor. They'll bring people tomorrow to help you move. For now, just pack your essentials. Alright, thanks for today. As Jia Lu got out of the car, she noticed Mrs. Chen nearby. Aunt Chen, perfect timing. I have something to tell you. Jia Lu waved goodbye to Kong Chung and followed Mrs. Chen inside. Lele, who brought you back? Mrs. Chen asked, a bit too nosily, worried that Jia Lu might do something foolish. Kong Chung, the president of Kongza Security. He's my business partner now. Aren't you going to school? You're already working. Mrs. Chen grew anxious, stopped in her tracks and continued. Is it because of money? Don't worry, Auntie can lend you some first. Focus on your studies. There'll be plenty of time to work later. School is only a few years, but you'll be working for decades. What's the rush? Jia Lu flashed a genuine smile, took Mrs. Chen's arm, and said, Beijing University has already accepted me early. My head teacher allowed me to skip school for now. I've been working on a surveillance device and sold it to Officer Chen's police station. Their bureau chief ordered 500 units, and the municipal government placed some orders too. And Chen, I have money now. I bought a house. I'm moving tomorrow. Mrs. Chen looked stunned, then broke into a smile even brighter than Jia Lu's. Lele, you've made it. Beijing is an excellent university. Buying a house is great too. You'll have a home and won't have to keep moving. Where is it? Qianshui Renjian. Aunt Chen, I know a real estate developer who said houses will become even more valuable in the future. Don't sell your house easily, okay? Jia Lu reminded Mrs. Chen. According to historical records, the real estate market peaked in 2019, then gradually declined, and eventually crashed in 2068. High-rise buildings developed all kinds of quality issues coupled with a sharp population decline as people stopped wanting children. The final outcome was that there were more houses than people. The government reclaimed houses and used them as rewards for young couples who married and had children. I won't sell. A house is one's roots. It's not something to part with lightly. The two chatted for a while, then Jia Lu went back to pack. Mrs. Shin refused to accept rent, and Jia Lu agreed. In the past, she had insisted on clear accounts because they weren't close. But after Mrs. Chin's words today, Jia Lu felt she was a good elder, and it would be fine to keep in touch. The Su family. When are you going to find time to go with me to look for your illegitimate daughter? Zhu Qinglin said expressionlessly with a businesslike air. With the children not around, the couple stopped pretending. Su Fuqin loosened his tie. You'll see when I have time next week. I've been busy with a foreign order recently. Besides this, Jia Lu, are there others? Su Fuqin remained silent. Zhu Qinglin smashed a cup and shouted angrily. I told you back then you can fool around as you please, but don't leave any bastards outside and don't touch the interests of my children. You can't control your third leg, can't you control those women? Without your tacit approval, could they have given birth? I tell you, Su Fuqin pushed me too far, and I won't live this life anymore. Su Fuqin said perfunctorily, You'll be careful from now on. No one can touch the interests of Yunyang and Yenner. You can rest assured. Su Yunyang stood at the door, lowered his hand that was about to knock, and turned away. He went back downstairs and coaxed Su Yuyan. Eat first. Mom and Dad are busy. Su Yuyan saw her brother's expression and understood everything. Their parents must be quarreling. She didn't expose him and asked, Brother, if that illegitimate daughter is brought back, will everyone like her more? After all, she sounds pretty impressive. You said it yourself, she's an illegitimate daughter. Don't keep thinking about whether everyone likes you. When you have value, you don't have to worry about that. Study hard. Su Yunyang didn't understand his sister. She had grown up being loved, yet she always exuded an air of inferiority, trying to please everyone, caring too much about whether they liked her. Su Yuyan focused on eating, but her heart was in turmoil. The child Zhu Qinglin gave birth to back, then had died. She herself was also an illegitimate daughter. On the same day of childbirth, her father had brought her home. She only met her biological mother for the first time on her 12th birthday. Since then, she often went with her father to visit her mother. This secret was known only to her, but she truly regarded Su Yunyang as her own brother. The bond of growing up together was naturally different. When Su Fuqin and Zhu Qinglin came downstairs, there was no trace of abnormality. The family of four ate together in a superficially warm atmosphere. Jia Lu moved, and Kong Cheng was busy helping all day. When the workers carefully carried in the bathing machine, Kong Cheng thought it was some high-tech gadget. Upon learning it was a bathing machine, he looked disappointed. Can't you use your talent for something more worthwhile? Please be careful. Move it to the master bedroom on the second floor, thank you. Jia Lu didn't want to bother with him. The living habits of centuries in the 26th century couldn't change overnight. Not only the bathing machine, but also a robot needed to be rebuilt for cleaning and guarding the house. However, it might not be able to achieve mind control. It would need to be modified into a rechargeable version for guarding. After the movie, Kong Cheng left early, leaving Jia Lu to sort things out. The house was 2.5 stories with a small attic. Generally, elderly people prefer to live on the first floor due to mobility issues. Jia Lu cleared out a room on the first floor specifically for his grandparents' belongings. Spare parts were piled directly in the living room for easy assembly, eliminating the need to move them around. Back in the master bedroom on the second floor, he took a bath with the bathing machine, and then remembered that this machine had a selling point for women with long hair who dislike washing it. The machine could dry their hair in 28 seconds. Although it sounded a bit useless. Well, if it didn't work out, he could always research chips and sell computers. Jia Lu lay in bed thinking about his recent plans and fell asleep without realizing it. The next morning, he was woken by a call from Mayor Lu. A dismemberment case had occurred in Ning City with a severe impact. He was asked to go over and see if he could provide any insights. After washing up, Jia Lu strolled leisurely to Ningxing. She had no car. At her age, she couldn't drive, and she wasn't impressed by the cars available nowadays. When Jia Lu appeared at the Ningxing police station, munching on a steamed bun, everyone thought Mayor Lu was joking. What are you staring at me for? Take a look at the files. You'll need to buy clothes later. Jia Lu knew everyone was skeptical of her, but she didn't want to waste time. Last time she had been in a rush and hadn't bought any clothes. Today she was determined to get some. Captain Wu Hongjun asked uncertainly, Are you the consultant recommended by Mayor Lu? Jia Lu finished the bun and nodded. Wu Hongjun reluctantly led her inside and orally described the general process of the case. The day before yesterday, that is the morning of May 16th, a pair of hands was found in the sewer of a noodle shop. Then a bag of minced flesh was discovered at Huangji Tanku. In the early morning, a cleaner found several pieces of feet chopped up in a trash can at No. 16, Ninggan Road. The forensic pathologist pieced them together and found they belonged to one person. Female age to be determined. The parts assembled so far are missing the section above the neck. The 3 sites where the remains were dumped form a triangle, not too close or too far apart. It takes half an hour from the noodle shop to Huangji Tanko, half an hour from Huangji Tanko to No. 16, Ning'an Road, and half an hour from No. 16, Ning'an Road back to the noodle shop. There are no suspects. Because the head is missing, it's hard to determine who the victim is. We're screening from the missing person reports. Wu Hongjun reported, as if briefing a superior. Everyone then walked into the archives. Jia Lu took the P. We initially suspect it's a revenge killing. Jia Lu interrupted Wu Hongjun. It's not a revenge killing. Wu Hongjun looked at Jia Lu and asked, what makes you say that? The victim died very peacefully without any struggle. Overall, not only was she not abused, but the body had been deliberately cleaned. Moreover, although it seems cruel, there is a method to it. Jia Lu handed a close-up photo of the hand to Wu Hongjun. The spaces between her fingers are ridiculously clean, deliberately treated. Have your forensic examiner check what cleaning agent was used. This girl must have had nail polish on before she died. The murderer removed it completely. She might have been divorced, and for several years. Look here, the blood circulation in the left ring finger is insufficient, and its development is disproportionate to the right ring finger. It's just that the mark from wearing a ring has faded over time. And the contrast is obvious, usually caused by wearing a ring before the body had fully matured. Wu Hongjun took the photo and compared carefully, then began to take Jia Lu seriously. Also look into what industry typically uses such thick, large black garbage bags. The victim had been wearing high heels for a long time. The skin on her feet is rough, but the skin on her hands doesn't look like someone who has been doing manual labor for a long time. This suggests that she used to work hard with her hands, but now leads a life without doing any manual labor. You can consider investigating in the direction of a fallen woman. I want to see the body. Jia Lu spoke in fragments, then looked up at Wu Hongjun. I'll take you there. Wu Hongjun dared not neglect Jia Lu now. He sent his subordinates to investigate while he stayed by Jia Lu's side, eager to learn as much as he could. Everyone changed their opinion of Jia Lu and cooperated fully. When they reached the morgue, Jia Lu asked for paper and a pen, handed them to Wu Hongjun, and said, write down what I say. The 2 disinfected put on head covers, gloves, and white coats. Jia Lu lifted the white cloth and first touched the victim's left hand using bone age assessment. She looked up and said to Wu Hongjun with certainty, the victim is 32 years old and about 163 meters tall. Wu Hongjun raised his head and saw a horrifying scene. Jia Lu was picking up pieces of minced meat and examining them one by one. To be honest, even he couldn't have done that. When forensic physician Pu entered and saw this, he also found it shocking. The girl looked so young, her features not yet fully developed, yet she showed no fear. She was truly a promising candidate for forensic medicine. The killer might be someone who chops meat for customers at a deli. Even if not currently, they've likely done that job before. Forensic physician Pu leaned in to look at the pile of flesh. Habit. When the killer was chopping the body, it was fine at first, but later they fell into the habit of chopping trimmings at an angle the way they would for cooked meat. Jia Lu then examined the bag containing the body again, and only after a thorough check did she give her conclusion. The killer is male, about 176 centimeters tall, a long-term smoker of cheap cigarettes, and may have been under recent stress. You can look for a cleaner who died recently in Ningxing. This cleaner also happens to have a family member working in a deli. He lives alone now, is taciturn, unsociable, likely from a single-parent family. This is his first crime. If you can't find him quickly, it will be dangerous. He'll soon have the urge to strike again. The victim is about 163 centimeters tall, married, young, as a minor, divorced within 5 years, and now works in the sex trade. Wu Hongjun diligently took notes. May I ask how you deduced the heights of the killer and the victim? And the killer's personality. The victim's height was difficult to explain. It involved the method of dense bone age measurement. Every person's bones, even at the same location, are different. This requires a large amount of research data to be validated and then applied to cases. Such technology was not available in this era. It would have to wait another 40 years. From the neck wound, we can estimate the killer's height because different heights apply different force, resulting in different wound patterns. For a female victim of 163 centimeters, the most reasonable explanation for the killer's force is a height of 176 centimeters, with a margin of error no more than 2 centimeters. For the victim, we can roughly calculate her height from the lengths of her arms and legs. The chopping of the body and the chopping of the feet did not occur on the same day. On the day the body was chopped, the killer had suffered some grievance or stimulation and needed an outlet, so he was more extreme. In daily life, he might be a pushover, the kind who dare not speak up. Wu Hongjun didn't know if Jia Lu's deductions were correct, but with no other leads, he was willing to follow the direction she provided. After leaving the police station, Jia Lu went to the mall and bought a few sets of casual clothes before heading home. On the way back, she encountered a group of elderly women and had to stand for an hour and a half without a seat. So as soon as she got home, she started tinkering with parts, wanting to build an instant fly. The instant fly was widely used in the 26th century, as common as bicycles are today. However, it was invented in 2024, and after limited application it began nationwide adoption in 2035. The principle was also simple: a helium storage tank, a balancer, a tracker, pedals, navigation, a chip, and a transmitter. Chala hadn't gone to Kangza for 3 days. On the evening of Hiziru's return, she came to visit Cha Lu with Kong Chung, bringing some northern specialties. The doorbell rang for a while before Cha Lu opened the door. President Kong, President He. Cha Lu greeted, taking an extra look at Hiziru. Hiziru looked younger than the photo Cha Lu had at home. Hiziru also took a serious look at Cha Lu. She was more beautiful than Kong Chung had described over the phone. In particular, Cha Lu lacked the childishness of her peers. Standing quietly, she exuded an aura of great composure. Just looking at her face made one feel that everything would be fine with her around. Yet when their eyes met, she gave the impression of a noble and elegant little adult talking to you. Very unique. Lele, may I call you that? Hiziru offered a friendly gesture. Sister Ro. Hiziru knew Cha Lu didn't like small talk, so she asked directly, Lele, you haven't been to the company for days. What are you busy with? Can we come in and sit for a while? Cha Lu then stepped aside, her mind clouded from being too busy. Come in, sorry. I've been very busy these days, and am a bit out of it. Kong Chung followed behind and asked, what are you busy with, President Cha? Any new projects? Last time I saw you were very interested in computers. Are you researching computers? No, I'm researching a flying vehicle. I'm not old enough to drive, and I can't just walk everywhere on 2 legs. Kong Chung found it headache-inducing and reminded, you might not know, but you can't just fly freely in the air. Flying too high requires prior application. Flying too low may cause panic, and buildings vary in height, making route planning very difficult. Jia Lu had naturally considered this, and even in the 26th century, exceeding a certain height still required approval. I've thought about it, I'll handle it. I can't guarantee flying to other cities, but I've already studied the city-wide navigation map of Nanchur thoroughly and entered it into the system. No problem. Hiziru looked at the messy living room littered with all kinds of parts and couldn't help but marvel at his talent. Truly the heavens' favored daughter. Whatever she casually tinkered with, ordinary people could never catch up in a lifetime. Even if it can't fly, being able to create a city-wide navigation system is still quite profitable. I brought you some specialties from the north. Remember to eat them and put the leftovers in the fridge. Okay, thanks, Sister Ro. You're welcome. We didn't have anything else to do. We just hadn't seen you for a few days, and we're worried. It's good that you're fine. Kong Chung remembered what Jia Lu cared about, and added, the deposit from Mayor Lu has arrived. As expected, as soon as he mentioned it, Jia Lu's phone rang. It was Mayor Lu. Jia Lu shook the phone in his hand to indicate he was taking a call. Mayor Lu. Oh, Jia Lu, I told you to call me Uncle Lu. Just tell me what's up. Mayor Lu's attempt at playing the emotional card ended before it even began. It's like this: regarding the last case, following your lead, the police caught the culprit exactly as you said. The police bureau asked me to inquire if you're interested in being a consultant for them with a monthly salary. Only come to me when there's something truly unsolvable. You can't rely too much on one person. What the police bureau needs to improve is everyone's overall reasoning and logic in solving cases. I'm very busy. Mayor Lu said helplessly. That's the problem. How to improve? This thing is very mysterious. Those who haven't had their epiphany can rack their brains and still not understand. Those who have, like you with your talent, don't need to be taught. They just know. Jia Lu thought about it and agreed, then suggested, I can spare 2 hours each month to give them a lesson. How much they absorb depends on their individual insight. Isn't that too little? Mayor Lu instinctively bargained. Jia Lu rolled his eyes, which made Hiziru laugh. Jia Lu glanced at Hiziru, then at the parts in the living room, and finally fixed his gaze on the half-assembled, like Feishan. His tone instantly softened a bit. Right, I also think it's a bit too little. How about this? I'll come find you in a few days, and we'll discuss it in detail. Hearing the sudden change in tone, Mayor Lu hesitated for a moment, but there was no choice. He wasn't the one in control. Okay, well, contact in a few days. After hanging up, Jia Lu's mood improved considerably. Kong Chung asked with interest, are you going to use this to negotiate with Mayor Lu? Now I have a question to discuss with you too. Jia Lu put down his phone and looked seriously at Kong Chung and Hiziru across from him. After considering Kong Cheng's family status, he simply fixed his gaze on Hiziru. I want 55 of Kang's shares. I want participate in management only in RD. I hope Kangza can later be renamed Kangza Technology Research and Development Co., Ltd., and not be limited to just security. My next step is to research computers. Only the chip is missing. The cost can be controlled within 1000, and I think the selling price of 12000 is appropriate. I hope you'll seriously consider it. If we don't cooperate, then we'll only continue to work together on the surveillance aspect. They'll do the other projects myself. Hiziru was already excited when she heard about computers. May I ask, President Jia, why did you choose our Kangza? I think you two are decent. Then does President Jia plan to stay in Jiangxing forever? Jia suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to tell them that he still had to go to school. I'm currently a sophomore in high school, and have already been admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University early. When the time comes I'll have to go to the capital for school, and my focus will mainly be there from now on, but I won't let things here slip too much. After all, this is my roots. Hizuru glanced at Kong Chung, who nodded. Hizuru then turned her gaze back to Jia Lu. President Jia, we don't need to go back and think it over, we can give you an answer right now. Jia Lu was not surprised as he had thoroughly understood Kong Zhe during his time there. Jia Lu's gaze shifted to Hizuru, waiting for her to speak. Hizuru muttered inwardly. So young yet even more mature and composed than oneself. President Jia, we have no issues with what you've proposed except for one condition. From now on, if you ever decide to sell your shares, we hope you'll consider us first. After all, Kong Zhe was built step by step by us with no external investment, just riding a favorable wave to modest success. So we never allocated shares in the company, only separated the company accounts from personal ones. Once you've sorted out the accounts, find a lawyer to redistribute the shares and sign a contract. They'll still take 70% of the monitored profits, and future RD will follow the contract terms. Although I won't be involved in management, any major direction changes need my approval. Any problems? Hizuru was slightly excited. No problems at all. It's perfect to have someone leading the way. Otherwise, would have to invest a huge amount of time and money upfront to support researchers for technological breakthroughs, and there's no guarantee of success. The cost is simply too high. Jia Lu appreciated Hizuru's straightforward manner of dealing with things. After all, it was the couple who had gained the advantage, and what he dreaded most was them reluctantly agreeing while acting as if they had been taken advantage of. Setting up a company isn't difficult. Just find a front person to put on paper. The real challenge lies in technological breakthroughs. Nowadays, tech products are expensive, and their prices remain high because companies invest huge amounts of time and money upfront, and if the later returns aren't substantial, they can't even balance the books, let alone make a profit. After the two left, Jia Lu assembled a few more things before heading to rest. The next day, Su Fuchen arrived with Zhu Qinglin, the address provided by Su's grandfather. Su Fuchen hadn't expected that his daughter could afford to live in Tianshui Renjian. It seemed the surveillance business had made quite a bit of money. Zhu Qinglin rang the doorbell. Jia Lu thought it was Kong Chung and his wife, but when she opened the door, she saw two unfamiliar faces. Without much thought, she asked, puzzled, "Are you looking for the wrong place?" Jia Lu had no memory of a father figure, not even once, so naturally she didn't know what Su Fuchen looked like. All her knowledge of the Su family came from Chun Yu's constant chatter. Zhu Qinglin looked at the young girl before him. She didn't resemble Su Fuchen at all. She must take after her mother. For a moment, there was an awkward silence. Su Fuchen adjusted his glasses and spoke. "I am your father." Jia Lu gave him a proper look. In truth, they were indeed father and daughter. The glint in her eyes brightened, leading Su Fuchen to misinterpret it. He thought it would be difficult to persuade her, but she was just putting on an act. "Come in and talk." Jia Lu let them in, but didn't bother to entertain them. Instead, she went to her desk and quickly wrote a declaration voluntarily renouncing her claim to the Su family's assets. She didn't care whether it was legally binding or not. She had promised the original her, and she just needed to fulfill it. She returned to the sofa with the paper in hand, not even sparing a glance at Su Fuchen. But Su Fuchen spoke first. "A fine house, yet you filled it with so much junk. Tidy it up." Jia Lu looked at Zhu Qinglin with sincere eyes. "Madam Zhu, please take a look at this declaration I just wrote. I'm very sorry for my mother's actions, but it takes two to tango, and your husband is also at fault. I hope this is the first and last time we meet. From now on, let's not disturb each other and live as if we're dead to one another. Thank you both." As she spoke, her face wore a distant, polite, fake smile. Su Fuchen snatched the so-called declaration, glanced at it, and sneered. "What makes you think you have a share of the Su family's assets? Ridiculous." Jia Lu also found it laughable. They had ignored her for 15 years, never once treating her existence as significant. Yet this was the original host's wish, for she feared that if she took over this body, she would not endure hardship, would not survive, and would lack the backbone to beg for a return to the Su family. If that happened, she would surely die with her eyes open. Jia Lu spoke unhurriedly. "Old Master Su is quite eager for me to return, even to stay in the old mansion. This matter? Well, it's hard to say." Zhu Qinglin retrieved the declaration, smiled, and interjected. "Jia Lu, is it? Your father didn't mean that. Don't misunderstand. We came today specifically to take you home." Jia Lu found their marital relationship truly convoluted. She met Zhu Qinglin's gaze, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. "I've made my meaning perfectly clear. It's not hard to understand, is it? First, I want to take a single thing from the Su family, and the Su family shouldn't set their sights on me. Second, I am an orphan, and my surname is Jia. Third, I hope this is our last meeting. Do you understand, Miss Zhu? You think installing a surveillance camera and earning a few bucks makes you something special? The road ahead is long." Su Fuchen wasn't about to humor her any longer. After speaking, he ignored Zhu Qinglin and left on his own. Zhu Qinglin, however, made no move to rise. She regarded Zha's less mature demeanor, inwardly cursing Su Fuchen as a beast, but her face softened as she addressed Zha Lu gently. You don't need to apologize on behalf of your mother. Matters between adults have nothing to do with children. Besides, she has already paid the price. A wasted life gone too soon. Zha Lu didn't know why Zhu Qinglin had stayed. She remained silent, refusing to engage. Zhu Qinglin's expression relaxed, a smile playing on her lips as she confessed, this time, bringing you back was Old Master's idea. Your demonstrated talent and ability in technology caught the Su family's eye. They're covetous. Otherwise, none of the other illegitimate daughters outside have ever been actively brought back. So she wasn't the Su family's only illegitimate daughter. That was quite something. How much water had Qin Yu's brain taken in? Doesn't it hurt? Telling me all this so calmly. Zhu Qinglin furrowed her brows. It did hurt at first. Although it was an arranged marriage, she trailed off, then said, let's not talk about this. You're just a child, you wouldn't understand. Her tone softened as she continued. Are you really not coming back? Auntie will try to take care of you. I won't mistreat you. After all, you don't seem like someone who would take any nonsense lying down. Old Master lives alone in the old mansion, and he's quite lonely. Zha Lu cut her off, reminding her it was time to leave. Ms. Zhu, if there's nothing else, I have things to do. Zhu Qinglin rose. All right, I won't disturb you then. The Su family is always open to you whenever you want. Zha Lu wondered if these people simply didn't understand plain language. After seeing her out, she continued tinkering with the flying out device. The moment Zhu Qinglin got into the car, Su Fuchen asked eagerly, what did she say? It doesn't seem like an act. She genuinely doesn't want to return. Su Fuchen snorted. I'm going to the office. You go back to the old mansion and report truthfully. We've done our part. That talent of hers is probably just fussing over a surveillance camera. Nothing to take too seriously. Right now, opening up the overseas market is the priority. Zhu Qinglin didn't feel like talking, so she simply nodded. A child with sound values and real ability would never return to the Su family. Outside, she was an orphan with talent and brilliance. What could she possibly gain by returning to the Su family? She would get nothing and be branded with the label of illegitimate daughter. The Su family had been in Jiang City for too long. They had grown too full of themselves, failing to see the essence of things and underestimating this illegitimate daughter. Zha Lu made a trip to the technology city, then locked himself at home for 2 days. Finally, the instant fly was a success. But it couldn't fly far. Each flight lasted only 15 minutes before he had to find a landing spot, restart, and take off again. Because the chip couldn't meet 26th century standards, he had to lower the requirements, and the result was that the product's performance fell short. Now chip research had become a top priority. Whether it was the instant fly or the upcoming computers, everything needed to be custom-built from scratch. But the more advanced the chip, the higher the purity of the silicon wafer required, a tricky challenge. Importing from country D would increase costs. Zha Lu kept deleting and adjusting, searching for alternatives. When Mayor Lu called, Zha Lu was still immersed in his own world. Zha Lu, didn't we agree to talk in a few days? Why haven't you made any moves? Zha Lu raised his hand and rubbed his brow. I've been working on something, so it's a bit late. Mayor Lu was delighted to hear that Zha Lu was researching something. Hey, race the thing. I'm having dinner tomorrow evening with the chief of the Ningxing Police Bureau. He's quite interested in you. How about we have a casual meal together and finalize the details for your lecture? Send me the time and place. All right, it's settled then. After hanging up, Zha Lu decided to take a stroll around the technology city. When he had no ideas, the best choice was to clear his mind and relax. At the Su family's old residence. What brings a busy man like you back alone, eh? Old Master Su looked at his youngest son, a rare hint of teasing in his voice. Just came to see you, and also to ask about that illegitimate daughter of Big Brother's. Has she been brought back yet? Su Fuchen sat down and poured a cup of tea for the old man. No, she doesn't want to come back. The old man felt a pang of regret at the mention of it. Father Kangcheng and Hizuru came to the firm this morning to see one of our partners. They essentially wanted to draft 2 contracts. Kangza Security is going to change its name, and the shares will be redistributed. That child named Zha Lu alone gets 55, Hizuru 30, and Kangcheng 15. Kangza Security has effectively changed hands, the old man said, tapping the arm of his chair, his gaze unfocused. Yes, it's not a small company, and its development prospects are good. The couple was happy to do it, which makes me wonder what sweet deal convinced them to agree to such a lopsided distribution. Kangcheng, for one, is known for being stingy. That means that child's talent is even greater than we thought. I haven't seen the actual surveillance product, but the city directly ordered 30,000 units. Clearly it's excellent. And that's just the market in Nan City. What about other cities? What about abroad? With technology, once you break through, the research is done. The production cost is low and the profit is substantial. It seems she won't come back. She probably harbors resentment toward our Su family. Do you want to let her grow? Su Fuqian said this without mincing words. Old Master Su glanced at Su Fuqian. That's why the family business wasn't handed over to you. This is beyond our ability to stop now. Even the Su family can't secure a partnership with her collaborators. And you'd need a product of at least comparable quality to compete. Right now she has a monopoly with no competition. Could you sabotage this business and still deliver something of similar quality to Mayor Lu? Su Fuqian lowered his head and said nothing, his expression unreadable. The old man took a sip of the tea Su Fuqian had poured. Even if she doesn't want to come back to the Su family, we must not make an enemy of her. I understand, father. Stay for dinner tonight. And call your big brother over. I need to talk to him properly. He's as stubborn as a mule. None of them are worry-free. After saying this, old master Su couldn't help thinking, if only Cha Lu were a boy. Busy until 6 o'clock, Cha Lu packed up and headed toward Ning City. Carrying her immediate flight device was somewhat conspicuous. She landed only once midway, taking 21 minutes to reach the Banyan Tree Mountain Villa that Mayor Lu had mentioned. The receptionist at the entrance stared blankly as Cha Lu descended from the sky, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time. As Cha Lu walked toward him, he instinctively stepped back 2 paces. The private room reserved by Mayor Lu. Thighs way, please, this way. The receptionist couldn't help stammering, though he tried to control it. When Cha Lu arrived, Mayor Lu hadn't shown up yet. Director Lu, however, was already there. Cha Lu entered, removing her helium tank equipment, and said, "Hello, I'm Cha Lu." Director Lu, who had been sitting idly, perked up and greeted her warmly. "Cha Lu, come sit over here. My surname is Lu, you can call me Uncle Lu. Shall I call you Lulu?" Before Cha Lu could respond, Director Lu continued, "The ingredients at this villa are all fresh. You have to go outside to see the actual items and order. Lulu, are you hungry? If you are, Uncle will take you outside to order. No need to wait for Mayor Lu." "Thank you, but I'm not hungry yet." Director Lu became even more delighted. Since Lulu has nothing to do, why not take a look at these case files and offer some guidance? Cha Lu. She had no choice but to take the case files and briefly flip through them. She then suggested, "These cases all have strong personal styles. I think they can be discussed in class when the time comes. Also, there's one issue: too many people and too much chaos. Just send the key personnel from the police bureau for training. Police bureaus across Nan City can send people over. Since we're having class anyway, we might as well let them all listen together. Reducing the crime rate across the entire Nan City is Mayor Lu's goal. Even if Cha Lu didn't bring it up at tonight's dinner, Mayor Lu would have mentioned it. He is the mayor of the entire Nan City, not just Ning City alone. From a big-picture perspective, benefiting the whole of Nan City would be the best outcome." Lila makes a good point. "At such a young age, you're so thoughtful. Very good." Director Lu took the case files that Cha Lu handed back. When Mayor Lu entered, he brought another person with him. A man exuding righteousness, clearly a military officer, but he looked a bit dull. "Cha Lu, you're here so early. Come, let me introduce you. This is a younger member of my family currently serving in the military district, Lu Feng." "Lu Feng, this is Cha Lu." Cha Lu had no choice but to stand up and greet him. Director Lu glanced at them, inwardly despising Mayor Lu's scheme, though his expression remained neutral. At just 15 and already plotting matchmaking, truly unbecoming of a gentleman. He then earnestly thought through all the younger members of his own family. Cha Lu felt helpless as she disliked dealing with such matters. "Hello, Mr. Lu." Before leaving, Lu Feng had been thoroughly instructed by his uncle and felt quite resistant. But now seeing Cha Lu, he was glad he had come. "Cha Lu." He had initially intended to say Miss Cha, but changed his mind midway, deciding it was more appropriate to address her directly by name. "Come, old Lu, let's go order food and let the young people chat." Mayor Lu dragged Director Lu off to order dishes. It couldn't have been more obvious. The private room was awkward, neither spoke. Cha Lu simply wasn't interested, while Lu Feng seemed shy. The atmosphere didn't improve until the two returned from ordering. Mayor Lu, I'd like to ask, suppose I invented a vehicle that can fly at low altitudes of 500 meters. What procedures would be required to use it legally and reasonably? Cha Lu stated the purpose of her visit tonight. Mayor Lu was curious. Did such a vehicle really exist? You would need to apply for a special flight permit, specify the usage time, have the flight vehicle's safety performance inspected, and an evaluation report issued, and then you can submit the application. It didn't sound too complicated. I can't drive yet because I'm not old enough and I don't want to buy a car or hire a driver. Suppose I invent a personal flying vehicle and am willing to cooperate with the relevant authorities for inspections. Could you, Mayor Lu, help expedite the review process? Of course it's possible. Currently the regulations are not strict and there are basically no flight routes for aerial travel. Even if there were, they would hardly pass through here, especially when flying low at 500 meters. However, favors cannot be given away so easily as it would seem worthless. A small matter, Jala. With your talent, have you considered joining the national team or a research institute? Let the nation's technology lead the world. He'll consider it later. For now, I want to focus on building my own business empire, supporting myself, and gaining absolute strength before I have a voice. Jia Lu expressed his thoughts confidently and candidly. Lu sure understood. It was normal to achieve oneself before serving the country. If this young lady could be brought into the Lu family, it would be a blessing for the Lu family. Thinking this, he glanced at Lu Feng. It would have been better not to look. A blushing face, even a blind man could tell he had taken a liking to Jia Lu. The meal left Jia Lu extremely uncomfortable, and he silently decided to avoid such dinners in the future as much as possible. After the meal, they discussed the flight application and arranged a time for the day after tomorrow for classes. The 6 cities of Nanshur sent representatives to gather directly at the city government for unified instruction. A group of people came out after the meal, all having driven. Lu Shur and LV Ju competed to give Jia Lu a ride, but Jia Lu couldn't get a word in. When they reached the open space and turned on the floodlight, it dazzled everyone's eyes. The illumination and visibility were too good, weren't they? Before anyone could react, Jia Lu adjusted his direction and flew away. Mayor Lu then remembered the hypothesis Jia Lu had mentioned during the dinner. Stunned, he said, "How is this a hypothesis? It's clearly already been developed." Lu Feng could hear his own heartbeat. If possible, in a few years Jia Lu could become his other half. LV Ju reacted quickly. "Lu sure will take my leave. Drive safe. He'll go back to the police station to see who's suitable for the training." After taking off, Jia Lu turned off the searchlight. Nowadays the earth is not heavily polluted, the moon is bright, visibility is high, the sky is full of stars, and a gentle summer breeze makes it very comfortable. When he arrived at the courtyard, he saw Kong Chung and Hiruru just getting out of the car. "Holy crap, boss Jia, how did you fly down from the sky? I remember telling you a few days ago that I was researching personal flying vehicles," Jia Lu said as he unloaded the helium tank and opened the courtyard door. "Come in first, we'll talk inside." Kong Cheng's heart was restless. He wanted to try the flying vehicle and chased after Jia Lu, asking, "What's it called? How safe is it? Can anyone fly it?" "It's called Fly Immediately. It's safe enough, but not recommended for people with acrophobia, heart disease, pregnant women, children under 16, or adults over 55. Hiruru nudged Kong Cheng. "Get to the point." Kong Cheng's enthusiasm dampened a bit. He took a contract from his bag. "Boss Jia, hey, race a new contract. Please take a look." Jia Lu looked up at Kong Cheng, raising an eyebrow at the use of please. He took the contract and examined it carefully. It was a semi-formal contract, essentially still waiting until he turned 16. After a moment, "No problem, you've put thought into this." Jia Lu got up, fetched a pen from the table, returned to the living room, and signed the contract in the presence of the couple, making 2 copies. The contract was merely symbolic. Jia Lu was not worried. After all, in the future, he could make or break Kong Zhe, and there were plenty of options. It all depended on the couple's attitude. Hiruru took the contract and said, "Both surveillance camera production lines are already in operation. The 500 units for the police bureau can be delivered the day after tomorrow, and the 30,000 for the city can be produced in 2 months as calculated." "Boss Jia, what are your plans afterward?" "I promised Mayor Lu that I wouldn't sell the surveillance cameras to other places for half a year. They're getting rid of their second-hand surveillance equipment, so give them some time. When the time comes, hire a large sales team to promote and take orders in every city. Buy a piece of land in Jiangxing, build a building belonging to Kong Zhe, set up a storefront, and leave the computer research and development to me. You just manage the company. Don't apply for patents yet." Hiruru felt immensely relieved. Jia Lu had thought of everything even more thoroughly than she had. As long as he had a plan for the patent issue, it was fine. "As you say, boss Jia, we won't disturb you then. When you're free, we'll go authenticate the contract and make it official." After the couple left, Jia Lu stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Jia Lu spent the entire day at home and arrived as promised the next day. Using the instant flight, she flew to an open space not far from the city government, then walked to the government building. The receptionist was the same young woman as last time. "Miss Jia, Secretary Wang has already instructed. You can go directly to the meeting room on the 2nd floor." Jia Lu nodded in thanks. "I'll leave this here with you. He'll pick it up when I leave. I'll find the meeting room myself." She handed the helium tank to her. She walked toward the meeting room. This time the training roster included 8 from Ningxing, 8 from Jiangxing, 4 from Guangxing, 2 from Xinjiang, 4 from Jincheng, and 6 from Xiqing. The training notice clearly stated that at most 8 people could be sent, and at least 2. Jia Lu arrived at the meeting room, found a corner to sit, and listened to their discussion. "This training is so grand, held at the city government. Who is the expert they invited? Does anyone know?" "No idea, it was announced suddenly yesterday." "Same here. And I noticed even the leaders themselves don't know much. They just said to send the elite from each bureau for training. So everyone here is elite, right? They also brought unsolved case files for analysis. I wonder what they'll analyze. All cold cases that couldn't be solved. We brought ours too." Jia Lu couldn't yet tell who was who, so she just listened for fun. Unexpectedly, the topic quickly turned to her. "Girl, which bureau are you from? I haven't seen you before. And are you even an adult? You look very young." Jia Lu pointed at herself, and the man nodded. "I'm from Jiangxing," she answered evasively. "Is Zhou Xing still the team leader in Jiangxing?" Jala nodded. Yes, Captain Joe. I heard your captain solved several major cases. It's all over our bureau. How did he do it? Jala gestured with her chin toward the door. He's here. You can ask him yourself. Behind Captain Joe were 7 people, including Chin Chun. They all found seats. Chin Chun sat beside Jalo and asked, Jalo, why didn't you come with us? We drove, which is more convenient than taking the bus. Jalo saw 8 more people entering through the door, people she recognized. She stood up and said, I came on my own because I flew here. She slowly walked to the head of the table, stood there, and looked at the people who had taken their seats. Counting them, everyone was here. No time to waste. Let's introduce ourselves. He'll start. I'm from Jiangqing. My name is Jalo. The man who had just chatted with Jalo stood up. Hello everyone, I'm from Xiqing. My name is Wang Qiji. One by one they continued. Xiqing Wuan. Xiqing Wu Pengfei. Xiqing He Miao Miao. Xiqing Huang Zhong. Xiqing Jiang Bingxua. Xiqing Zhu Xiao. Xiqing Guan Fanjin. After this round of introductions, Jalo barely managed to recognize everyone. It was Huang Zhong from Xiqing who first reacted. Only 8 people are allowed. How did you Jiangqing send 9? Jalo didn't answer his question. Instead she said to Wu Hongjuan, Wu Hongjuan, did you bring the case files? Wu Hongjuan, startled by Jala's call, stood up abruptly. Miss Jia, I brought them. Jalo extended her hand. Wu Hongjuan trotted over and handed them to her. Jala flipped through the files and began to speak. Arson cases. At different times, 3 locations, Xing'an residential area, Long'an parking lot, and Changhong building. 1 person died each time. At Xing'an residential area, the victim was a shopping mall salesperson. At Long'an parking lot, it was the principal of Ningxing Elementary School. At Changhong building, it was an elderly woman. As she spoke, Jia Lu wrote the key information on the blackboard. Jia Lu rapped on the blackboard and said, take a look at this information. Can anyone tell me what you can deduce? The conference room was silent. No one spoke. Are you using your brains as mere decorations? Such a simple question, and the entire room is silent. Zhou Xing voiced his opinion. This is a premeditated murder, not a random arson. Each time precisely 1 person died, and the victim was someone the arsonist disliked. Good. Anything else? Zhou Xing shook his head. There's too little information in this case. Jala shook his head. Actually, there's plenty. First, arsonists are generally cowards. Humble and submissive in life, appearing friendly, even respectable. But they share a trait: they often abused animals as children, have low empathy, and almost no compassion. Premeditated murder is less concerning because you can trace the arsonist through the victims. What's truly alarming is someone who creates panic in crowded places to retaliate against society, leaving no trace, living like a ticking time bomb. Jala wrote on the blackboard, broken family, antisocial personality, sudden thrill from the stimulus of killing, psychological issues. Sometimes we need to think from the perpetrator's perspective. However, since everyone's cognition, experiences, and family backgrounds differ, it's impossible for everyone to think alike. At this point, we must actively try to infer what kind of person the arsonist is. In this case, strive to find commonalities among the 3 victims. There will be discoveries. Jia Lu continued to lecture regardless of whether they listened. Those who were prepared, like Wu Hongjun and Zhou Xing, had already started taking notes. The rest either found it insightful and pondered, or deemed it a waste of time. Can I have a case here? Analyze it. It was Yin Xiansheng from Guangxing who spoke. Jia Lu took the case file, leaned back, and said calmly, for women raped and murdered successively. They all came from relatively well-off families. The murder weapon hasn't been found. The crimes occurred during the daytime. Any thoughts, everyone? Jia Lu erased the content on the blackboard and wrote down the new case. No one spoke. Home invasion, rape, followed by murder. The victims are older women. First, rule out a middle-aged man. It should be a young male between 20 and 25. There's a hint of an Oedipus complex, but he fears his mother. He currently lives with his mother under long-term oppression and treads carefully in life. Either he has been abandoned by his mother since childhood and hates her, or he has always been oppressed. Which one it is requires other evidence. Committing crimes during the day indicates he is familiar with the surroundings and highly confident. He brings his own tools. Consider whether his work schedule allows him only daytime hours. Think broadly, guess wildly. Enumerate every possibility you can imagine, then use other evidence to verify whether your judgments are correct. Jia Lu was teaching them how to think, not directly offering his own conclusions. 2 hours a day, initially agonizing, but now they felt the time was too short. Jia Lu briefly provided insights on the case files they brought, telling them to reinvestigate the cases. That's all for today. See you next month. I hope you'll revisit your cases and apply the knowledge we discussed today. Reverse thinking, empathizing with the perpetrator, and examining the case from different angles. Jia Lu left before anyone could react. The conference room remained silent for a long time. Some were still organizing their notes while others studied the case files anew. This was a promising start. Jia Lu returned home to study the chip, but found himself lacking many components. He went to bed early, and the next morning he took a bus to the nearest bustling city, Haishur. After a grueling 4-hour journey, he used the helium tank as a pillow, dozing and jostling along the way. By the time he arrived in Haishi, he felt utterly exhausted. Yet looking at the surrounding infrastructure, he felt as if he had stepped into a different world. Compared to Jiangxing, Haishi already boasted numerous high-rise buildings. After making some inquiries, he arrived at Beidong Road. Strolling through the area, he found that the products were both more abundant and cheaper than those in Jiangxing, with a wider variety of styles. Naturally, his needs multiplied. As he shopped his way down the street, he picked up a piece of news. Next year in 2001, an electronics market would be established right here, though the exact date was still under negotiation. Since it wasn't a newly built structure, the acquisition model was still being debated. Some original stallholders refused to relocate, prolonging the talks. Without a unified venue for selling electronics, it couldn't truly be considered a dedicated electronics market. He continued buying until he could no longer carry anything more. After packing up a considerable number of items, he called for the best and most expensive courier service to ship a large portion of his purchases back to Jiangxing. This trip had yielded good results. In particular, he learned that the source of their goods was Yueshur, the city with the best technology in the country. Jala felt an urge to go there. He grabbed a simple meal. Then he rushed to catch the last bus back to Jiangxing. The return bus was rickety and shaky, clearly a second-hand vehicle retired from a big city far inferior to the one he had taken on the way there. The constant jolting made Jala dizzy. Strangely, the child in the front seat slept through the entire journey without waking up. Despite the heat and the shaking, the infant less than a year old didn't let out a single whimper or move a muscle. It was abnormal. A normal child would have fussed in the heat and resisted discomfort. It's an innate skill. Observing the passengers, Jia Lu noticed a man in plain clothes who carried himself like a soldier. Occasionally, the man's gaze would drift toward the woman and the child, lingering with subtle suspicion. His gaze also swept intermittently to the area behind Jia Lu. Pretending to stretch and loosen his neck, Jia Lu turned his head and caught a glimpse. Another soldier. Someone was handling it, he thought, and lowered his head to feign sleep. When the bus stopped at a service area and everyone got off to rest, Jala noticed as he stepped down that the man behind him carried a distinct odor, the same smell as the woman holding the child. Jala couldn't identify it. Pretending to be carsick, he crouched by the bus and watched the passengers disembark one by one. An auntie in a redan green headscarf even asked, "Girl, you okay?" Jala was momentarily taken aback. He shook his head and turned toward the restroom. The restroom at that time was quite foul-smelling, and they even charged an extra dime. As he passed the soldier, Jia Lu pretended to vomit, lunging toward him and gripping his arm tightly, digging his fingers into his bicep. The soldier naturally supported him to the side, and Jia Lu seized the opportunity to whisper, "The man in army green clothes on the bus, the auntie with the redan green headscarf. They're with that woman. Be careful." "How do you know?" Ji Guangran stared at Jia Lu, not missing a single flicker of expression on his face. "You're clearly a soldier. Your posture is too rigid, your gait too firm, and steady, your bearing too resolute. You've been in the army for a short time, I'd say no more than 3 years, and this is your first mission. You have a comrade sitting 2 rows behind me. Am I correct?" Ji Guangran didn't need to answer. His eyes had already told Jia Lu the truth. "Those 2 people I mentioned, they have a certain smell. I can't describe it exactly, but they all ate together at noon. There's a sour, musty note to it. If you walk past them, you'll know what I mean. Your eyes are too honest. Relax a bit." After saying this, Jia Lu returned to the bus. One thing he didn't mention: based on their genetic markers, the 2 were mother and son, yet they sat separately, pretending not to know each other. The auntie's gaze when she looked at him was appraising, as if she were calculating his worth. After Jia Lu left, the other comrade, Li Liang, hurried over. "What did that girl say? You were talking for so long." Ji Guangran replied casually. "She said there are several accomplices on the bus, and she knows you and I are soldiers." Li Liang was alarmed. "What? Exposed to? Get on the bus first, then see what we can do." The 2 separated, boarding one after the other. As Ji Guangran got on, he glanced at the 2 men Jia Lu had mentioned. When Li Liang boarded, he looked at Jia Lu instead. Jia Lu hugged the helium tank like a pillow and pretended to sleep. This was an essential tool for getting home from the bus station, so she couldn't afford any mistakes. The bus set off again, this time heading straight to the terminal Jiangxing without any stops in between. After arriving, the few people dawdled with their luggage. Ji Guangran and Li Liang did the same. Their acting was terrible, and Jia Lu couldn't bear to watch. She stepped forward and asked, "Is it because if the child is unharmed you can't make a move to arrest them?" Ji Guangran knew they couldn't stall any longer, so he nodded. Before he could react, Jia Lu, with the helium tank on her back, dashed over at lightning speed, snatched the child and ran. The woman screamed, "Kidnapper!" The man in military green and the headscarf-wearing auntie quickly pretended to be good Samaritans and rushed to help. Just as Jia Lu was about to be caught, she suddenly flew up. Carrying the child in her arms, she ascended into the air. She didn't fly away, but circled around, soaring back and forth. Ji Guangran snapped out of it. and charged at the man, subduing him before he could recover. Li Liang made a choice and tackled the woman who had been holding the child. The auntie tried to flee, but Jia Le landed a kick. Captain Zhou and his team, who had arrived on orders to assist, quickly subdued the auntie. Jia Le landed and pointed at a man. "Arrest that guy in the jeans and white shirt too." Chen Shun was the closest and made the first move. It was safe now. Jia Lu voluntarily handed the child to Ji Guangran and reminded him, "Take him to the hospital immediately. He hasn't woken up despite all this commotion. The dosage was too strong." Ji Guangran passed the child to Li Liang. He was determined to stick with Jia Lu, and the group headed to the police station in a crowd. After giving her statement, Jia Lu was about to leave when Chen Shun approached. "Jia Lu, none of the four are confessing. What should we do? Captain Zhou sent me to ask if you have any ideas." Ji Guangran stayed silent, puzzled as to why they were consulting Jia Lu. He was now intensely curious about her. "Are their statements consistent?" Chen Shun reported, "No, they're inconsistent. They all have legitimate jobs and legitimate reasons for coming to Jiangxing. The four claim not to know each other. One simply says the child was snatched. The man in military green says he was helping out of kindness. The auntie is throwing a tantrum and refusing to talk properly. The last one you told us to arrest says he just stayed to watch the excitement. Then they're not ordinary traffickers. Traffickers usually don't have steady jobs, they're homeless drifters. Check what drug the child was given to cause the coma, and also look into the child's parents. Ask the military operatives what they know. Don't rush the four." Chen Shun urged, "We have to hurry. If we don't find a reason, we'll have to release them within 24 hours. If the woman insists the child is hers, threaten to send them to the capital for a paternity test. The man in military green and the auntie are mother and son. Check that, and you'll find it. The man I told you to AR." Ji Guangran, who had been listening nearby, felt his eyelid twitch. He blocked Jia Le. "You can't leave. You know too much. The military needs to investigate you. And that thing you used to fly, we need to examine it too." Jia Le rolled her eyes. Who could blame her? In the 26th century, children were precious. She just couldn't help meddling. Jia Le found a comfortable spot to sit. She couldn't leave anyway, but Chen Shun was busy rushing to find Captain Zhou. "Jia Le, make yourself comfortable. They'll go talk to Captain Zhou about what you just said." Jia Le closed her eyes and waved a hand. After a long day, she was truly exhausted. Jia Le was summoned to the interrogation room. When the military personnel arrived, Jia Le's eyes lit up. This was the most attractive person she had seen since arriving in this era. Guli looked at the young girl before him. If not for the background check, he would have suspected that Ji Guangran and Li Liang had tricked him. Jia Le had intended to whistle, but considering her current situation, she relaxed her pursed lips and puffed out her cheeks. Guli glanced at the video recorder, confirmed it was on, then picked up a notebook and pulled out a chair to sit down. "Let's cut the crap. I ask, you answer. Any problem? Begin." Jia Le couldn't wait. At this moment she longed for her big bed. "What's your name and age?" Jia Le pressed her tongue against her front teeth. "Jia Le, 15. At this age you should be in the second year of junior high, right? Dropped out so early." Jia Le shifted her position and spoke lazily. "I was smart as a kid, skipped grades. Now I'm in senior 2, already been recommended to Beijing University, so I don't go to school." Guli was a bit surprised by this answer. It wasn't in the file. He looked down at his notebook. "What were you doing in Haishur?" "Scouting for some electronic products." "Where are the goods?" Jia Le was a bit impatient. "By courier." "Get to the point." "I'm sleepy and want to go home to sleep." Guli was silent for a moment, feeling that the normal interrogation mode might not work on the girl before him. He closed the notebook and asked, "Why do you say the arrested people are spies?" "Your two colleagues, if you observe carefully their military temperament, is quite obvious. Yet on the 4-hour journey those arrested were suspicious, but never doubted them, which shows they don't know much about our country. So I guess they're low-level spies with mediocre professions, not exposed to such things, and not really raised in our country. Their main task is to randomly lie low in different places as a contingency. And I also guess if the military is involved, how could it be such small fry? So the big fish knew they were being watched, and did the opposite, using these insignificant underlings to transfer the child." Guli straightened his posture. "What's their relationship? How did you know?" "By reading faces. Genetics is powerful, it's passed down through the lineage. No matter how similar the flesh and skin look, the bones don't lie." Guli asked with a sardonic smile, "Can you see bones through flesh?" "I actually can." Guli didn't believe it. Too absurd. It's like a modern person traveling back to ancient times and telling the ancients that in the future human civilization will have no emperor, people will be equal and free, there will be cars that travel at hundreds of kilometers per hour, humans will fly in the sky, both boys and girls can go to school, women won't have to bind their feet, and there will be endless food. The ancients would not believe a single word. Guli changed the subject. "What is that flying thing you have? Would you mind if our people dismantle it for research?" "I named it Like Shu Instant Fly. I don't mind. They'll give it to you." Jia Le could now whip up a Like Shu in 2 days, so she might as well be generous and give it to them for research as a contribution. Guli felt it was about enough and prepared to release her. Go home and rest well. If we need your cooperation, we'll contact you again. As soon as Cha Lo left the interrogation room, she saw Bureau Chief Guan approaching. Cha Lo, are you okay? I'm fine. Bureau Chief Guan breathed a sigh of relief. This was a talent of Jiang City. He turned to complain to Guli. Colonel Gu, I told you Cha Lo had no problem, right? What could be the problem? She is the pride of our Jiang City. Guli said, just routine, and left. Cha Lo also said goodbye. Bureau Chief Guan, the pride of Jiang City, can't handle it anymore. I need to go back and rest. You go ahead with your work. Bureau Chief Guan was confused. Wait for me, pride. We'll take you back. The two walked out chatting idly. Cha Lo closed his eyes to rest as soon as he got in the car. It was his first time riding in a police car. Rongyao, where do you live? Tianshui Rinjian, no. 12. Director Guan said enviously, a standalone villa, huh? Yeah, Director Guan work hard to earn money and move in to be my neighbor. Director Guan sighed dejectedly, forget it. A house that's big enough is fine. I need to keep some cash in reserve. There are 4 elderly people at home. Half a day passed without a response. He turned to look and saw that Cha Lo had already fallen asleep. Director Guan shook his head helplessly. You little girl, not a shred of vigilance. Cha Lo wasn't fully asleep. He could hear Director Guan's words, but he was too tired to respond. Director Guan dropped him off, shook him awake, and watched from the car as Cha Lo entered the gate, and the light came on before he left reassured. Cha Lo was immensely grateful for inventing the shower machine. Being able to get fully clean in just a few dozen seconds and quickly catch some sleep was incredibly comfortable. He slept straight until noon. After waking up, he took the last 3 steamed buns from the fridge, heated them up, and ate them while walking. He planned to go to the company to check on progress, and also mentioned that he wanted to go to U City mainly because he was out of money. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered a beautiful woman striking up a conversation. Little sister, it seems hard to get a taxi around here. Is there a bus? Cha Lo swallowed his steamed bun before answering seriously. Isn't that car across the street waiting for you, Mrs. Gu? Duan Qir's expression froze. Where did I slip up? You didn't slip up. I remember telling your husband yesterday that I can see bones through appearance. Similarly, when a couple lives together for a long time, they gradually develop something called married couple resemblance. Although you two look young, you must have been married for at least 5 years, right? Duan Qir surrendered. Where are you going? We'll give you a ride. Hearing this, Cha Lo relaxed his furrowed brow and gave a smile. Great. I'm going to Kangza Technology RD Co. Ltd. No. 166, Jiangxing Avenue. Duan Qir led Cha Lo to the car across the street. Guli and Ji Guangran in the car were a bit out of the loop. After getting in the car, Duan Qir said to the driver Ji Guangran, Xiao Ji, go to No. 166, Jiangxing Avenue. Gu Li's eyes questioned his wife, but Duan Qir shook her head. He, Colonel Gu, officer, Ji, we meet again. Cha Lo put away the steamed buns and continued. Actually, you don't need to test me. My ancestors for 3 generations are all in Jiangcheng. You can investigate freely. I myself grew up in Jiangcheng. Cha Lo spoke frankly and openly. The atmosphere in the car became somewhat awkward. Seeing that she understood everything, Gu Li decided to speak directly. You were only good at studies when you were young. Later your grades weren't even average. That doesn't match your current cleverness. Thanks for the compliment. I used to be supported by others and now I have to support myself. Gu Li found this explanation far-fetched, but it wasn't wrong. The car was filled with nothing but silence. Arriving at Kangza, Cha Lo got out and said, thank you for the ride. You're truly good people. Gu Li rolled up the car window, not wanting to see Cha Lo. Duan Qir waved her hand, go on in. After Cha Lo left, the atmosphere in the car improved a bit. Duan Qir spoke up first. I only said one sentence and she knew that the car was ours, and that Gu Li and I are married for over 5 years. She knew it all, just from one look at me. It's freakishly mysterious. Gu Li was lost in thought, muttering, isn't that right? The people at the police station also described her as very mysterious. Ji Guangran interjected. I don't think it's mystery, but it's just that she's extremely observant, has strong insight, is a bit clever, and knows a lot. Gu Li knew he was being a bit paranoid. The investigation results show she's clean, but my own intuition tells me something's off, and I can't convince myself otherwise. What Gu Li didn't say was that his intuition had always been accurate, never once wrong. Cha Lo went straight to Zira's office at the company, but didn't find her. He then went to Kong Cheng's office, still no one. Strolling to the meeting room, he finally spotted them. I said no one was in the office and here you all are. Kong Cheng, upon seeing Cha Lo, teased. Our esteemed President Cha finally remembers he has a company to inspect. Cha Lo lifted his eyes toward Hiziru. President, don't you want to take a shot at him for being so cheeky? Hiziru swiftly delivered a slap to Kong Cheng's back. Kong Cheng stared at his wife in disbelief. Wife, you hit me. Hiziru rolled her eyes. At the company, call me President he. Kong Cheng felt his life growing harder. Cha Lo chuckled. That's what you get for being a smart mouth. Lele, what brings you to the company today? Hiziru had observed Cha Lo closely and knew him well. He wouldn't come unless necessary, preferring to stay home and do research. I'm planning a trip to U City in a few days, disappearing for a while. I'm afraid you might not find me, so I came to let you know. Also, I want to check on the production line. Any technical issues to resolve? Any technical problems to solve? Hizuru immediately objected. You can't go to U City. It's too chaotic. There are rampant motorcycle gangs everywhere. Going alone to a place you don't know with poor public security, how can we be at ease? Kong Chung dropped his playful demeanor and added, we went there 2 years ago in 1998, with locals guiding us. We saw 3 robberies just stepping out. If you carry cash, dress, will have a bag, or wear jewelry, they'd snatch it without a second thought. It's lawless there. Cha Lu was surprised. Was the most economically developed city in later years so dangerous now? Wait. This meant it hadn't developed yet. This was an era of boundless opportunities. His eyes lit up. Don't worry, I have a plan. I've learned some self-defense, I'll protect myself. I won't dress too well, or carry much cash. They'll transfer money for purchases. I just need some funds. I'm broke, so I came to the company to get an advance. Cha Lu stated the main purpose of his visit. A trip to High City had almost exhausted his 50,000 yuan. Now his pockets were empty, and he needed money to go to U City. Hizuru knew he was determined to go. Though U City was chaotic, it was currently the most technologically advanced city, a trip that would be fruitful. She asked, is 100,000 enough? Cha Lu thought it should be sufficient. In this era, finished tech products were expensive, but parts unless large were not. Enough. They'll transfer it to you tomorrow. This money didn't go through the company accounts. It was Hizuru's personal funds. The company account only had large sums available after receiving the police department's final payment, as they had just set up a new production line. Hizuru urged again, hire a few bodyguards. It's just a few days. Personal safety comes first, understand. Chala thought, isn't that like telling everyone I'm someone important with money? But on the surface he nodded seriously. Got it, Sister Ro. The 3 discussed company business, and then left work together. Chala had dinner at their place before going home. Back home, he checked a bus from Jiang City to U City took 23 hours, essentially an entire day. But flying from Jiang City to High City took only 2 hours, and the landing was directly in Peng City. However, the bus from Jiang City to High City took 4 hours. Nen City didn't even have an airport. Truly disappointing. In the next couple of days, he would collect his packages, assemble some items, and then set off for U City. Speaking of assembling items, he had to mention the generator bought in High City. Though it was broken, its parts were still in good condition. The previous owners simply didn't know how to repair it. It was said to have been brought back from Russia, so even broken it wasn't cheap. After modifications, if the power went out, this generator could support the company's electricity for 3 days. The morning sunlight was not too harsh, but after all it was summer, carrying a hint of sultry heat. Last night Cha Lu had been organizing the parts in the living room and sorting them until 11 o'clock. Before going to bed, she forgot to turn on the air conditioner and close the curtains, so she was awakened by the heat and simply decided not to sleep anymore. After lying in bed contemplating life for 5 minutes, she got up to wash up. There was nothing to eat at home, and she didn't know how to cook, so she had no choice but to go out and find food. On the way, she stopped by a repair shop to buy a second-hand bicycle, then rode it unsteadily toward the liveliest market in Jiangqing. The market was filled with hawking shouts, cries, and even the sound of dough being slapped. A cacophony of noise, bustling and crowded. Yet it soothed the soul, a scene that would never be seen or exist in the 26th century. Since her rebirth, it was only at this moment, standing here, that Cha Lu truly felt she was alive. Lele, Mrs. Chen looked at the dazed young girl, calling her several times without a response. Cha Lu snapped back to reality and broke into a radiant smile. Aunt Shun. That smile captivated Mrs. Chen completely. Was it just because Cha Lu had grown a bit paler that her entire aura had undergone such a dramatic transformation? Youth is truly wonderful. What were you thinking about, so lost in thought that you didn't even hear me calling you several times? You'd better be careful. Crowded places are full of pickpockets. If you stand here daydreaming, someone could steal your money without you even knowing. Cha Lu subconsciously felt her pocket. Damn. She had brought about 300 yuan when she left home, bought the bicycle for 60, and the rest was all gone. Cha Lu had never imagined she would be the victim of a theft. She smiled helplessly. Aunt Chen, my money really has been stolen. Mrs. Chen tapped Cha Lu's forehead. I told you so. And reporting this to the police is useless. No evidence, no way to find the culprit. You'll just have to accept your loss. Fortunately, this girl could now earn her own money. Mrs. Chen pulled out 100 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Cha Lu. Take this for now. Cha Lu accepted the money and strolled through the market with Mrs. Chen. This incident served as a wake-up call. Being robbed was one thing, but if she were targeted or attacked? With that thought, she realized she needed to step up her physical training. This body wasn't her original one, as she only had the theoretical knowledge in her mind, without sufficient strength. If she ever encountered real trouble, it would be useless, because when it came to violence, raw power ruled supreme. The two parted ways after shopping. Mrs. Chen didn't mention the money, but Cha Lu kept it in mind. She would return it tomorrow. Cha Lu turned a corner and followed behind a young man. Earlier his gaze had been fixed on her with an unsettling look, surprise mixed with guilt. Peng Lu quickly noticed that Cha Lu was following him. Conscience-stricken, he quickened his pace and deliberately headed into an alley. Cha Lu studied his physique and the muscle groups that engaged as he walked, then decided to pursue him. When they reached a somewhat secluded spot, she took the initiative to strike, because if she continued deeper and ended up at his hideout with accomplices, her chances of winning would diminish. She pushed her bicycle forward and rammed it into him. "Give me back my money. That was my tuition fee." Peng Lu, who had been about to resist, paused upon hearing the word tuition. He voluntarily pulled out the money from his pocket, counted out 300 yuan in total, and handed it to Cha Lu. This left Cha Lu at a loss. She had been prepared to fight. "I'm sorry. Here, return it to you." Peng Lu hunched his shoulders and spoke in a low voice. Only when Cha Lu observed him up close did she realize. There was something mentally off about this man. His eyes were evasive, his demeanor timid, his clothes ill-fitting, and his hands bore many tiny wounds. He also twitched his shoulder from time to time. This was the result of long-term psychological and physical abuse. Moreover, this was a reaction that only appeared in people who were inherently extremely kind. Because when a person is bullied and oppressed to a certain point, they will resist and fight back. After all, why not take everyone down with them? This is why some people, when they no longer wish to live, would rather commit suicide than hurt others. But others, when they are about to die, want to take revenge on society and drag a group of people with them. The more common reaction among normal people is to take only those who have harmed them. Cha Lu took the money and asked, "What were you going to spend the stolen money on?" Peng Lu hunched his shoulders, remaining silent. Jia Lu watched him without a word. Peng Lu stole a glance at Jia Lu, and their eyes met abruptly. Jia Lu couldn't describe the look in Peng Lu's eyes. It was exceptionally pure, like that of a child. Having mastered the art of profiling, she suddenly found herself unable to decipher him. Jia Lu threatened him. "If you don't tell me, I'll take you to the police station, report you, and have you locked up in prison, never to come out." Peng Lu kept shaking his head as if terrified, muttering repeatedly, "I'm sorry, don't go to the police station, I can't go to the police station." "Then tell me properly, and I'll consider forgiving you," Jia Lu said, taking his hand in an attempt to soothe him. It took nearly half an hour to piece together the story. His name was Peng Lu, 20 years old. He had a sister named Peng Qi, 18, and they were orphans. Under the guise of offering shelter, the local gangsters threatened them into committing crimes. His sister was in their hands, forced to cook and clean for the gang while he was trained as a thief, stealing money and jewelry. If he failed to bring in any loot, the gang wouldn't beat him. They would instead rape his sister in front of him with different men. Peng Qi had already been pregnant twice, both ending in miscarriages. They lived at the very end of this alley. "How much do you have to steal each day to avoid being mistreated?" Peng Lu, now less frightened, replied softly, 100. "But you just gave me 300. Do you still have 100 left?" Peng Lu emptied all the money from his pocket. Jia Lu glanced at it. There was still 160. "Give me another 50, Jia Lu demanded. Peng Lu hesitated for a moment, then handed the money to Jia Lu. But the light that had once flickered in his eyes was extinguished. He had thought that Jia Lu, by asking so many questions, intended to help them, but now it seemed he was just another oppressor. Having collected 300, Jia Lu demanded another 50, leaving Peng Lu with just enough to return. Peng Lu felt a profound sorrow, an indescribable ache that filled his entire heart, making it difficult to breathe. He quickly lowered his head. Jia Lu naturally sensed his emotions, but could not say anything. People with such a simple nature wore their hearts on their sleeves. If she told him that she planned to rescue him regardless of whether it was true or false, he would be elated. But for someone who endured daily oppression, the sudden emergence of joy would be too suspicious. "You can go now. I won't report you this time, but if I catch you again, I won't let you off easily," Jia Lu declared harshly. Tears welled up in Peng Lu's eyes, and he hurried away with his head down. Watching his retreating figure, Jia Lu was at a loss. Go to the police station. Even if they took action, the consequences wouldn't be proportional, not the outcome Jia Lu desired. Unless the punishment was death, the perpetrators would eventually be released. Moreover, the police might not even intervene. Her own combat skills were certainly insufficient. It was a small gang. Even if she was skilled, they outnumbered her, and were a motley crew while she was alone. Jia Lu pushed her cart back and stopped by Mrs. Chen's house to return the money. "Aunt Chen, are you home?" Chen appeared. "Jia Lu, what brings you here?" "Officer Chen, are you off duty today?" "Emma, I swapped shifts to visit my elder sister." Jia Lu had originally planned to leave after giving the money, but now she lingered. "My money was stolen at the market this morning. I borrowed 100 from Aunt Chen. Later I found the thief, so I came to return the money." Chen stepped aside. "Come in and sit. My sister went to deliver some glutinous rice cakes to my second brother. She'll be back soon." "Who stole your money?" "Let me see if I know them." "I don't know his name. He had a shifty rat-like face, looked utterly untrustworthy, and threatened me, claiming to be a subordinate of the biggest local gangster in Jiangxing. When I asked for his name, he refused to say. Chen Chen blurted out, the biggest local gangster in Jiangcheng is Biao Ge. He does have a bunch of underlings who do nothing but shady dealings, stealing chickens and molesting dogs. Zha Lu voiced his doubt, why doesn't the police station deal with them? Chen Chen sighed. He himself doesn't commit crimes but it's all his underlings. They can't catch him red-handed. Besides, the police station can't afford to provoke him. They have too many people, and after arresting one batch another comes. It's endless and most of them are minors. The police station can't keep them locked up for long, can they? There was once an attempt to keep them locked up for a long time. But then the public order in Jiangcheng deteriorated. The kids under him collectively caused trouble, dragging more innocent people into it. Now as long as it's not too excessive, the police station turns a blind eye. Zha Lu understood the situation. This couldn't be resolved overnight, but every extra day Peng Lu and Peng Qi stayed was torture. An idea struck him. I just remembered I have something to do. Please give this money to Aunt Chun. Zha Lu handed a 100 yuan bill to Chen Chun and walked away quickly. After walking a distance, Zha Lu hired 4 burly men with money and led them back to the alley. Following the address Peng Lu had given, the environment turned out to be even worse than he had imagined. He didn't see Peng Lu, but he spotted a girl washing clothes. Zha Lu couldn't see her face, but instinctively knew she was Peng Qi. Uncles, this is the place. I followed him here. Search carefully for me. Zha Lu's voice was a bit sharp, but not unpleasant, and his demeanor perfectly mimicked a spoiled rich girl. The 4 uncles made a perfunctory show of looking around and asking questions since they had been paid. Peng Lu heard the commotion and came out to check because his sister Peng Qi was still outside washing clothes. When Peng Lu emerged, his hands were wet, indicating he had also been working. Zha Lu shouted angrily, it's him. Beat him up. How dare he steal my money? He's got a leopard's courage. One of the uncles went over and dragged Peng Lu over. Miss Assault is against the law. Let's take him to the police station instead. That was exactly what Zha Lu wanted. He had already resigned himself to sacrificing Peng Lu a little. At that moment, Peng Qi rushed out and knelt before Zha Lu. My brother stole how much? He'll pay it back. Please don't take my brother away. Peng Liu's face was full of fury. Xiao Qi, get up. Don't beg her. The commotion was loud, but no one came out to intervene, suggesting that people were watching from the shadows. You think it's about the money? I couldn't care less about that pittance. He offended me, and this isn't over. I have to lock him up for a few days to teach him that not everyone can be trifled with. Peng Qi was so desperate she kept kowtowing. Zha Lu didn't want to waste time. Since she wants to share her brother's suffering so much, take her too. Let's go to the police station. Peng Qi didn't resist and followed willingly. Zha Lu walked behind, followed by 2 men, all the way to the police station entrance. At the police station, Zha Lu gave each of the uncles 10 yuan and sent them away. Captain Zhou saw Zha Lu like this and thought he was in trouble. Zha Lu, what happened? Upon hearing this, the 4 uncles realized that the young man had connections inside the police station, which explained his arrogance. They decided it was best to take the money and leave quickly. I'm fine. Is Director Guan here? I need to see him. Captain Zhou glanced at Peng Lu and Peng Qi. We'll take you there. When Peng Lu and Peng Qi heard that the director was such a high-ranking official, especially Peng Qi, she trembled all over. Peng Lu kept holding her hand to comfort her. Zha Lu turned back and patted Peng Qi on the head. Don't be afraid. You won't have to go back to that alley anymore. Peng Lu abruptly lifted his head. Zha Lu smiled at him kindly. I pulled you out of the abyss, so you'll have to repay me well in the future. Peng Liu's eyes reddened, and he pressed his lips together with great effort, afraid that if he opened his mouth he would burst into tears. Zhou Xing led the 3 of them into Guan Zhu's office. Zha Lu wore an ingratiating smile, but before he could speak, Guan Zhu said, Oh, isn't this Rong Yao? What brings you here? What's the matter? Zha Lu's smile faded. Guan Zhu, you're really quite a piece of work. How do you mean? Zha Lu earnestly recounted the situation of Peng Lu and Peng Qi, emphasizing the need to use connections to get the siblings' ID cards reissued. Guan Zhu agreed, without hesitation, saying he would handle it. Zhou Xing was a bit surprised. This wasn't like Guan Zhu's usual style. Zha Lu led the siblings out through the back door. Zhou Xing stared at Guan Zhu and asked, Guan Zhu, why did you agree so readily? That's not like you. Guan Zhu shot Zhou Xing a glance. Can I appreciate talent? Zhou Xing said nothing, just kept staring at Guan Zhu. Meeting Zhou Xing's gaze, Guan Zhu relented somewhat and grew serious. Special cases call for special handling. Remember, the rules are rigid, but we are flexible. Offering a convenience can make life much easier for those siblings. We can't completely eradicate the underworld, so for the misfortunes it brings we help where we can. It's not like we're fabricating identities. The most admirable thing is Zha Lu's kindness. Don't dampen her confidence. Doing good deeds is right. If someone like her fails to harbor goodwill, we'll have endless trouble. Zhou Xing's eyes glinted, deepening in color, and he took the initiative. Then let me handle this. Zha Lu took the 2 to Aunt Chen's building. Aunt Chen, are you back? The reason for choosing Aunt Chen was her sincerity and warm-heartedness, making her more suitable for the siblings to meet new people, change their mindset, and reintegrate into society. It was Chen Chen who came out. Chala, my sister is busy in the kitchen and didn't hear you. Come in first. Chala led the people inside. Mrs. Chen heard the noise and came out. Lele, what's up? These siblings are looking for a place to stay. I thought I'd bring them to see you. Mrs. Chen exclaimed with delight. I do have one. 4th floor, 2 bedrooms, and a living room. It just became available the day before yesterday. The previous family of 3 moved to Ningxing. Chala decided for the 2. Then the 4th floor it is. Let them move in now. They'll bring you half a year's rent tomorrow. Let them stay for 6 months. Alright, I'll get the keys for you. Take them up. I'm busy at the moment. Mrs. Chen said as she opened the drawer to look for the keys. Chala led the 2 upstairs. She's my former landlady. I used to live here too. She's a very kind person. You stay here for now. Consider the money as a loan from me. He'll arrange jobs for you. Don't go out these couple of days, they'll take care of everything. The officer downstairs, Officer Chun, is the landlady's brother. If you run into any trouble, don't hesitate to go to him. Later he'll take you to eat and buy some daily necessities. Settle down and rest for a few days. Think about the future. The past is behind you. Hearing no response, Cha Lu turned around to find the 2 looking at him with tear-filled eyes. Don't cry. I'm not doing this without expecting anything in return. I want you to work hard and make money for me. Peng Lu pulled Peng Chi down to kneel. From now on, our lives are yours. Just give the orders. Cha Lu covered his forehead and stepped aside. Get up quickly. What era is this? Stop with that kind of nonsense. Peng Lu and Peng Chi obediently rose. Cha Lu showed them the apartment, took them to eat, and bought daily necessities. They would handle the rest tomorrow. I'm heading back now. Lock the door when you're inside and don't open it for anyone you don't know. After giving these instructions, Cha Lu got on his bicycle and rode away. Jia Lu arrived home first, studied the generator, then washed up and returned to his room to start planning how to quietly eliminate that group of so-called local bullies. If they didn't die, Peng Lu and Peng Chi couldn't live a normal life. Jiangqing was only so big, and those burdened with heinous crimes didn't deserve to live anyway. In Jia Le's view, there was no issue with that. Because of this, he had to postpone his trip to U City by a few days. He then planned the next day's tasks and went to rest. The next morning, Jia Lu rode his bicycle to the bank and withdrew 5,000 yuan. He paid the siblings rent for half a year, 480 yuan. He asked Mrs. Chen to buy groceries for the 2 of them as well when she shopped, and gave an extra 100 yuan for groceries with the understanding that any surplus would be returned or deficit made up. He also gave them 500 yuan as living expenses, bought some daily necessities that he hadn't bought the night before, and then left. It was only when Mrs. Chen came to their door with money and groceries that the siblings realized Jia Lu had visited early in the morning. Brother, why is she so good to us? This kindness frightened Peng Chi because no one had ever treated them like this, never. Peng Lu thought about it all night and roughly understood. Perhaps because he had first extended goodwill. Originally, he had stolen over 200 yuan from her, and then made it up to 300. Later, when he learned of his own situation, he felt compassion. Don't think too much. We've climbed out of the mire. We can live a normal life now. In the future, when we earn money, we'll repay her well, okay? Peng Chi nodded firmly. Actually, Peng Liu's guess was wrong. The money was stolen, and Jia Lu could have taken it back by her own means. This act of kindness was only the first step. Jia Lu did all this simply to protect his character. That after enduring countless hardships, he could still maintain a pure heart. This was the first time in all her years of profiling that Jia Lu had encountered such a person. For an ordinary person to go through what Peng Lu had experienced, and still remain kind, not wallow in self-pity, and not sink to the level of others, it was truly rare. Jia Lu had encountered him, and with her ability, she decided to lend a hand. At this moment, Jia Lu arrived at the territory where Brother Biao and his gang operated. She found an internet cafe and looked up the trading company they used as a front. The more she investigated, the more alarmed she became. The purchase orders and shipment volumes looked more like drug trafficking. She hurried back to Mrs. Chen's place. In the two-bedroom, one living room apartment, the siblings were both sitting in the living room. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Both of them, startled, quickly stood up. Peng Lu walked to the door, gripped the handle, and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Jia Lu." As soon as the word "me" came out, Peng Lu had already opened the door. Jia Lu sidled into the room and got straight to the point. "In your alley, are there still any good people? People worth helping? People who have shown you kindness? People who often fail their tasks and get beaten?" Peng Lu thought for a long time because he wasn't around much, and most of the time he was out stealing. "No, the one who gets beaten the most is my brother. They all bullied us." Jia Lu glanced at Peng Chi and pulled her into the room. "To avoid any conflict between your answers, I'll ask you separately." Closing the door, Jia Le's eyes were gentle. Though she was younger at this moment, she comforted Peng Chi like an older sister, reaching out to stroke Peng Chi's hair. Peng Chi couldn't hold it in and buried her head, sobbing silently. It was heartbreaking to watch. Peng Chi tried very hard to calm down and speak a complete sentence, but she couldn't. Jia Lu kept comforting her, patting her back and handing her tissues. She just waited quietly. Peng Chi calmed down as quickly as possible. If he took too long, his brother would worry. Even so, it took him 15 minutes to regain composure, and his speech still came in fits and starts tinged with sobs. That boss called Brother Cohen took my first time. After that, he never touched me again, claiming I was dirty. Then I became a reward. Whoever stole more money or made him happy could come in. Touch me, because my brother and I were the easiest to bully. Later there was no need for a reward, as long as my brother wasn't around, whoever felt like it could. A few particularly despicable ones even took outside jobs and made me sell myself 5 yuan a time, and the money never reached my hands. If I refused, they would find an excuse to beat my brother. Peng Chi's voice gradually steadied. Although the daily quota was at least 100 stolen, if I came back too early, even with 100, I would still be beaten. Every morning my brother would steal money and bring it back to report, help me with some chores, then go out to steal again after lunch, not returning until dinner. If he didn't bring back enough in the evening, he would be punished. At first it was beatings, but a girl who can endure such a life for so long and still have clear eyes must have a promising future. Although it will be a fresh start from now on, you must firmly remember these days. If you don't work hard in the future, you might end up living that life again. So in the days ahead, you must work diligently, live seriously, and love yourself well. As long as you strive, you will be rewarded. What society cannot give you, I will. After comforting Peng Chi, he opened the door and went out, bumping into Peng Lu. The old house had poor soundproofing, and he knew Peng Lu had heard everything, but he didn't call him out on it. And you? Have you decided, oi? Peng Lu remained silent and shook his head. Cha Lu had originally planned to deal with it himself, but since Peng Lu had heard, he decided to bring him along and let him participate. That would make things easier and also ease Peng Liu's mind. Come on, I'll take you to get revenge. The two of them left together. Cha Lu took out the note he had written earlier. It was written in a disguised male handwriting. I know you're dealing drugs. Give me a cut, or I'll report you. Zhang Shui, bank account XXXXX. The note looked like it was written by someone with little education and greedy for money, fitting the level of a petty thug. Cha Lu instructed, when we spot someone later, give this note to Sang Biao. Don't disguise yourself, just be yourself. After giving the note, hurry back to the rental house, and don't come out for now. Leave the rest to me. Peng Lu nodded, and the two of them stood at the corner watching Sang Biao's house. He crouched down to watch the person, signaling Peng Lu with a look to take action, while he himself stood up and walked in the opposite direction. Turning a corner, he cut through an alley and emerged from another lane, thus able to return to the same street. Cha Lu said to just be yourself, so Peng Lu casually tossed the note to one of Sang Biao's men and ran off. He ran back, without pausing for breath, afraid of holding anyone back. The subordinate handed over the note, and Sang Biao glanced at it, then looked around the area. At this moment, Cha Lu was walking normally, completely relaxed, observing Sang Biao's reaction from the corner of his eye. Sang Biao's gaze did not linger on Cha Lu. After reading the note, he handed it to the man beside him and walked forward with an air of indifference. As he walked, he instructed, check if the bank account matches, then look into this guy's background. Cha Lu passed by from the side and turned into an alley a little ahead, separating from the group. But Sang Biao suddenly stopped and stared at Cha Lu's back for a moment. Sensing the gaze behind him, Cha Lu pretended there was something on his clothes and glanced back. The quick glance back. Damn it! Sang Biao saw Cha Lu turn his head and became even more certain something was wrong. As a drug dealer, he was always cautious. The moment he stepped out, he had already scanned the surroundings with his peripheral vision. He had noticed this young woman earlier. Not long after, he saw her circle back to this street. Coupled with the fact that she had just glanced at him, whether it was a coincidence or not, being careful wouldn't hurt. Sang Biao licked his lips and casually pointed at a subordinate, follow that little girl and check her background. Turning to the man beside him, he said, Awen, go investigate the coward who delivered the letter and see if you can find anything. Cha Lu was helpless. The note hadn't been stolen back and destroyed, and now he was being watched. Although it was just a quick glance, he was sure Sang Biao had looked at him. Their eyes had met. He had underestimated this drug dealer. Soon a person followed behind, one of Sang Biao's men. This time he had really messed up big. Having transmigrated into this body, he hadn't encountered any smart people so far, and everything had gone smoothly, making him lose his vigilance and subconsciously feel there were no opponents. Cha Lu had overestimated himself and underestimated others. Since Sang Biao was suspicious, he would definitely investigate the messenger. Hopefully there would be no mistakes here. As long as they didn't dig too deep, Peng Liu's identity was fine. He was indeed one of Cohen Guest's men. As for the person behind him, Cha Lu turned back into the alley and circled around, making 3 full loops around Sang Biao's house. Sometimes he jogged, sometimes he walked, behaving oddly. The subordinate following him was cautious at first, but soon simply followed behind Cha Lu openly. As if he had just noticed the man, Cha Lu quickly ran into a small shop and shouted for help. Sir, can you call the police? That man has been following me all the way. It's broad daylight and he's so brazen. I'm scared. The subordinate following him heard this and immediately fled, sweating profusely as he ran back to report. Seeing the man leave, the old shopkeeper quickly said, "You go quickly in the opposite direction. These thugs haven't actually harmed you. Calling the police won't help. Just be more careful when you go out next time." Cha Lu pretended to be scared, quickly thanked him, and ran in the opposite direction. Once out of the main street, he hailed a car and headed toward Zhang Zuya's place. This matter wouldn't be easily smoothed over. He had to find a way to wipe them all out. He reached the alley, entered it, and came out from another direction, then hailed a car to go home. Sang Biao listened to his subordinate's report in the private room, somewhat taken aback. Owen handed over the bank-printed documents. "Biao, the name and account number are correct. Actually, this Zhang Shui is Kuan Zai with dozens of men under him, but none of them are capable. They make money through theft, fraud, and deception, usually beneath our notice, so we never bothered to learn his real name. On the streets, he's known as Brother Kuan. Few know he's Zhang Shui." The person who delivered the message was also one of his men. Another man, drenched in sweat, stepped forward and recounted what Cha Lu had done. It sounded like a bizarre person walking in circles, nothing unusual, but the moment their eyes met, indescribable, yet something was definitely wrong. "So the person behind this wants me to take care of Kuan Zai's crew for them," Sang Biao said. No one responded, unsure how he had reached that conclusion, but the boss was always right, because the boss was shrewd. Owen poured a glass of wine. "What do you plan to do, Brother Biao?" "Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go. Burn down Kuan Zai's place tonight, make it look like an accident. Don't make the reason too forced, since so many people will die at once." Cha Lu returned home, took a shower, and sat down to think seriously. The next step was crucial. Did the police know about Sang Biao's drug trafficking? Was there someone protecting him? Who was his supplier? Cha Lu's doorbell rang. He looked up. 10:30 p.m. Who would come this late? Peeking through a corner of the curtain, he saw Colonel Gu and his wife. Cha Lu went outside but didn't intend to let them in, so he didn't open the gate. Standing in the yard, he asked, "Can I help you?" Gu Li frowned at Cha Lu. "We need to talk about Sang Biao. Open the door." Hearing that, Cha Lu became eager, quickly unlocked the gate, and invited the couple inside. Gu Li surveyed Cha Lu's living space, strewn with parts very messy, matching her own description. "What did you write on the note you gave Sang Biao today?" Cha Lu was baffled. She was certain that nothing unusual had happened on the street while she was watching Sang Biao. "Aren't you investigating the baby case? Why are you involved with Sang Biao?" Gu Li saw her reaction and knew she wasn't lying. That group came to Jiansheng to hand the baby over to Sang Biao. Cha Lu was confused. "Why?" Gu Li didn't answer. Duan Qir gently persuaded. "Cha Lu, can you exchange the information you have with us? Why are you approaching Sang Biao? I think we can cooperate. Wouldn't it be better to combine our intel?" Cha Lu surrendered. "I'm watching Sang Biao because he deals drugs. I want to use him to help me eliminate some people, some bad people." "Drugs, eh? Sang Biao? And isn't that just using someone else's knife? Inciting others to commit crimes? Not to mention the illegality, but some people. How many are we talking about? Let's not talk about that. How did you know I was in contact with Sang Biao? He's very smart and cautious. I didn't see your people today." Duan Qir explained. "We're watching from the building across from his house, 24 hours a day, rotating personnel. You appeared there several times today, which was suspicious and a bit dangerous. Did you know Sang Biao stopped and stared at you for a long time?" How could Cha Lu not know? She regretted turning back. Gu Li could read Cha Lu's reaction. "Who do you want to eliminate? How many people exactly?" Cha Lu recounted the story of Peng Lu and Peng Qi. Gu Li was furious. He stood up and stared at Cha Lu, saying, "Those who deserve death will be dealt with by the state. What difference is there between your actions and the judge of hell? If every clever person on earth stepped over this line to do such things, how chaotic would social order become? Furthermore, how do you determine who deserves death? What if there's a misunderstanding? What if that brother and sister are using you? And are all those around Zhang Shui deserving of death? Do they have no chance to reform? People can be reformed. That's why the state sentences different cases to 5, 10, or 20 years, and the most severe and heinous ones still receive the death penalty. If the wrongdoer were yourself, your family member, your friend, or your lover, would you want others to decide their life or death, or would you prefer the state to conduct an open trial? In fact, many people truly turn over a new leaf after being reformed. Only a very few are stubbornly incorrigible. People can change their worldview under the influence of their environment." This statement, how to put it, felt too official and bureaucratic. Cha Lu quickly interrupted. "For Zhang Shui and his people, given Sang Biao's nature, they are in danger tonight." Gu Li immediately called his subordinates and sent someone to keep an eye on Zhang Zuya's place. After sitting down again, he asked Cha Lu seriously, "Why do you say he's dealing drugs? We haven't received any notification, no clues at all." Cha Lu cooperated. He had no choice but to cooperate. If something went wrong and he was now exposed, it would more or less be blamed on him. "I checked their company's shipment records hacked into their system. The report names were weird, and I calculated the shipment volume. It would take at least 20,000 employees working around the clock without eating or drinking or machines stopping to achieve that volume. Duan Qir volunteered her own findings. Those 4 are indeed spies. The child belongs to a professor from a research institute in Jingshi. They stole the child and brought him to Jiangxing intending to hand him over to Seng Biao to threaten the father into handing over his research results. We've been watching Seng Biao for days, no abnormalities. He must know that we caught his people and rescued the child, but he's calm. There's no sign of him being involved. Zha Lu warned he might know you're watching him. With his influence in Jiangxing, it's impossible he doesn't know about the unusual activity across from his house. He's very smart. You had a brief encounter today, and with one careless move he saw through you. The 3 fell silent. Gu Li asked, can that report you mentioned be used as evidence? Is the shipment volume inconsistent with the tax payment? Zha Lu frowned and explained, that's the strange part. He hasn't evaded taxes, he's a major taxpayer. Whatever he sells on the books, he pays taxes on. If you investigate him, and he claims he wants to report more and pay more taxes to be a good citizen, you can't do anything unless you obtain official documents to check the company's capital flows. Gu Li glanced at his watch. Let's stop here for today. He'll try to get the documents. You rest, and he'll go check on Zhang Shui. Zha Lu warned he might set a fire. Be prepared because only that way can he cause an accident and kill many people at once. Given Seng Biao's cautious nature, if Zhang Shui really was threatening him, did Zhang Shui tell his underlings about Seng Biao's drug dealing? Especially did Peng Lu, who delivered the note today, read it? Too many uncertain factors. For Seng Biao, eliminating everyone in one fell swoop is the best outcome. So prepare some firefighting equipment. Zha Le's last words were spoken softly, indeed somewhat reckless in his actions. So many people, not all of them necessarily deserve death. Perhaps many are like Peng Lu and Peng Qi who were ensnared. If time goes on, and I don't step in, will Peng Lu and Peng Qi turn bad? Before they turned bad, they were good people. Zha Lu had a good habit of introspection, believing that only through constant self-examination could one continuously improve. So after Gu Li and Duan Qir left, she engaged in deep self-reflection again. Being overwhelmed by the soul transference was the main reason. After all, it wasn't her own body, and subconsciously it didn't belong to her, so she valued it less. She felt a false sense of doing whatever she wanted, as if it wasn't her doing the deeds. She couldn't integrate into this era. She couldn't act step by step like a real child. On a mental level, she considered herself exceptional. Having been a genius in the 26th century, why should she fear an era where technology was just starting? Arrogant, conceited, self-important, haughty. She had yet to bring any substantial change to this country, yet she believed she could single-handedly save its technology. She was presumptuous, thinking she was unmatched. Zha Lu reflected deeply, etching it into her mind. In such a short time, she had already reflected twice. Though mentally exhausted, it didn't prevent her from sleeping soundly. Gu Li personally monitored the alley where Zhang Shui was with Duan Qir by his side. They analyzed Zha Lu inside the car. Gu Li admitted that Zha Lu was very intelligent, but he found her whole demeanor incongruous. Duan Qir smiled and said, she carries an attitude of detachment, doing everything with a nonchalant air, too calm for a child her age. When she can't stand to watch, she steps in, but even then there's a sense of her watching us fumble about with a clear mind, always staying aloof. Gu Li sighed. Perhaps because she's an illegitimate child raised in a single-parent family, without a father figure growing up, and no one taught her proper conduct. Coupled with the sudden loss of her closest grandparents, it's understandable that her personality is somewhat incongruous. She's certainly not like a normal child. As he spoke, the house they were watching caught fire. The couple immediately got out of the car, and the team on standby acted swiftly. Thanks to preparations, the fire was quickly extinguished. Gu Li sighed again. Zha Lu was right. Why does she use her intelligence for such things? Plotting against so many lives at such a young age. How dare she? Duan Qir also felt a lingering fear if they were to be strict. Zha Lu could already be detained for education. We really need to have a serious talk with her. With her ability and intelligence, if her ideological awareness doesn't catch up, she could be a ticking time bomb in society. They worked through the night. Seng Biao received news that the plan had failed and that the military had been alerted. He sat up smoking and pondering, also sleepless all night. Only Zha Lu slept until dawn. As soon as morning came, she went to an internet cafe bringing a USB drive. Regardless of whether Colonel Gu and his team could obtain a formal search warrant, she first hacked into Seng Biao's company's computer system to preserve evidence regardless of the legality of the evidence collection. Zha Lu had thought it through. As long as the drug trafficking wasn't caught red-handed, it would be hard to bring him to justice. But the crimes of illegal business operation and money laundering could still send him to prison. Once he was inside, his supply chain would be cut off, which would also serve the public good. As for his upstream contacts, she could hand over Seng Biao's phone and computer to the authorities, and through meticulous investigation, she could trace them for the police and military, hoping to atone for her own wrongdoings. Zha Lu excitedly arrived at the internet cafe. After hacking in, she found that Sang Biao had cleaned up overnight. Was he being overly cautious? It took her 3 hours to recover all the deleted files. She opened them one by one, checking the deletion time, last midnight. However, the deletion was messy. Many things she couldn't understand were also deleted. A complete guide to plant classification. Xinhua Dictionary. Jesus is not God. The last deleted items were the company reports. If he was in such a hurry to delete, why waste time on the above instead of directly handling the company reports? Strange. She couldn't make sense of it. Shed handed over to the man surnamed Gu later. After finishing his work, Cha Lu ate something and went home to wait for Gu Li's visit. With nothing else to do, he tinkered with a like Fei to have it ready for any emergency. All the parts were already available, so assembling it was no trouble. Cha Lu sighed. I've been trying so hard to blend into this era. The doorbell rang at 4 in the afternoon. Gu Li looked at Cha Lu, who was glowing with vitality, and said sarcastically, "Looks like you slept well last night." Cha Lu held back his irritation. After all, he was a little bit at fault, and there was no reasoning with someone like this. I went to an internet cafe early this morning and hacked into Sang Biao's company. Guess what? He deleted a bunch of files in the middle of the night, useful and useless alike. I recovered them and made a copy. Cha Lu pulled out a USB drive, indicating that he too had been trying to make amends. You think it's useless, but it's actually useful. Let our military professionals study it. The search warrant probably won't come until tomorrow. Fine, let's get this over with quickly. I've been thinking about U City. It's been delayed for so long. Duan Kier was surprised. What are you going to do in U City? It's not safe there, but it's not suitable for a girl like you to go alone. Cha Lu nodded. I know. There are many motorcycle gangs and underworld forces. But it's also the most technologically advanced city in our country. I want to go see it and buy some things. Duan Kier and Gu Li exchanged a silent glance, then Gu Li nodded. Duan Kier said, what a coincidence. After we finish here, we'll also be going to U City. We'll drive. Want to come with us? Cha Lu refused. Too slow. I want to take a plane. Then be careful on your own. So why did you two come to see me? Weren't you going to talk about last night? Gu Li glanced at the parts around them and the half-finished, like Fei. You didn't even offer us a glass of water. Cha Lu went to the fridge, took out 2 bottles of soda, sat down, and looked obedient, ready to listen attentively. Sang Biao did choose to set fire, but it didn't succeed. We put it out. Those people were fine, but they were detained by the police. We checked. They've committed many offenses, mostly petty theft. A few are more serious, organizing prostitution. Except for Zhang Shuai, the others were sentenced to varying terms from a few years to over a decade. Duan Kier added, these few years will give those 2 siblings time to grow up and leave this place. It's still possible. As for after they're released from prison, as long as they don't want to go back, they'll basically reform. Petty theft might be hard to break, but at least they won't commit major crimes. Gu Li suddenly said sarcastically, aren't you going to school in Jing City? Take those siblings with you. Isn't it nice to play the good person? Then be a good person to the end. Cha Lu looked at Duan Kier, puzzled as to how such a gentle and beautiful girl could have married a husband with such a perverse and peculiar temper, and how she could stand being with him even for a moment. Duan Kier understood Cha Lu's meaning and couldn't help but laugh. Gu Li turned to his wife and asked gently, what's wrong? Cha Lu realized that Gu Li was only sarcastic toward him because he had a grudge against him. I can't cook. Would you two like to stay for dinner? Cha Lu was dismissing them. Duan Kier pulled Gu Li to stand up, took out a pre-written phone number from her pocket, and said, we're leaving now. Take care of yourself. If anything happens, you can call me. This is my number. You're nice, unlike some people. Cha Lu took the phone number. Gu Li responded proudly, my wife is definitely good. Cha Lu rolled his eyes, saw the 2 off, and continued assembling the like Fei. Next, he needed to arrange a computer. Not having a computer at home was really troublesome. Buying one was too expensive, and he didn't fancy the ones available. Not buying one was also inconvenient, since he occasionally needed it. Only after the couple had left did they realize. Weren't they supposed to have a talk with Cha Lu? How could they have forgotten? Early the next morning, the search warrant Gu Li had applied for was approved. He called Zha Lu along, and Director Guan was also present. Colonel Gu, would it be convenient to obtain Sang Biao's phone, or the phones of everyone in this building, including infrequently used ones, backup devices, and those belonging to both employees and management? Zha Lu's request was somewhat difficult, as phones were personal property of the employees, and the search warrant only covered the company. He'll figure something out. You go work on the computer first. Zha Lu headed straight for Sang Biao's office. The moment he opened the door, his gaze collided with Sang Biao's, who cursed under his breath, thinking this girl was trouble a waste. Director Guan, seeing Zha Lu's reaction, thought she was afraid. Glory, go ahead boldly. I've got your back. Sang Biao shot another glance at Director Guan, the one person he had never managed to bribe, and noticed how much he seemed to value this little girl. Confident that he had thoroughly deleted everything, he leisurely crossed his legs with an air of triumph, and said, you'd better find something. Jia Lu glanced at the people Gu Li had arranged behind him who seemed to provide a sense of protection and instantly felt emboldened. She had to find something, and quickly, locate the evidence to have him locked up, allowing herself time to lie low and grow stronger. If she failed to put Sang Biao behind bars today, she would never have a peaceful day again. Taking the main seat, she began tapping the keyboard with swift fingers, looking every bit the professional. It was a pity that body cameras didn't become widespread until 2005-2008, and mostly from 2008 onward. Otherwise recording Jia Lu's operation today would have gone down as a hacker mystery. After all, the concept of hacking didn't yet exist in the country. Sang Biao had initially been calm, but seeing Jia Lu so familiar with the computer gave him an uneasy feeling. He uncrossed his legs and began glancing frequently at her. Sang Biao's computer configuration and internet speed were the best desktop Jia Lu had used since returning to the year 2000. It took only an hour to restore the data on the hard drive, recovering everything he had ever deleted since he started using the computer. Unsurprisingly, Sang Biao was arrested and interrogated. When Gu Li arrived, he complained, "I just managed to coax everyone into handing over their phones for the operation, and you're already done." Jia Lu stretched her arms and cracked her joints. "If you can get the phones, I can find even more information. Like who his suppliers, how they contact him. Once I find the phone used for communication, I can hack into the telecom company to retrieve all SMS records, call logs, and so on. Even if he deleted them on the phone, it wouldn't matter." Gu Li sounded skeptical. "What if the telecom company doesn't save the records? Storage has a time limit. I've dealt with similar cases before." Jia Lu chuckled lightly. "I can recover them. From start to finish, no matter how many years, as long as the data ever existed, I can restore it." For the first time, Jia Lu's words made Gu Li realize that her ability was somewhat terrifying. Used well, it could be beneficial. Used poorly, it could pose a great threat to society. Lowering his head to conceal his expression, he said, "I'll make the arrangements. Wait here." After Gu Li left, Director Guan patted Jia Lu on the head. "You need to learn to hide your talents. He's taken an interest in your ability." Jia Lu glanced at the people Gu Li had left behind and gave Director Guan a meaningful look. He coughed a few times, pretending nothing had happened. Jia Lu wanted to hide her talents too, but she had to put Sang Biao behind bars, otherwise she would be in trouble. As for being targeted, Jia Lu felt Gu Li was more wary. Sang Biao had 82 employees, and Gu Li brought back 96 phones. Jia Lu was grateful that phones at the time were only used for texting and calls with few other functions. In a few years, people wouldn't be so willing to hand over their phones so easily. After verifying all the phone numbers, Gu Li recorded the numbers while Jia Lu conducted the screening. After 3 hours of work, they finally found one number that seemed suspicious. Sent many incomprehensible text messages with numbers and letters, never made a single call completely clean. The registrant was shown as Zhu Haowen, who after checking turned out to be Sang Biao's most trusted subordinate. Everyone calls him a one. Chell couldn't understand and stepped aside. Gu Li had all the conversations photographed for records and also hand-copied a copy. Without looking up, he said, "Chell, go back. Thank you for today." Chell glanced at him. Busy for half a day, not even a lunch used, and dismissed. Just speechless. Chell went home by himself. After all, he couldn't help with the rest anyway. The matter came to an end. He went home and studied computer configurations for a while. In the evening, he asked Director Guan if he could leave Jiangxing. Receiving an affirmative reply, he began packing his luggage. As soon as he finished packing, he received a call from Director Guan asking him to come over, saying something about special talent registration, and Gu Li also needed a copy of the registration. Chale leisurely rode his bike to the police station after dinner. When he arrived at the office, everyone was already there except himself. What special talent registration? Director Guan poured a glass of water for Chale. It's like this, talents with special skills need to be registered so that when a case occurs, it's convenient to investigate, or when the police department needs such talents, it's easy to find them. Gu Li interjected, also to prevent you from doing bad things. So behave yourself, don't go around hacking into other systems, peeking at their privacy, or causing trouble. You also need to register with the military. Chale rolled his eyes. Do I have nothing better to do? With that time I could do something better. Director Guan added, exactly, our Rong Yao is an intellectual who is going to study at Beijing. After Director Guan said that, Gu Li glanced at him with a complicated expression, held back, but couldn't help reminding, Director Guan, keep your position in mind. The military and police are one family. Director Guan looked at Gu Li guiltily and said no more. He took out 2 documents for Chale to review, fill in personal information and leave contact details. After finishing the procedures, Chale thought he would be leaving for a few days and almost forgot about that pair of siblings. He hurriedly rode his bike over. He told the news to Peng Lu and Peng Qi. The 2 of them hadn't had a single peaceful night's sleep in these days, and now they completely relaxed. Thank you, Chale. Peng Lu expressed his gratitude to Chale with utmost solemnity. I'm going to your city. When I come back, I'll see if you have any talents and arrange your work. Remember to reapply for your ID cards. Oh, I've already informed them. Peng Lu was a bit excited. Officer Chen said to let us find Captain Zhou. Then you rest. I have other things to do. If you're free, go out for a walk, don't stay cooped up in the room. Peng Qi took the initiative to see Chael off downstairs. Chael looked at the little girl who had been silent just now, but now took the initiative to see him off. If you don't say anything, you'll be leaving. Peng Qi gritted her teeth and spoke. Lele, I want to go to school. I want to become better. Will you sponsor me? After I finish my studies, I'll learn whatever you want me to learn. It'll work for you for life. If I break my promise, may I die a miserable death. Chael patted her. Why is it so serious? It's good that you have your own ideas. Sponsoring you is no problem. When I come back, we'll discuss it in detail. In these few days, think carefully about what you're interested in. Peng Qi smiled happily upon hearing this. This was the first time Chael had seen her smile. Ooh, she had 2 small tiger teeth, quite cute. After saying goodbye to the siblings, he rode his bike to Kong Cheng's house to inform the couple. When he got home, it was already past 10. He took another look at the packed luggage, figured it should be sufficient, and then fell asleep peacefully. He was full of anticipation for this trip to U City. Sunlight streamed through the window, filling the room and waking Cha Lo. He rubbed his eyes, stretched while lying down, then slowly sat up on the bed, savoring the fresh air. A precious luxury that would only grow scarcer with each passing year. Glancing at the time, he quickly got up, washed up, grabbed his luggage, and went out for breakfast before heading to the station to catch the bus to High City. At breakfast, he ran into Chen Shun, so they ate together. Chen Shun had little appetite, having stayed up late the night before. He sipped some plain congee and asked, Cha Lo, how long will you be gone? Just a few days. I want to check out the tech development there and buy some things. He'll have a ton of stuff to deal with when I get back. Cha Lo thought about the brother and sister's matters awaiting him, the flight approval, assembling the computer chip replacement. A headache. You're still young. You have plenty of time. Take care of your health, Shun Shun advised before paying the bill and leaving first. He had a mountain of work at the bureau too, Sang Biao's case and Zhang Zuyi's gang. But once this busy period was over, law and order in Jiang City would improve greatly. The thought filled Chen Shun with motivation. After breakfast, Cha Lu arrived at the station. He watched the scenery outside the window shift constantly. The rice paddies swayed gently in the morning breeze, and the roadside trees were lush and green. Everything seemed beautiful. When Cha Lu landed in Pengqing City, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He took a taxi directly from the airport to a hotel near the electronics market. While sitting in the car waiting for a traffic light, he witnessed a girl being robbed. Because she refused to let go, she was dragged along the road by the motorcycle for a stretch. Only after the Snatch and Dried gang had fled did someone go to help. It was bloody and truly terrifying to witness. Cha Lu asked, Master, don't those motorcycle thieves pay attention to the traffic lights? What if they hit someone? The driver, seeing how young Cha Lu was, warned him, forget traffic lights. They wouldn't even stop if they killed someone. Cha Lu was speechless. No one in charge. In such an environment, whether for employment or business. It was terrifying. No wonder people couldn't stay. At the hotel he checked in. The front desk also kindly reminded him not to dress too well and to be careful on the streets. If he didn't plan to go anywhere else, he wouldn't need the car at all. The hotel was about 200 meters from the electronics market. Cha Lu decided to just order room service and stay in for the night. The next day, when he arrived at the electronics market, he understood why this city led in technology. The market was already massive. Compared to Nan City and High City, this was a true tech hub. Cha Lu spent 2 days browsing the electronics market. The first and second days he only looked without buying, even sneaking glances at how others picked up goods and eavesdropping on prices. On the third day, he compared offers from multiple vendors, haggled, and tested the bottom line prices. This was crucial because he needed a steady supply of parts for mass production. On the fourth day, after analyzing the shop owner's character and finding fair prices, he approached the stores he wanted to cooperate with, negotiated, and bought the items. After purchasing, he left contact information for future cross-province, ordering, visiting only occasionally. On the fifth day, he inventoried his spoils at the shop, packed everything, and shipped it all to Jiang City. The courier fee alone came to 4600 yuan. There were only 800 yuan left in his card. On the fifth day, he flew back to High City. By the time Gu Li and the others finished handling affairs in Jiang City and drove over to U City, Cha Lu was already on the plane. After landing, he planned to rest a day in High City before taking the bus back to Jiang City. He absolutely couldn't bear another 4-hour bus ride and desperately missed the like Fei. Thinking about this, he sent a text message to Mayor Liu to say hello and inquire about the flight approval. The reply was that he needed to provide a like Fei for them to disassemble and study, and they wouldn't return it. So the like Fei he had just finished building back in Jiang City would have to be handed over before he even got to use it himself. The first thing Cha Lu missed upon arriving home was the bathing machine, so he immediately gave himself a thorough cleaning. After eating, he went to sleep, having barely rested at all over the past few days. Upon waking, he crafted a talent-testing card at home, planning to visit Peng Lu and Peng Qi tomorrow. In the 26th century, the population had plummeted, and everyone could undergo a talent test at the age of 6, directly receiving cultivation based on their aptitudes to maximize talent development. Jia Lu was an engineer identified through such a test. Initially, he only wanted to understand mechanical principles, but later taught himself hacking. With his natural talent, the state took notice, conducted further tests, and gradually cultivated him into a hacker and profile analyst. The fundamental reason was that in the 26th century, the average human lifespan reached 120 years, and with the combination of medicine and technology, most people could easily live to 160. Live and learn work till the end. After crafting the card, Jia Lu also assembled another set of like Fei. Then, busy with work, he had to shuttle between home and the company, making it difficult to rely solely on his legs. The next day, Jia Lu tested the sibling pair. Peng Lu showed no particular talent, being average in all aspects. Jia Lu told him frankly, "You have no special talent, you'll have to rely on hard work." Peng Lu, who had never held high hopes, replied, "I'll do whatever you arrange for me." As for Peng Qi, she displayed a keen sensitivity to numbers. The test was only the first step. The actual extent of her abilities would require further assessment. Jia Lu pondered for a moment and offered options. You could consider computer science or the finance industry, accounting or statistics, depending on how far you want to go. Peng Qi countered, "Lele, how far do you hope I can go?" Seeing how seriously Peng Qi asked, Jia Lu simply painted a promising picture. "Both statistics and accounting are good, they can help me." "All right, I'll work hard," she replied. Jia Lu hired a teacher to start teaching Peng Qi from scratch and enrolled Peng Lu in a foreign language class. When one's foundation is too weak and lacks talent, mastering a foreign language is the most straightforward path in this era. After a pronunciation test, Russian was chosen. The siblings began to lead busy lives, one attending classes outside, the other studying in the rented apartment. Jia Lu's packages arrived one after another. He assembled 2 mobile phones, giving one to each sibling for easy communication. He then started working on chip replacements, shifting his focus to computers. Many components had to be produced exclusively by his company to meet the requirements. He resumed his routine of shuttling between 2 points until Mayor Lu called to remind him that the like-face sample needed to be inspected and submitted. He also reminded Jia Lu that the second lecture was scheduled for tomorrow. "President Kong, I won't be coming in tomorrow. I have to go to Ningxing." Kong Sheng, spurred by Jia Lu's intensity, had become much more diligent in his work. "Go ahead, take a stroll, and relax. Give me a break. I'm almost losing my hair. He'll be back the day after tomorrow. Keep an eye on that test of mine. Don't mess it up, or I'll fight even an elder." Kong Sheng covered his ears, unwilling to listen, and simply lowered his head to avoid Jia Lu. Jia Lu left the office and took a stroll through the production line before leaving. The space was insufficient for the subsequent computer assembly. An additional factory would be needed to produce components. Thus, purchasing land and building facilities was imperative. On his way out of the company, he passed by the police station and stopped to ask Captain Zhou about his grandparents' case. The result was still a refusal to pay compensation. It seemed the family's money could only cover one side. Either compensate Jia Lu or compensate Hangwan, but not both. Either way, prison was inevitable, so the culprit decided to let the family live well and simply serve a few more years. Jia Lu could only follow up later. Thinking that he wasn't short of money now and that troubling Captain Zhou repeatedly was inappropriate, he decided to hire a lawyer instead. Jia Lu first went to Mayor Lu's office, handed him the document, and then headed to the meeting room. By the time he arrived, everyone was already there along with several additional people. Those who couldn't find seats stood at the back. Had the teams with fewer than 8 members now filled their ranks. "Let's get this done quickly. Bring the case files up and start the lecture." Wu Hongjun moved fastest, presenting a rape-murder case that had been his biggest headache, unsolved for a long time. The room fell silent as Jia Lu reviewed the files. The newcomers found it utterly astonishing. The killer is meticulous, but also has a paranoid personality. Normally he's fine, but when faced with major ups and downs, he can't control his emotions. This doesn't seem to be his first offense. I suggest the southern city consolidate resources to see if there are similar cases from different years. There may be gaps. This is a rapist who acts without planning randomly. Once you gather all the materials, he'll review them again. The files were lined up and Jia Lu explained, each one guiding the group to think and trying to broaden their perspectives. As Jia Lu left the lecture and stepped out of the government building, he spotted the old man from before, the biological grandfather of this body, along with a young man who, judging by his appearance, was likely the brother of this body. They were still in the car, but this time there was an extra person. All 3 remained silent. Su Yunyang sat in the front, his gaze fixed on the bustling street outside through the window, lost in thought. Su the elder and Jia Lu sat in the back. "Yunyang, your brother said he wanted to see you, so I brought him along. How have you been lately, Lele?" Jia Lu didn't respond to Su the elder's question, instead asking, "Does the Su family care so much about every illegitimate daughter?" The implication was clear. He knew there were other illegitimate daughters in the Su family, yet they singled them out, obviously seeking some benefit. No need to waste time. Su the elder understood, but Su Yunyang didn't. He turned and asked, "Are there other illegitimate daughters in our family?" "Yes, indeed. You underestimate your father. If you want to meet them, all your grandfather will have his hands full." Jia Lu examined his nails without sparing Su Yunyang a glance. What a joke of a brother. He didn't acknowledge him. "Come back to the Su family. Name your terms." Su the elder cut to the chase, offering a tempting deal, waiting to see if Jia Lu would agree to return. But what Jia Lu said shocked Su the elder. "I've looked into your family. Zhengwei Group. You the elder hold 30 of the shares. In 1998, you gave 2 to your daughter Su Shiwan. In 1999, you gave 6 to your younger son Su Fuqian, who also became a partner in Healy Su law firm that same year. Now you still have 22 of the shares. Your eldest son Su Fuqian has been secretly buying up shares, and now holds 5. The Su family remains the largest shareholder of Zhengwei Group, with the second largest shareholder, Shi Jun, holding only 16. They'll say this only once. Don't come looking for me again. I want return. Stay in your lane, and we'll keep to ourselves. If you provoke me again, you'd better believe in my abilities. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'd be more than happy to become Shi Jun's ally, helping him acquire Zhengwei shares and change its ownership. Do you understand human language?" Having said that, Jia Lu got out of the car without looking at their expressions. He felt it was bad luck. They only swarmed around like hyenas when there was value to be had. Where were they 15 years ago? The Su family was merely a wealthy clan in River City, but his goal was to become a world-class tycoon himself, to make it onto the Forbes Global Billionaires list. After 8 days of research, Jia Lu finally assembled his first computer. Inferior to later generations, but unmatched globally in the present era. Lightness was fundamental. It remained cool for 3 consecutive hours, boasted expanded memory, and a screen resolution of 19201080, undoubtedly the best in the world with no rival. Jia Lu assembled another unit, and left Kangza with both computers ready to begin formal production the next day. Glancing at the time, he took the first computer and pedaled his bicycle to Yuya Lufting residential compound. After waiting at the entrance for a while, he finally spotted Li Kuei. Jia Lu approached teacherly. Li Kuei was surprised to see him, and asked, "Jia Lu, what are you doing here?" Jia Lu handed over the first computer. "I made it myself. It's for you, thank you." Li Kuei looked at the cloth bag, quite large and unmarked, and said, "You skipped class to tinker with this. What is it? It can't be too valuable. The school doesn't accept gifts. And how do you know where I live?" Jia Lu forced the bag into Li Kuei's arms. "I made it myself. It's not about value. It's my gratitude for giving me the chance to showcase my talent that day." He waved and pedaled away. Li Kuei opened the bag, blinked in disbelief, and confirmed it was indeed a computer. His pace toward home quickened. Wait. Made by Jia Lu himself. Even more anticipation. His modifications were already outstanding, so a self-built computer. How could he refuse this gift? What to do? What to do? Once home, he couldn't wait to open it, and saw the full machine. Shock was an understatement. Boot up. 35 seconds. The resolution. So clear. So thin. The keyboard curve fit his hands perfectly. What to do? And the cooler was nearly silent. How could he refuse this gift? He couldn't. Maybe he could buy it himself. How much would be appropriate? Would Jia Lu accept payment? Li Kuei's mind nearly crashed. That night, Jia Lu sneaked internet access at home and didn't touch the parts in the living room. He tinkered with the company website, making it minimal and elegant with a futuristic vibe, and added instant language switching. He posted information about the computer. He registered on foreign websites and international platforms, first posting pre-order news for the computer. Then he leisurely browsed technological development worldwide. After a night of testing, the computer began to heat up to a certain degree after 4.5 hours. The cooler could be upgraded further, but there was no rush. Why reveal all the best features at once? What would be left for future upgrades? The next day, Ziru from Kangsheng learned about the computer at the office. Jia Lu didn't answer his phone, so she rushed to his home, eager to see the actual device. Jia Lu with disheveled hair sat on the sofa. "What's the rush? Can't you let me sleep until noon?" "President Cha, where's the computer?" "Let me take a look," Kang Cheng said, already scanning the room. Jia Lu pointed to the table. "Study it yourselves. I'll get some more sleep. We'll talk after I wake up. Don't be impatient. Stay calm." The couple didn't hear the rest. They were already examining the device. Jia Lu went upstairs for a nap. Kang Cheng examined the computer, caressing it with admiration. "It's so thin. Can it work well? It looks under 20 millimeters." He sat down, checked the time, and pressed the power button. The couple began timing the boot-up and testing performance. Jia Lu had just fallen asleep when his phone rang again. Mayor Liu informed him that the flight approval had been granted, altitude not exceeding 500 meters, no leaving non-sure, and any accident would be Kangza Company's responsibility. He hoped Jia Lu would be cautious with every sale, and a 20 tax was required. The approval was valid for 1 year, subject to annual review, and machine upgrades required reapproval. This was still good news. Jill couldn't sleep at all, so he went downstairs to share the good news. But compared to the shock of the computer, fly now seemed insignificant. Kong Chung perfunctorily said, "Boss Cha, you decide. I'm fine with anything." Hizuru was more concerned about where the other computer had gone. Lei Shu, Yin said you assembled 2 computers. Where's the other one? I gave it to my school teacher. Without his kindness back then, I would have wasted a lot of time in school. Hizuru was delighted, a worthy gift. How do you plan to price this computer? I was thinking 1,000, but last night I checked the current leading companies, they aren't progressing fast. I can consider pricing it at 18,000. While joy reigned here, the military district was heavy with tension. Military district conference room. G. Sure, this task was led by you in cooperation with the anti-drug team, right? Later it was transferred to Gu Li. Perhaps you should continue to be in charge. Shin Sung looked at the man at the head and offered a tentative suggestion. Ji Sure was staring ahead, his brows slightly furrowed, sitting quietly. His deep eyes suddenly turned to the case file, and his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, as if searching for an answer. Ji Sure looked at the materials provided by Gu Li and said, "Let's wait until Gu Li comes back the day after tomorrow." Shin Sung was somewhat displeased. The two were only 1 rank apart, yet this kid never respected his opinion. The police side can't wait. They've already acted overnight, caught the person, and only need to decipher the code. Ji Shure's gaze returned to Shin Sung, saying nothing, just staring at him. Shin Sung conceded. Then let's wait for Gu Li to return. With that he took the lead, and stood up to leave. Of the remaining 3, 2 followed Shin Sung, leaving Wei Sini behind. Ji Sure, actually, if you have any ideas you can speak up, and we can solve them together. Wei Sini stood up and sat in the seat next to Ji Sure. As soon as she sat down, Ji Shure's eyes darkened. Lieutenant Wei, are you so free? No work to do. Wei Sini hadn't even settled in her seat before she stood up again. Then I'll go get busy. You take your time to think. Ji Sure took out his phone and called the orderly Chun Wei. Bring all the photos of case 317 to conference room 3. Chun Wei arrived quickly. Ji Sure accurately found the photo of the drug dealer's study. He opened the case file to read the message sent back by Gu Li. Now the 2 sides matched, and it could be basically confirmed that it belonged to a drug trafficking organization. Complete classification of plants, Xinhua Dictionary, Jesus is not God. Both sides had these 3 books. In the world of drug dealers, there are no coincidences. These 3 books must be related. He glanced at Chael's contact information, hesitated for a moment, then dialed. On Chael's side, he had just seen off Kong Chung and Hizuru. He was preparing to think about whether he could hold a launch event-like ceremony for the computer. In this era, the internet was not well developed. Without sufficient media coverage, it would be somewhat difficult. The phone rang. Chael picked up his phone and glanced at the number. Intuition told him the caller was not simple. This number was a bit special. Hello, who is this? There was a 2-second silence on the other end, as if the caller hadn't expected Chael to answer so politely. At that time, most people answered the phone with hello. Who's there? Hello, this is the Jing City Military District. Chael's eyes lit up. Such a pleasant voice, the best voice he had heard in 2 lifetimes. If conditions allowed, when he made another Abu, could he implant this person's voice into it? Is it possible? At most I could pay him a fee. What did this person just say? I'm sorry, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Cha Le's voice came clearly from the other end of the phone. Ji Sure glanced at the phone in his hand, then considered the introduction of Cha Lu in the case file. It seemed he truly had talent. Ji Sure repeated himself. I'm from the Beijing military region. Anything I can help with? I heard you're skilled at solving cases. Any insights on the 3 books found on Sang Biao's computer? What's in it for me? A benefit. That single question left Ji Sure silent. In Ji Sure's worldview, wasn't it every citizen's duty to serve the nation? Ji Sure remained silent. Cha Lu pondered the phone number, the connection to the Beijing military region, and the involvement in a drug trafficking case. Why not seize this opportunity? It was worth a try, and who knew if it might work out. Our company is launching a computer already in production. I guarantee it will be one of a kind globally. Isn't that a national scientific advancement? Such a monumental achievement deserves to be broadcast on an authoritative television station during prime time, letting the world know that our great nation Huaxia has taken the lead in technology. What do you think? Advertising under the guise of nationalism. What a persuasive talker. A computer making the nation a global tech leader. And he asked what I thought. I don't think so. Ji Sure propped his elbow on the desk, holding his forehead. If you can offer practical advice and your company's computer truly is one of a kind, I'll arrange it for you. We'll take Sang Biao's last text message as an example, Z246X63 Y798653. This code means from the book Complete Classification of Plants, page 2, line 4, a 6th character, from Xinhua Dictionary, page 6, a 3rd character, from Jesus is not God, page 7, a 9th character, page 8, 6th character, page 5, 3rd character. Together they spell see you in cabin 2. Understand? Ji Shure's voice turned serious. After all these days, you still remember Sang Biao's last text. Do you have those 3 books at home? Xia Lu knew the suspicion behind the question, but there was no easy answer. At first he hadn't understood the meaning. Then he recalled how drug traffickers in the past had used every trick imaginable. He just happened to test Sang Biao's text with that method, and it worked. I don't have those books at home, but I have a computer. If I want, I can replicate your data in no time. Jisher listened to her slightly triumphant tone and felt a strong urge to meet this girl, perhaps even dissect her brain. Xia Lu, sensing his silence again, feared he might back out. Look up Kanza Technology Research and Development Co., Ltd. on a computer. Their website has a detailed introduction of the computer. After reading it, remember to arrange a TV interview for me, preferably during prime time. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Jisher ended the call, returned to his office, and searched for the company. After reading the detailed introduction, if it was true, this computer was indeed one of a kind, worthy of being featured in the national news broadcast. He sent Xia Lu a text, "Bring the computer to Beijing. I need to see it with my own eyes." Xia Lu replied instantly, "What's your name?" Jisher. Xia Lu saved the contact and replied, "Wait for me." Not knowing whether this would work out, Xia Lu told neither Kong Chung nor Hizuru. He packed his luggage, grabbed the computer, and left immediately. Seize every opportunity that comes your way. Xia Lu bought the last ticket to Haishi, stayed overnight there, and booked the earliest flight to Beijing. Arriving in Beijing at 11 in the morning, he had lunch and called a car to go straight to the Beijing military region. It was already 2 in the afternoon when he reached the gate. He dialed Jisher's number. Jisher at the gate of the Beijing military region. Jisher glanced at Chun Wei, wanting to say something, but holding back, then spoke into the phone, "Wait for me." He put away his phone and walked toward the military gate, with Chun Wei quickly following. As soon as he stepped out of the gate, he ran into the chief of staff. Jisher, hurry up, mission. Drug case, 12 dead, 18 wounded. The overall commander, Xue Baogong, is severely injured. You take his place. I just got off the helicopter, and it's still waiting. You go immediately, must complete the mission, wipe out those bastards. Jisher frowned, turned to Chun Wei, and said, "Go to the gate and pick her up. Take her to crack the code for case 317. If she breaks it, let Guli agree to her terms. They'll handle the rest when I'm back." The chief of staff pulled Jisher toward the helicopter. Chun Wei headed in the opposite direction toward the gate. Xia Lu stood at the entrance, smiling politely at the guard on duty, who looked at her as if seeing a ghost. Who was she looking for? Major General Ji. It was the first time a girl had come to the military region looking for the demon Ji. When Chun Wei reached the gate, he was surprised to find it was just a young girl. Could she really do it? "Hello, Major General Ji, asked me to pick you up." Chun Wei didn't even know how to address her. "Hello, I'm Xia Lu. Just call me Xia Lu." Chun Wei led her directly to the secure room. He didn't understand, but as an orderly he only needed to follow orders. Xia Lu thought he was taking her to see Jisher, but it didn't seem that way. "Aren't we going to see Jisher?" Chun Wei explained. "Major General Ji was called away on an emergency mission. He asked me to bring you to crack a code. If you succeed, your conditions will be arranged by Colonel Gu when he returns tomorrow." Xia Lu countered, "And if I don't succeed?" That Major General Ji hadn't mentioned. Chun Wei fell silent. Xia Lu only then, realizing it, found Jisher somewhat terrifying. Though he didn't say much during their conversation, he had dangled a hook, and she, seeing hope, had taken the bait. It seemed she was the one who needed something from him, rushing to his door, but in reality, he needed something from her. Only he didn't say it. He just waited for her to come to him to crack whatever code this was. If he hadn't been called away on a mission and it were this wooden man in front of her instead, she would probably have ended up being the one asking for a favor, while also fixing the code for him. And in the end, she'd have to thank him for his help. "Is your Major General Ji a fox?" Chun Wei found those words familiar. Many people had asked him that before, all of them victims of Jisher's schemes. "Please do your best. This is a matter of great importance." Before entering the secure room, Xia Lu sent a text to Jisher, "A pity, I couldn't meet you. I've never seen a fox in my life." The secure room was filled with files, with only one computer looking rather battered, as if it had been salvaged. "This is the computer. It still boots up, and we need to recover the files inside." Xia Lu sat down without a word and got to work. It was indeed a bit complicated for the time, requiring an asymmetric RSA algorithm. Xia Lu cracked it in 15 minutes. Inside were photos, hundreds of them, all shots of a drug processing plant taken from a seemingly covert angle, probably by an undercover agent. When Chun Wei noticed Xia Lu had stopped typing, he walked over to take a look. Just as he was about to act, Xia Lu stopped him. "This is rigged with a self-destruct program. It can only be opened once. I need to transfer the photos to my computer and then enhance the clarity to see if I can help you." Chun Wei was uncertain upon hearing this. Chun Wei called the orderly of the Chief of General Staff, informed him of the matter, and asked him to report immediately. Before long, the Chief of General Staff came directly to the secure room. After looking at the photos, he immediately agreed to Xia Lu's suggestion. Xia Lu began working without a sound. In his mind, he wondered if his eagerness should extend beyond the TV station to arranging coverage in newspapers as well. The Chief of General Staff decided not to leave. He sat down, and watched Jia Lu work, growing increasingly astonished. Does the country still have such talent? He looked young. Where did Jisher manage to find him? Jia Lu sat in front of the computer, focused and busy, his fingers flying over the keyboard, the crisp clatter echoing in the secure room. Suddenly the computer flickered very quickly, but Jia Lu didn't miss it. He thoroughly inspected the machine. His expression turned more serious as he asked, "Is this computer that of an undercover agent?" Chen Wei also saw the computer flicker and go somewhat black, as if it had malfunctioned. He glanced at the Chief of General Staff, and only after receiving permission did he reply, "Yes, we can no longer find that undercover agent. Only this computer remains. Our people managed to retrieve it." He sent a distress signal at north latitude N383927. 97 sent a distress signal. The Chief of General Staff immediately stood up upon hearing this. "He's still alive. You'll know whether he's alive or not when you find him." The Chief of General Staff confirmed the coordinates once more, then went out to make a phone call. Chen Wei was also a little excited. Jia Lu completed his task and gracefully withdrew, leaving the computer for them to copy the photos. In reality, they were afraid he might cause trouble in the military district. Jia Lu saw through it, but didn't call it out. Chen Wei arranged accommodation. The rest would be discussed when Gu Li returned the next day. When Jisher received the notification, he realized that this Jia Lu was even smarter than he had originally thought. After hanging up, he saw the text message she had sent. Pretty quick reaction. He arranged for rescue, and then pondered over the photos of the drug processing plant. It was sizable and operated openly, with many village houses nearby. To a large extent, the villagers knew about it. The worst-case scenario was that the entire village was united, all involved in various degrees of drug manufacturing and trafficking. If that were the case, it would be much more complicated and difficult to handle. Gu Li and his group returned in the middle of the night. Chen Wei conveyed Jisher's words, and Gu Li was both surprised and astonished. They had circled around expecting to meet in Guangzhou, but they didn't. Instead, they ended up meeting back at the military district. "Honey, go talk to her tomorrow and see what Major General Ji promised." Gu Li wanted to hand the matter over to Duan Qir. He didn't want to contact Jia Lu. The kid was too young and infuriating. "No, we'll go together. If Major General Ji entrusted the matter to you, it's naturally because you can handle it. Otherwise, to avoid suspicion, he would have arranged for another comrade to follow up. I reckon either you're more convenient for this task, or the matter is difficult to handle." Duan Qir was meticulous. Given Jisher's calculating nature, it was most likely the former. "All right, let's sleep first." The next day, Jia Lu got up early, exercised, and then went to the cafeteria to eat before he saw Gu Li and Duan Qir appear. "You're here? Have you had breakfast?" Gu Li found it odd. "You sure are unnatural at making yourself at home here in the military district." Duan Qir smiled, and took Jia Lu's hand, asking, "We've eaten. Is the matter you need to handle urgent? Tell us quickly what it is." Jia Lu rolled his eyes at Gu Li, recounted the matter, and complained about Jisher, adding that he had taken the liberty of including the newspaper coverage. Duan Qir immediately realized that this was indeed something convenient for Gu Li to handle. His family had connections at CCTV, making it much less troublesome to process without having to go through a lot of cumbersome procedures. What Gu Li cared about was had he actually built a computer in less than a month since they separated. Truly leading the world. With a hint of curiosity, he asked, "Where's the computer?" Jia Lu spread his hands. Chen Wei was afraid ID caused trouble in the military district, so he confiscated it. Gu Li heard this and silently applauded Chen Wei. He was right. Duan Qir, however, noticed that Jia Lu could address people whether older or younger than him by their full names with a natural ease that didn't offend anyone, as if it were the most normal thing. Gu Li went to Chen Wei to get the computer, operated it, and was both astonished and delighted. It was even better than Jia Lu had described. This could be reported, and indirectly it truly counted as bringing honor to the nation. Finally, a sigh of relief. They had long been selling us outdated electronic products at high prices, and now our country could also make money from them. I need to talk to Jia Lu about the overseas pricing later. I wonder if this technology is difficult. How long will it take for foreign researchers to crack it? I'd better go find her to discuss it. Gu Li said, then pulled Duan Qir along to find Jia Lu again. Jia Lu stated that the domestic price would be 1800 yuan, while the overseas price would be 2600 yuan. The country could increase the export tax on such products, and more electronic products would follow. Since Gu Li was willingly handling this matter, the interview was quickly scheduled, and everyone expressed a desire to visit Jiangsheng to see the company and the production line. Jia Lu then returned to Jiangsheng with the interview team. He arranged for them to stay at the best hotel in Jiangsheng, but despite that, the city's infrastructure left much to be desired in terms of both service and facilities. After settling them in, Jia Lu headed to Kongcheng's home, as it was already 11 o'clock at night. They had taken a chartered car from Haisher directly after landing. Waking the couple to tell them about this matter made them so excited that they couldn't fall asleep. "Sister Ro, you'll be in charge of the entire interview tomorrow. I want to show my face, so you need to be in good shape. Let's get some rest." Hizuru considered that Jia Lu still had to attend Beijing University, and being so young it was indeed not suitable for him to be exposed to the public. Go back and rest, you've had a long day. They'll handle everything tomorrow, don't worry. Jia Lu waved his hand and walked home truly exhausted. Upon arriving home, he received a greeting text from Ji, have you arrived safely in Jiangxing? Jia Lu replied, what instructions does the fox immortal have? Ji directly called him. Having been tricked once, Jia Lu was now more cautious. Not asleep yet. Why are you suddenly speaking through your lungs? Ji took a moment to realize that this was a hint that he was talking nonsense. Was he angry? I had an emergency mission that day, quite urgent. Give me a chance to make amends. Let me be the first customer when the computer goes on sale. Jia Lu didn't even want to argue. With the publicity his computers would sell out easily, he didn't need Ji to be the first customer. Considering that they had secured coverage from CCTV news and newspapers, Jia Lu decided to play dumb. Alright, seeing how sincere you are, I'll send you my account number later. 18000 yuan, thanks. Having achieved his goal, Ji said, good, I won't disturb your rest. Goodbye. Jia Lu hung up and sent his bank account number. Humph. He had time to call perfectly when Jia Lu was tired from a day's work and not in the mood to think. After getting to know him, Jia Lu realized that when Ji sent caring texts, something was off. He was never one to care about others, let alone a stranger he wasn't familiar with. The next day, Hizuru wore formal attire. Not new clothes, but clean and decent with a touch of simplicity, completely different from her usual self. Kangxing also put on a somewhat honest and simple smile, which was quite disarming. The couple's demeanor made them look like genuine down-to-earth folks. They went to Jiangsheng Hotel to pick up the interview crew, took them to eat an authentic Jiangsheng breakfast, and then headed straight to the company. After the interview, everyone started calling her Sister Ro affectionately, while Jia Lu never showed his face. Before the computer was released, a meeting had been held at the company to cover the key points, so the interview would not go too deep. As for the core technology, Jia Lu was not worried about leaks. He was confident that it would not be cracked in the short term. Jia Lu had no time to rest properly before receiving a phone call from Lu Shi, who explained that the research institute urgently needed precise data for a project and asked for his assistance. No problem, Lu Shi. I'm a brick. Move me wherever you need me. By the way, Lu Shi CCTV interviewed our company. Remember to watch the Xinwen Lianhua in a few days. As the mayor of Nan City, shouldn't you arrange for the local TV station, newspapers, and roadside billboards to cover it? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lu Shi was speechless. Could he refuse? Jia Lu provided his email, and soon received data from Liang Lao. From the data, Jia Lu inferred they were researching high-speed trains, and the like. Liang Lao sent another email asking for Jia Lu's contact information. Jia Lu gave it, thinking how cumbersome communication was these days. In the 26th century, human images could be projected, making conversations almost like face-to-face chats, except without the ability to touch. Current technology couldn't achieve that, but it was possible to create a convenient messaging software to handle such matters efficiently. Jia Lu made a mental note of this. The phone rang. An unfamiliar number. It should be Liang Lao. Jia Lu. Liang Lao. AI, you're so clever. Jia Lu asked, is there a problem with my calculations? No, it's like this. Last month, a bus plunged into the river at Lu Shi Bridge, killing all 79 people on board. No one survived. There was surveillance footage on that road, but it wasn't very clear. Can you restore it? Yes, send it over. They'll have someone send it to you. It's a matter in my nephew's jurisdiction. Sorry to trouble you. Jia Lu said insincerely, no trouble at all. Jia Lu's mind was full of creating an Abu, one that could not only handle household chores, but also manage many simple tasks, freeing up his own time and energy. Most importantly, when he went to study in Jing City, he could leave the house entirely to a bus management, controlling it remotely. This thought alone made it truly necessary. Tomorrow he would start researching the parts Abu was missing. The system could replicate a low-end version by itself. As for the voice, thinking of Ji-Shi's temperament, he abandoned the idea. He couldn't afford to provoke him. It was better to generate a mechanical voice himself. After a few days of busy work, the day of the computer's release arrived. At Kangcheng and Hizira's home, the three of them sat in front of the TV waiting for tonight's Xinwen Lianhua. Jia Lu felt little emotion, mainly because the computer was too low-end. Having a comparison, he wanted to create something better and more excellent. Seeing Jia Lu's reaction, Kangcheng said, Chairman Jia, maybe you should go back to work. You seem uninterested and unexcited. Staying here is just a waste of time. Without the slightest hesitation, Jia Lu rose and left cleanly. Before leaving, he gave the address of the Jing City Military District. Remember to send one computer there. I've received the money. They'll transfer it to the company's public account tomorrow. Kangcheng's eyes fixed on the TV, didn't turn around. Yes, Chairman Jia. Take care. Hizuru also didn't look back, adding, Lele, be safe on your way home, and rest early. Seeing how they were, Jia Lu ultimately said nothing more. It was their first time, understandable. They would get used to it after repeated exposure. There would be more interviews and reports in the future, spreading beyond the nation to the world. Take it slow. Back home, he began tinkering with parts again. Over the past few days he had finished a pair of hands, but was missing a harmonic reducer. He would first assemble whatever he could. Tonight, he would start putting together the legs. Based on the proportions, a total height of 2 meters would be just right. Harmonic reducers can be utilized in aerospace and communications without significant issues. Moreover, if successful, the communications business could be considered in advance. Currently, the most critical shortage lies in servo motors and controllers. The computer did not cause a great sensation domestically as computers were not yet widespread at the time. Those unfamiliar with them or who had no need for computers in their work might not even know how to power one on, let alone comprehend specifications and performance. However, it caused a major stir overseas, marking the first time Chinese technology entered the global spotlight. The website of Kangzi Technology RD Co. Ltd. experienced its highest historical traffic. Soon some professionals attempted to hack into the site, while others discovered that the website could withstand massive concurrent visits without crashing. They began studying the server's performance as stability and response speed directly affect website loading times and user experience. No website had ever achieved such a level before. Jia Lu gained prominence as all computer designs and production were credited solely to her name. Overseas orders were now backlogged until the end of the year. This was by no means artificial scarcity of production, simply could not keep pace with sales. Moreover, domestic orders had to be prioritized. In Lu City, Lu Shi reprimanded Lu Feng severely. You've taken no action since our last meeting. Lu Feng felt aggrieved. I don't have Jia Le's contact information. How was I supposed to act? What do you have a mouth for? Can't you ask for it? I'm so furious with you. Do you think you're worthy of pursuing her now? There's absolutely no chance between you two. Lu Feng refused to accept it. Why? She is now a sought-after tech prodigy. Not only does she wield technology masterfully, but she is also the de facto controller of Kangzi Corporation. Kang Chung is merely the public face. What do you have to offer to win her? Your rank as Lieutenant Lu. Lu Feng retorted, love is about chemistry, there's no need for so many formalities. Lu Shi thought Lu Feng was still too young and naive, but he chose not to argue. He would let him try even if the odds were slim. He gave Lu Feng Jia Le's contact information, warning, behave yourself. If she rejects you, back off gracefully. No pestering. If I find out you've done anything improper, it'll break your legs. She is now the cash cow of our Nant City. Understood, uncle. Lu Feng took the number, returned to his room, and immediately called Jia Lu to arrange a meeting. Jia Lu answered the call, having almost forgotten about this person. Recalling Lu Shi's hint from that day, whether she was overthinking or not, she gave a straightforward refusal. Lu Feng buried his head in the blanket, utterly baffled, racking his brain, but still unable to comprehend. It ended before it even began. Jia Lu now focused all her energy on assembling Abu. Neither Kang Chung nor Hizuru had seen her for over a week. One evening the couple dropped by after work to check on her. As soon as they entered, they spotted a humanoid robot, tall and imposing. Being a man at heart, Kang Chung, in the eternal spirit of boyish excitement, exclaimed, Chairman Jia, what are you working on? It looks incredibly cool. Jia Lu grabbed a soda from the fridge and explained, I'm tinkering with a robot to handle household chores and simple tasks. Plus, when I go to the capital for school, it can watch over the house. Kang Chung wished he could transplant Jia Le's brain into his own. If only he had such a mind. Will the company produce this? It looks amazing and would sell like hotcakes, he urged. No, the company can sell countless other products. This is my personal project. I've named it Abu. Kang Chung dropped the idea upon hearing that. Hizuru shot a glare at Kang Chung, then turned to Jia Lu with a gentle look and said, Lele, computer sales are excellent. We can't produce enough to meet demand, but most orders are from overseas. Domestic orders are few. That's normal. Computers aren't something ordinary households in China can afford. Let's first make money from foreigners. After taxes, we still net over 2,400 per unit. Domestically, we'll focus on surveillance and take it step by step. Hizuru agreed with Jia Le's reasoning. Kang Chung interjected, President Jia, since we can't produce the robot, hasn't the approval for Li-Fi immediate flight come through? At least we can sell that, right? Jia Lu shook his head and admonished, it's too dangerous, we won't sell it yet. I made it for my own convenience. Let's focus on surveillance first. Just handle production and shipping for the computers. They'll decide the big direction. Don't bite off more than you can chew. For now, Jia Le's plan was to earn enough money through surveillance computers to buy land and build a building for Kangzi Technology. We need to establish a proper front first, otherwise if the landlord raises the rent or pulls any tricks, it will disrupt production later. After returning home, the couple checked the official website. Jia Lu blocked several attacks. The page had 130000 clicks. Looking at sales, nearly 3000 people had paid deposits. Comparing this, China's economy still lagged. Look at the per capita consumption level abroad. Only consumption could drive large capital flows and development. When Ji Shi called, Jia Lu didn't want to answer. They had crossed paths twice, and both times were traps. When the phone rang a second time, worried it might be urgent, she still pressed the answer button. Hello? Ji sure heard a cold hello. Quite different from the first time, when she had said hello. Who is this? The difference was huge. Zha threatened. If you don't speak, you'll hang up. The drug trafficking case has been solved. The undercover agent has been found. The organization wants to commend you with a reward of 2,000 yuan. The photos of the drug processing plant looked massive. Was the entire village involved? A case that big, and only 2,000 yuan. Ji Shi's eyes lit up like a candle flickering in the dark. It was the first time he had felt such curiosity about a member of the opposite sex. How about I apply for a bit more on your behalf? Zha hearing this dared not trouble him. No, don't. You've already tricked me twice. I'm on guard against you now. Guard. This was not a good sign. Ji Shi's voice softened a bit. I didn't mean it before. I know. I figured it out. Before you called, you must have seen my profile and knew I was good with computers. You called to ask me to go to Beijing to crack the password the undercover agent set. The 3 books were just a conversation starter. You didn't expect the unexpected game, did you? Zha continued exaggerating. But your second time was too much. You deliberately chose midnight when people are most relaxed and least likely to think, and tricked me again. You can't deny that, can you? Listening to her accusations, Ji Shi's lips curled slightly upward unnoticed by himself. His voice was gentle as if coaxing a child. You're not usually a chatterbox. Why waste time arguing with me? Just tell me what you want. If I can do it, I will. Let's put this behind us, okay? Zha thought as expected he's a wily old fox. A major general is a pretty high rank, right? Can you give some advice to the higher-ups? I mean, give some incentives. No. Favorable policies to attract foreign electronics companies to set up factories in our country. Our domestic electronic components are very inadequate. If they set up factories, even if the state gives them tax exemptions, they'll still have to hire workers from our country, won't they? Won't the average income of the people go up? Promoting national economic development, increasing job opportunities for our common people, and once they become accustomed to our low wages and high efficiency, we can gradually levy taxes on them. These factories won't be able to relocate anytime soon. Hey Race, the key point, doesn't this promote international trade? And it can also raise the technological level of our country. Zha tapped the table. This is the top priority because it can better cultivate talent. For technology to reach the world, relying on one talented person like me is useless. We need thousands upon thousands of talented individuals to rise up. Then won't national prosperity be just around the corner? What do you think? Ji Shi's heart beat a little faster. Zha had been a bit irritable these days while assembling Abu, missing various parts, large and small, and many components had to be imported. Promoting development had become something she had to do. One person's ability is always limited. We can't simply produce whatever we lack. Where would it end? Moreover, the products need consumers. If people can't earn money, it will always be a small group consuming, creating a closed loop. Ji Shi didn't speak, but Zha could hear his breathing. She didn't disturb him, letting him digest the pie she had drawn. Actually, the reason I came to you today, aside from the reward, is mainly about the instant fly you invented. The military region wants to requisition it for mass production to increase survival probability during missions. Zha touched her forehead. I told you so, this man. Zha decided to start training seriously from tomorrow. At least, she had to pick up strength training. When she wanted to hit someone, she couldn't just do it in her head, right? Sure, give my suggestions to the higher-ups. If there's progress, I'll give you the instant fly for free, and I can even modify it for your missions to turn it into an offensive weapon. Zha continued to paint a rosy picture. Ji Shi laughed out loud. Alright, I won't fail my mission. Zha hung up the phone and strengthened the official website's defenses, then traced the addresses of those trying to attack and struck back, directly crashing their systems. Only then did she go to bed contentedly. The next day, Zha was awakened by the doorbell. She got up, dressed, and went to open the door, only to find an unfamiliar man. After looking around, she turned to the man and asked, "Who are you looking for?" The man was tall, about 1.8 meters, with a physique that clearly showed training, but his facial expression was strange, like a mask. His facial muscles didn't move, only his mouth. Looking for you. Zha's brows furrowed slightly, her gaze sharpening. I don't remember knowing you. From the police university, they used 2 cases for your entrance test. I was the victim of the second case. I heard it was thanks to your suggestions that Zhang Kai vigorously overturned the original evidence, allowing me to get my case retried. Zha had a vague recollection. Then you should thank Zhang Kai. Why seek me out? The man stared firmly at Zha and said, I have a case I want you to help solve. If you crack it, I'll be your bodyguard for life. I've trained, my combat skills are decent. I know. You must have been in the military, trained in counter-surveillance and tracking. Come in first. Zha let him in. Ma Mo followed Zha into the house, watching her back as she turned away from him, feeling a mix of emotions. Are you not afraid I'm a bad person? Zha didn't turn around. In broad daylight, you had the courtesy to ring the bell instead of breaking in. You served in the military, wear a ring on your finger. You've been married, probably had a child. There's deep resentment in your eyes. Is it related to the case you mentioned? After hearing this, Ma Mo knew he hadn't come to the wrong person this time. Ma Mo looked at the messy hall. A robot taller than himself. Such a large villa, and this is what it looked like inside. After observing Jia Lu for a moment, he finally spoke, "I'm hungry." Jia Lu, prompted by his words, also felt hungry. Rubbing her stomach, she said, "Then wait for me to tidy up a bit, and we'll go out to eat. I have no food at home." The two of them arrived at the restaurant where Jia Lu usually ate. The landlady glanced at Ma Mo and said, "Lu, who is this?" The people who frequently interacted in the area all knew that Jia Lu was an orphan. An uncle from the countryside auntie. The usual plus a meat dish and a soup, Jia Lu said, then turned back to look at Ma Mo. He was of average appearance, dressed simply with a constant alertness in his eyes, instinctively observing his surroundings. The calluses on his fingers indicated long-term use of a firearm, and his gait was slow and steady. "Sniper." Ma Mo's gaze lingered on Jia Lu's face, but his heart skipped a beat. What a formidable... His face betraying nothing, he answered evasively. "You have to put me up for a while. I spent all my money coming here to find you." Jia Lu agreed readily. "Fine. I do need someone to practice on." Ma Mo subconsciously assessed Jia Lu's muscles. They showed no signs of training. This couldn't be faked. The body doesn't lie. So he took it as a joke and didn't take it seriously. "Practice on me all you want. He'll be a human punching bag, not a word of complaint." After finishing their meal, they sauntered back. At a fork in the road, Jia Lu took out some money and said, "Go straight here, and you'll reach Jiangxing Hotel. Hey, race 500. Use it for now. We'll talk about anything else after you've rested." Ma Mo took the money without any sense of obligation. He planned to latch on to Jia Lu anyway, whether as a bodyguard or an errand boy. "Then he'll go rest. My body really can't take any more. He'll come find you tomorrow. Tomorrow he'll take you to rent a place." It had been a while since H. Meanwhile, Ji sure brought up Jia Lu's idea to his grandfather. Old Ji was very eager to meet this girl. "The proposal is good. We've always had similar policies, but most of the foreign enterprises attracted here are those opening supermarkets. If we want to develop technology, we indeed need to start from components. It's a convenient path, very thoughtful. If Grandpa thinks it's good, then I won't disturb you." "You rascal, when have you ever disturbed me?" "I'm eager for you to disturb me. Come back to the old house on Sunday for dinner, and we'll discuss this matter in detail. Tell me your thoughts." Ji Sure, who had initially wanted to refuse, pursed his lips at the last sentence, and finally said, "Okay." The next day, Jia Lu brought Ma Mo to Mrs. Chen's place. As soon as they reached the door, Mrs. Chen pulled Jia Lu inside and shut the door on Ma Mo. Ma Mo was full of question marks, but he obediently stood guard at the door, taking the opportunity to survey the surroundings. "Lele, that computer at Kangza Company. Did you make it? I remember you said last time that Kangza Company was a partnership with you." Jia Lu didn't correct Aunt Chen's wording and asked quietly, "What's wrong?" Mrs. Chen's voice was even lower than Jia Lu's as she spoke mysteriously. "The building where Kangza is now belongs to an uncle from our Chun family village. Someone must have put him up to it. He wants shares in Kangza, or else he'll pay the penalty and kick you out." Jia Lu thought to herself, as the saying goes, fame portends trouble for men just as fattening does for pigs. Before, when things were neither hot nor cold, they were afraid you wouldn't renew the lease. Now that you're making big money, they skip straight to demanding shares instead of raising the rent. What audacity! Does he even know what shares are? If anyone said there was no one behind this, Jia Lu would be the first to not believe it. She hoped it wasn't the Su family, or else she wouldn't show any mercy. "Aunt Chin, do you have any apartments? That uncle outside needs a place to stay. No one-bedroom units, but there are two two-bedroom ones left. Then just give him one of the two-bedroom units for now. No idea how long he'll stay. Oh well, settle the payment with you later." "All right, shall I take him to see the apartment now?" Jia Lu shook his head and walked out. "No need. Just tell him which floor and give him the key. We're going to Kangza first, he'll come back on his own later." Jia Lu didn't go up to the 4th floor. He directly took Ma Mo out, planning to go to Kangza and inform Kang Chung and He Zero about this matter. "Someone's out to get you." Ma Mo felt his purpose had arrived. Jia Lu looked at him with a calm, profound gaze. "Exactly. You're perfect for this. Go pay a visit to that old man on my behalf. Remember, anything you find unusual, come back and tell me, especially anyone he meets, even if it's just a glance." "All right, I'll go now." Ma Mo hadn't even dealt with his own affairs yet, but he was already helping Jia Lu with his work. He suppressed his aura, bought some fruit, and headed toward Chun family village. Under the big tree at the village entrance, elderly people gathered in small groups, some standing, some sitting, chatting animatedly. Ma Mo quietly stood behind them and listened for a while. Only when he was discovered and questioned did he state his purpose. Following directions, he arrived at Uncle Chen's house. Uncle Chun had a kind face, but he had a bad temper and spoke loudly. As soon as he heard Ma Mo was from Kangqing Company and saw the meager fruit in his hand, his face fell. Jia Lu arrived at Kangza and told them about the matter. He Zero thought it over and decided she still had to inform her unclean law. The three decided to let the unclean law acquire a piece of land and build a building, leaving the entire process to him. Unexpectedly, they didn't even need to wait. There was already a building available, and it wasn't expensive because it was a bit remote. Jala wasn't worried about that. He immediately arranged to meet and go see the building. Jala still owed his unclean law 9,000. He wondered how much money the company had now. Was it enough to pay off the debt? At the entrance of the building, Jala met General Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang with a beer belly walked over and said, "So this is Jala. What a pretty young lady." Jala proactively extended his hand. "Hello, Manager Zhang. I'm the Jala who owes you 9,000. Manager Zhang laughed. "Enough joking. Come on, let me show you this building." The building had 12 floors and an elevator. The only problem was that it was originally a residential building. If purchased, they would need to break through walls to convert it into an office layout, especially the ground floor, which would need to be completely opened up for a production line. Hizuru took a liking to it immediately. "Dear uncle, what's your price?" Manager Zhang quickly waved his hand. No, it's cousin's uncle. If you want it 1.2 million, and it's yours." Jala's own small villa cost 9,000, and now a 12-story building was only 1.2 million. It was just the difference in location and decoration. In the end, they decided on the building. They still entrusted it to the unclean law, hiring people to break through walls and modify the layout, adding more workers without changing the construction timeline to get it done as soon as possible. Jala didn't go back to the company. Instead, he went straight from the building to Aunt Chen's place. He bought various daily necessities, and since he didn't know when Ma Mo would return, he took the spare key and delivered them to the room. He met Peng Lu and Peng Qi and checked on the siblings' homework. By the time Jia Lu returned home, Ma Mo was still in the village feeding mosquitoes. He had originally wanted to leave, but the old man was still cooling off at the door, frequently glancing toward the road, clearly waiting for someone. Ma Mo decided to stay and keep watch. Before long, his youngest son did return. The two went inside and locked the door. Fortunately, the household didn't keep a dog. Ma Mo stealthily climbed over and eavesdropped. Afraid his shadow might give him away, he didn't dare get too close, but he still caught most of the conversation. Only after Uncle Chun had bathed and lain down on the bed confirming everything was fine, did Ma Mo leave Chin family village and return to find Jia Lu. By the time he reached the city center, it was already 10:30. Chael assumed that Mamo had gone back, so he opened the door and asked, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet. Is there anything to eat?" "Only steamed buns." Chael had bought some buns earlier and stored them in the fridge, originally planning to steam them for breakfast the next day. "I'll eat whatever there is, I'm not picky." Mamo entered and downed a bottle of soda. Chael steamed the buns for him. "That's not quite true. Yesterday you avoided the greens several times." Mamo looked up at the young woman before him, her mind extraordinarily sharp, almost unsettling. Without responding to Chael's remark, he organized his thoughts before speaking. This was instigated by Uncle Chin's youngest son. It seems to involve his company called Hengwan. He was also acting on someone else's orders, promised a promotion. Is it that simple? Hengwan. Wasn't that the same company that was suing Zhang Ren along with me? Zhang Ren was their driver, wasn't he? What a coincidence. This is all I've been able to find out so far. Chael walked toward the computer. "The buns are in the kitchen. Keep an eye on them yourself. They'll look into this." Hengwan. Even after Mamo finished eating, Chael found nothing suspicious. Hengwan was remarkably clean. That itself was the problem. Hizuru was meticulous, but even Kong Zhe couldn't be this spotless. Zhao Duofu, the owner of Hengwan, was a rough man, wasn't he? Chael flipped through a few group photos from events he attended. His tie was even tied wrong. His personality and behavior didn't match. Unless he was just a figurehead. Moreover, he was over 40 and had no wife. Was it normal for a wealthy, lecherous, traditional man to be like this? What was most suspicious was his photo with Mayor Lu, where he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Recalling that when the surveillance footage first came out, Mayor Lu had mentioned an introduction partner for collaboration, offering a 20% share. Hengwan indeed had a newly established security subsidiary. After eating, Chael told Mamo to go back first. Handling this matter could be simple or difficult. With the building as a backup option, it was just a matter of waiting for the renovation. A delay tactic would suffice. Instead, he had to start guarding against employees within the company fearing internal sabotage. Chael worked through the night to create a facial recognition system. Once employee information was input, any non-employee face appearing in the company would trigger an alert, ensuring a trail if anything went wrong. He left the rest to Kong Chung and Hizuru to handle. They needed to develop these capabilities, or else Chael would be exhausted. Chael turned his attention to Mamo's issue. "Tell me your story. Let's see if I can do anything." Mamo's body was unusually relaxed, his right hand stroking the ring on his left, his gaze unfocused ahead. His voice was calm, as if narrating someone else's tale. "When my son was 3 months old, I and another retired teammate planned to go to sea to make some money. We agreed to be away for a month. Whether we succeeded or not, we would return. On the 5th day of my departure, the villagers reported that my wife's son, father, and mother, all 4, were dead. The police contacted me on the 7th day. My mother died the cleanest, a single slash to the throat. My father struggled with 6 knife wounds. He was tortured for hours before bleeding out. My wife was raped with signs of sexual abuse. The child was smothered. The autopsy determined the order of death: my mother, the child, my father, and finally my wife. The case has been investigated for 2 years without results. The case file is called Zhongqing 716 because it occurred in Yuzhong City on July 16, 1998. Cha Lo had initially intended to hack into the Zhongqing police station's computers to review the case files, but in this era most records were still kept on paper. It seemed that electronic records only began around 2006. Cha Lo couldn't recall clearly, having only glimpsed it without paying particular attention. Therefore, to investigate this matter, he needed to coordinate with the Zhongqing police and make a trip there. Cha Lo met Ma Mo's gaze, calmly lowering his voice, but speaking with firm resolve. It's a bit complicated. You'll need to find time to go to your Zhongqing and also get permission from the local authorities to intervene. Can we handle it later? Ma Mo looked at the young woman before him. He couldn't articulate it, but his intuition told him she was capable. As long as the case can be solved, I can wait as long as it takes. Ma Mo returned to the rented apartment, thinking he'd have to rough it for the night, but found it stocked with daily necessities. Everything he needed was there, and a warmth filled his heart. The next morning, Cha Lu arrived early at Aunt Chen's place, amused to breakfast, and then took Peng Lu, Peng Chi, and Ma Mo to buy clothes. Only Ma Mo noticed that all their purchases were made at stores under the Hengwan Group. Peng Lu helped carry Ma Mo's things back, while Ma Mo switched to tailing Zhao Duofu. Cha Lu returned home with the receipts. Brother, we need to grow stronger faster. Look, Uncle Ma is already helping Lele with work, Peng Chi said, watching Ma Mo's retreating figure with a hint of envy. Peng Lu was more philosophical. We can't rush. We must master our skills first. Half-baked abilities won't be of use to Cha Lo. Peng Chi lowered his head, steadied his emotions, and followed Peng Lu back. Cha Lo got home, turned on the computer, and started working. The receipt printers were all networked. By tracing the serial numbers on the receipts, he could retrieve the complete invoice data from each store since the printer was installed. In Jiangxing, there were only a handful of businesses that used receipt printers. Most still wrote receipts by hand and stamped them. Upon investigation, only 32 merchants in Jiangxing used receipt printers, and 28 of them belonged to the Hengwan Group. The total monthly revenue of these 28 stores, as reported, did not match the figures he had uncovered the previous night, and the discrepancy was substantial. In particular, 8 stores showed frequent large transactions, yet when he had visited one earlier, the place was dead, with clothes hanging and gathering dust after just 10 minutes. But the receipt printers indicated booming business. Adding to that, the 4 gas stations in Jiangxing were also under the Hengwan name. Although he couldn't access the oil company contracts, it all looked suspiciously like money laundering. Meanwhile, Jishir had just finished dealing with the old man and called Cha Lu on his way back to update him. Little friend, it's done. How do you plan to modify the like Fei? A pleasant voice came through the phone, pulling Cha Le's gaze away from the computer screen. No need to modify it. There's a buckle on the left foot. Pull it open and you can store things inside. Given your military district's resources, you could put ignitable explosives in there, which would be perfect. Cha Lu thought for a moment, then added, or you could just fill it entirely with bullets. For really dangerous missions, you could even load hand grenades. There's a clip to secure them. Your people can figure it out once they examine it. So no modification is needed. Jishir's tone sounded a bit disappointed. Cha Lu, on the other hand, was delighted. He had finally managed to trick him. Right, you know, when the Nanshire approval came through, I chose not to produce or sell it. Aren't I kind? Kind. I haven't seen that yet. But I've definitely seen your vengeful side. Cha Le's eyes returned to the computer screen, and his voice softened slightly. Jishir, there's a company in Jiangxing that's laundering money. Do you guys handle that? The amounts are pretty substantial. Jishir pulled the car over to the side and killed the engine. His voice somewhat low inquired, how did you discover it was money laundering? Cha Lu picked up the receipt and replied, I visited several of their company's stores today to make purchases. Using the receipt codes, I hacked into their cash register systems and found that the receipts issued didn't match the actual sales. The amounts were greatly inflated. I also checked all the cash register machines in Jiangxing, and this company accounts for the lion's share. They're frantically boosting performance to contribute tax revenue to the state. Jishir was curious. Then why is it money laundering rather than drug trafficking? This company does nothing but open stores continuously. Whether the business is actually good or not doesn't matter, because based on the data, their business appears thriving. There are 26 stores in Jiangxing, each with daily turnover in the thousands or tens of thousands, adding up to hundreds of thousands. The amount laundered monthly is substantial. If the gas stations are also problematic, it would be even more outrageous, since all 4 gas stations in Jiangxing are collaborations between them and the oil company. How are you so clever? A flicker of panic flashed in Cha Le's eyes. Jishir was about to speak when Cha Le's voice rang out again. How do you military personnel earn merits? Through missions. Does my voluntary tip-off count? Or does it have to be assigned by your superiors? If you don't accept it, which department should I go to? Jisher sighed, helplessly playing along with her act. First you need to report it to your local police station. If it meets the criteria, they will send someone to investigate. Once verified, they will apply to the prosecutor's office for an arrest warrant. Then there will be interrogation, detention, court proceedings, and other procedures. During this process, cooperation from the Bank of China is required. He added a caution, but don't act on your own for now. Such operations usually have backing. You might be dealt with before the case is even filed after your report. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. Cha's abrupt change in tone made Jisher grit his teeth. Goodbye. Chalu put away her phone and continued typing on the keyboard, gathering evidence. This opportunity to earn merit had to be given to Director Guan. Mayor Lu's situation was still unclear, so she wouldn't act rashly and alert the enemy. Jisher hung up the phone and pondered deeply. These were things that a child raised in the lower class like Cha shouldn't know. Even now, many people had never heard of the term money laundering and had no concept of it. Yet she spoke with evidence and eloquence. And her extraordinary computer skills, which she seemed to have mastered without any teacher, was it really just talent? How could that be possible? Cha knew Jisher would be suspicious, but she didn't care. After all, he couldn't find out. Soul transmigration would scare him to death. She worked until late at night, slept until noon, then packed up and headed to the police station. By that calculation, it was time to go to Ningxing and give them a lesson. Director Guan stood on the corridor, holding a teacup, spotting Cha Lu from afar. She was carrying a small backpack, though it was neither school time nor the way to school. He called out, "Rongyao, where are you off to?" The people downstairs, hearing Director Guan's voice, looked up and followed his gaze to the approaching Cha Lu. Cha Lu rolled her eyes inwardly, but waved her hand in response. "Director Guan, I have something to discuss with you. Come up, we'll brew some tea and wait for you." With that, he went back to his office to boil water. Cha Lu walked toward Director Guan's office under the gaze of everyone. Director Guan teased, "You never come to the Three Treasures Palace without a reason. What's the situation? Spill it." Cha Lu briefly explained the matter. Director Guan's expression shifted from a beaming smile to a serious one. "Hand over the evidence once you've sorted it. Don't get involved. This isn't something for a kid like you." Director Guan understood Zha Le's concern, so he simply took out the prepared evidence from his bag and handed it over. Seeing Zha Le's well-prepared demeanor, Director Guan asked softly, "How many people know about this? If this is handled well, I might even be able to move up a notch." Director Guan thought, rubbing his hands together, a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Not many. Hurry up and deal with it. Those people are probably eyeing my Kongze. Today Uncle Chun came to the company to make trouble as expected. Either give him shares, and he would waive the rent, or move out within 3 days." Downstairs there was a commotion, and Zha Lu could hear Hizuru trying to reason with him. "Our contract clearly states 10 years. Now you're breaching it without any reason. Isn't that intentional?" Kong Chung said, escalating the issue. "Our company has just started to improve, and now you want shares. If every landlord were like you, how could business be done in Jiang City? So we're just working for you." Hizuru took over the conversation. "You police officers judge for yourselves. How much is the company's shares? How much is the rent? Can they be compared? Is there any comparison?" Zha Lu and Director Guan exchanged a glance. The people downstairs. Zha Lu nodded silently. "Should we intervene?" Zha Lu refused. "No need for that. The other side didn't think it would be so easy to swallow Kongze. We can haggle for a while as long as production isn't affected. I've already thought of a fallback plan." Meanwhile, Ma Mo had no gains at all. Zhao Duofu couldn't sit still in the company for more than a few minutes, spending the whole day indulging in various forms of consumption, surrounded by women, eating and drinking, living a life of leisure. When one of Zhao Duofu's bodyguards glanced over, Ma Mo knew he was exposed. He simply stopped following, found an opportunity to slip away, and even took a detour to avoid being followed before returning to find Zha Lu. Zha Lu left the police station, went to the company to assemble a phone, and then returned. At the door, he saw Ma Mo crouching nearby. "They spotted you, eh?" Ma Mo nodded. "Let's talk inside." Once inside, Ma Mo started complaining. "Zhao Duofu has 4 bodyguards. I don't know how afraid he is of death. I also asked around. He has a good reputation in Jiang City, loves to spend, is generous, has a good temper, and is cheerful to everyone. But among those 4 bodyguards, one is different. He's truly capable, not just a show-off. I might have tipped them off, sorry." Zha Lu handed Ma Mo a bottle of soda, sat down, and said, "It's fine. Even if we tip them off, it will distract them, and they won't keep staring at Kongze. I've handed the evidence to Director Guan. He'll take action." "They don't seem like they have no backing," Ma Mo reminded, tactfully, afraid that the Director Guan Zha Lu mentioned might be on their side. Zha Lu's mind turned to Mayor Lu. "They'll handle it carefully. Take this phone. When you go back, get a SIM card. I've already saved my number." Zha Lu handed the phone to Ma Mo. Ma Mo examined the phone, clearly unfamiliar with it, and asked doubtfully, "Is this produced by your company?" But it's not for sale yet." "Why?" This phone feels different in hand. The screen is so big, perfect for the elderly, and it looks good. It would definitely sell well. There are many counterfeit phones in the country right now. If I priced this phone at $399, how could those counterfeits and pirated versions survive? Many people would go bankrupt, switch careers, and lose their jobs all at once. Ma Mo didn't believe a single word. After spending a short time together, he knew Jia Lu was not a conventional good person. How come I never noticed you were a kind person? Jia Lu reflected on what he had done wrong. How could they think him not kind? The company is too busy right now. The surveillance hasn't been handed over, the computers are at a critical moment, and the production line can't keep up. Ma Mo believed that. The time for the third lecture arrived. Chael brought Ma Mo along this time. If this man truly intended to follow him, he needed to be cultivated. Only then would he become useful in the future. Take a car to Ningxing and wait for me at the city government entrance. Chael instructed Ma Mo to go ahead while he would fly over later. Ma Mo was not one to ask unnecessary questions. His obedience was exceptional. When given a task, he never questioned why. After completing it, he remained humble and eager to learn, asking whenever he encountered something unfamiliar. His learning ability was remarkable, making his discharge from military service a pity. He was truly a talented individual. The two reunited at the city government entrance, and Chael led Ma Mo to the conference hall. Until that moment, Ma Mo had no idea what they were there for. When Ma Mo saw Chael delivering a lecture to a group of police officers, he was astonished. How could this even be possible? Up on the podium, Chael tapped the blackboard with his hand. It's this simple. No one has anything to say. As it happened, Ma Mo actually knew the answer to this question. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to showcase his abilities, letting Chael recognize his capability. The prime suspect should be Wang Deng. Chael patted the blackboard. Your reasoning. The neighbor's testimony. Wang Deng and the deceased had agreed to go out together, but the victim didn't show up on time. Wang Deng waited for an hour before going to the house. Subconsciously, his first reaction should have been that the victim stood him up. So at the door, he should have called out the victim's name, and with a hint of anger. People are more prone to irritability and anger in summer. But the neighbor's testimony stated that while she was cooling off by the door, what she saw and heard was Wang Deng frantically calling the victim's wife's name, asking if the victim was home. He knew the victim wasn't home to react that way. Normally one would assume and knows how. It's just reasoning, not evidence, but it feels off. This is a breakthrough point. You can investigate along this line. Chael pointed to the photo of the victim's body. Excellent. Also check the shoes Wang Deng wore that day. After the session, Chael dismissed Ma Mo and planned to test Mayor Lu. They had already agreed the previous night to discuss the matter of the city's 30,000 surveillance cameras. Arriving at Mayor Lu's office, Chael didn't see Secretary Wang, so he knocked on the door himself. Mayor Lu's voice came from within. Come in. Chael pressed the handle and pushed the door open. Mayor Lu. Chael, it's you. Isn't Secretary Wang outside? No, probably busy with something. I came to talk to you about the surveillance cameras. They'll have to head back soon. Been incredibly busy these past few days. Chael sat down without waiting for an invitation and began to complain. Busy with what? Are your computer sales slumping? Puff. They're doing great. We've opened the international market and demand exceeds supply. Chael rolled his eyes at Mayor Lu with a lack of formality. Then he continued, I've been busy looking for a new location. The company has to move. The current landlord is being unreasonable, demanding shares of Kangza, or else we have to move out. The anger in Mayor Lu's eyes seemed genuine. Isn't that disrupting production? Just think how much less would produce, how much less tax revenue. No choice. It's his property, and he's willing to pay the penalty. What can we do? Mayor Lu was about to say something when Chael interrupted. Mayor Lu, have you heard of Hangwan? I've heard of it. It's a big company. What about it? Chael snorted. That's the company pulling the strings behind the scenes. And I've dug up some dirt on them. Watch. Mayor Lu showed some interest and asked gossipingly, what did you find? Come share with me. Their boss Xiao Duofu has oligospermia, so at his age he hasn't married or had children. Mayor Lu was momentarily speechless. Mayor Lu, you're busy. I'll take my leave. Your city's surveillance cameras can start installation next Monday. All right, safe travels. Jia Lu came out and closed the door. Secretary Wang was at the door, surprised to see Jia Lu. Miss Jia, you're here. I was busy just now and didn't see you arrive. It's nothing. I just came to talk about the surveillance installation next week. It'll be off now. Call me Jia Lu. I'm only 15. Miss Jia sounds awkward. Secretary Wang walked over. You're right, I forgot you're only 15. President Jia, let me see you downstairs. No, I'll go myself. I don't want to keep you from work. Jia Lu refused and quickly slipped away. On the first floor, she ran into Mayor Lu's mother, who had come to see him. The two passed each other at the front desk. Jia Lu picked up the helium tank and turned to walk toward the door. She glanced back and thought, something's off. After arriving home, she checked the jewelry stores under the Hangwan Company and found that there was indeed one in Jiangxing. Mayor Lu is fine. But what about Mayor Lu's mother? That jadeite is also problematic. Jalo got up from the computer desk, glanced at Ma Mo, who was playing on his phone on the sofa, and said, Ma Mo, get up. Let's go to the department store and find Jinfu Jadeite. Ma Mo put away his phone and left with Jalo. Sure enough, the prices at Jinfu Jadeite matched the market price, but they were mostly electroplated jadeite. Just like the jadeite on Mayor Lu's mother's neck. Did Mayor Lu really not know? Ma Mo was puzzled. What's the problem? A big problem. Jalo called Director Guan and told him about the situation. Jalo was satisfied with Director Guan's actions, using the jadeite shop as a starting point to test Hengwan's reaction. Someone reported that you're selling electroplated jadeite. Please cooperate with the investigation. Director Guan handled it personally. The store manager stepped forward stating that the jadeite in the store had all been professionally appraised with certificates. Director Guan ignored him and brought in his own industry expert. Electroplated jadeite is difficult to identify with the naked eye due its usually inferior jadeite passed off as good quality. At first glance it looks very realistic, but it will show cracks with a greenish-blue tint, which the industry calls spider claws. When viewed under a bright light from the side, the cracks become visible. Jalo left this matter to Ma Mo to follow up while she focused on making money. She had 1 year before going to school in Jing City, and buying a home in Jing City was the first step. With the money, she wanted to acquire a building in Jing City. A building she would design herself, a building truly filled with technology. The surveillance cameras can now be deployed. The larger the market share, the more beneficial it will be for future product promotion. Jalo logged into a foreign website and posted a message about the surveillance camera's minimum order of 100 units, 1800 per unit, with performance diagrams broken down and explained clearly. The computers also began to ship out gradually. Heziru called. Lele, the Dongqiao department store in Jing City, called to ask if our computers are interested in entering their department store. They offer 1 year rent-free, and you can choose the location. Give him my number and let him talk to me. You focus on monitoring the production of the surveillance cameras. We need to start shipping. Hizuru, upon hearing that the surveillance cameras were about to ship, asked happily, didn't you say we couldn't sell them yet? We still have to wait 4 months. We still have to wait 4 months. We're not selling to other provincial cities, but no one said we can't go abroad. Alright, I'll leave Jing City to you. You'll be going there to study in a year, anyway. They'll keep a close eye on the surveillance cameras. Jia Lu hung up the phone, and the foreign website had already received an order for 300 surveillance cameras. Considering that production might not keep up, he changed the plan to stock 10,000 units as physical inventory and set up a new pre-sale link. Monitor overseas sales, sell as many as possible on foreign networks. The technology won't take long to replicate, as it's not complicated, as certain countries abroad are indeed far ahead of our nation in technology. So we must seize the opportunity to make money while it lasts. Once they figure it out well, drop the price and engage in a price war, securing the domestic market. Imported electronics have high tariffs and slow delivery. Why would anyone forego our affordable, high-quality products for foreign ones? Only a handful of suckers would do that. Ma Mo returned and recounted the whole affair. After appraisal, the jade turned out to be electroplated. The store was sealed and management was summoned for investigation. Surprisingly, Zhao Duofu voluntarily went to the police station to cooperate. Hearing this, Jia Lu roughly understood. A manager would likely take the blame, claiming the jade was secretly swapped without the company's knowledge and that oversight was lax. It all depended on whether Director Guan would now audit the store sales records. If Hengwan let this slide so easily, they would become more cautious in the future, making it even harder to deal with. Director Guan called to gossip, saying that Mayor Lu's mother had also bought jade from Hengwan and had filed a complaint as a victim, demanding a refund. Jia Lu felt it was too much of a coincidence, but for now making money was more important than everything else had to wait. A call came from Dongqiao department store in Jing City. The manager, surnamed Xiao, hoped Jia Lu would bring the products to the store for a face-to-face meeting. Jia Lu agreed. Ma Mo looked as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Want me to bring you along? You're not safe alone. I see you busy all day, never exercising. Mentioning this annoyed Jia Lu. He was truly stretched thin, forced to wake up early, but unable to get up. Alright, let's go together. Jia Lu called Hizuru back, told her about the business trip, and requested some more money and a new computer, asking her to deliver them that evening. After all, since he was going to Jing City, he might as well repay Professor Yin the 50,000 yuan and give him a computer. He wanted to thank the professor for helping him apply for the 50,000 yuan entrance scholarship and for being willing to advance the money from his own pocket to help Jia Lu through a tough time. After handling that, he lay in his room loafing around, unwilling to pack his luggage. So many plans required money. His mind was full of ideas and he possessed solid technical skills, but he had no money. Now he understood why people laundered money and trafficked drugs. Quick cash, short time. If you already had a worthless life, many would gamble for a chance. Win, and you'd have wealth and no worries to lose, and you'd still be a worthless life. That's why no matter how the country bans it, it's useless. In the end, there are more greedy people and even more poor people. He pulled himself together, got up, and packed his luggage. If the entry into Dongqiao department store succeeded, his domestic visibility would gradually grow, a good thing. The next day, the two met up. Jia Lu withdrew 5,000 yuan and handed it to Ma Mo. In this era, everything required cash, only large sums could be paid by card. They boarded a coach to Hai City, then went to the airport and flew to Jing City. By the time they arrived in Jing City, it was already evening. They chose a hotel near Dongqiao department store. After arriving, they ate first, rested well, and planned to handle business the next day. During the meeting, manager Xiao initially thought Ma Mo was the decision-maker. After confirming several times that it was Jia Lu, he still found it hard to believe. "Miss Jia, you look so young, almost like a minor," he said. Jia Lu smiled and replied, "I'm 15 this year, so I am indeed a minor." Manager Xiao, care to show us around? Sure. This way. Our mall will have 2 vacancies next month, and you can choose freely. Xiao Jing kept glancing back at Jia Lu as he spoke. Jia Lu surveyed the surroundings. It was indeed the largest department store in Jing City, with decent foot traffic and business. The shoppers were well-dressed, fond of accessorizing, and seemed to have a good sense of style. "I won't look at this floor anymore. Judging by the foot traffic, it's mostly women, and their ages don't match our target customer group. Let's go straight to another one." Hearing this, Xiao Jing realized he was dealing with a discerning person. This deal wouldn't be easy to close. Xiao Jing lowered his voice. "The other shop is also on this floor." Jia Lu turned around and stared directly into Xiao Jing's eyes. The moment she exuded the aura of a superior, she no longer seemed underage. In her previous life, Jia Lu had managed the entire Hacker Alliance. Such a scene was a breeze for her. "I thought Manager Xiao called us all the way from Kanzo," with sincerity. Xiao Jing grew nervous, his body bending slightly as he explained. "Miss Jia, it's like this. Our building has 6 floors. I can also show you the other levels. The first floor has a bit of everything. The second floor is mainly women's brand clothing. The third floor is men's wear. The fourth floor has an imported supermarket. The fifth floor is children's products and a library. And the sixth floor is for high-end custom items for banquets." Watching them, one would think this building belonged to Jia Lu, and Xiao Jing was reporting to her. At least that's how it appeared to Ji Shi. The young girl looked gentle and adorably naive, harmless, and seemingly in need of protection, yet her aura was surprisingly formidable. "Ji Shi, let's go. We've got what we needed." A middle-aged woman pulled Ji Shi away. As they neared the escalator, Ji Shi glanced back at Jia Lu, thinking, "Are all young girls nowadays this impressive?" Jia Lu's gaze shifted. She had only noticed someone looking at her repeatedly and wanted to see who it was. To her surprise, it was such a handsome man. Unfortunately, she only caught a glimpse of his profile, but even that was stunning. In her mind, Ji Shi's voice echoed. If that voice belonged to this man's face, it would be absolutely perfect. Ji Shi was surprised. Such keen perception. Turning back to the middle-aged woman, he asked, "Mom, does this Dongqiao department store have a young lady?" "Yes. Ouyang only has one daughter named Ouyang Jing. She's 17 or 18. But she's not gentle at all. I've seen her at banquets a few times. Fierce." "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" "Nothing, just asking." Mrs. Ling didn't believe him. She had raised him as she knew whether he was just asking. When had he ever asked about a member of the opposite sex? Could he have taken a fancy to that lively girl? That wouldn't be a bad idea. The families matched, and a lively girl would bring some energy to the household. But she was too young. Her son was already 26. Almost 10 years difference. Would the Ouyang family agree? How many years would they have to wait before getting married? Jia Lu toured the entire department store, but found nothing particularly suitable. Her gaze fell on Xiao Jing as she said, "Maybe it's not a good fit for cooperation. Our products don't align with the main foot traffic target of your store." Manager Xiao grew even more nervous. The higher-ups had ordered him to secure a deal with Kangza. "Miss Jia, just tell me which spot you like. Even if it's difficult, he'll find a way to make it happen. Clear out the entire first-floor lobby. We want the most central spot near the entrance and rent-free for 3 years. Otherwise, there's no need to continue discussions." Jia Lu thought that if they accepted this condition, she could take the entrance spot. She didn't expect much in sales, but it would let people see them as they entered, boosting brand awareness. "Miss Jia, this condition is beyond my authority. I need to report it to the higher-ups. If there are follow-up issues, we'll contact you by phone. I won't keep you." Jia Lu left with Ma Mo. Only after stepping out of the department store did Ma Mo breathe a sigh of relief. He had gained a deeper understanding of Jia Lu. The aura she exuded was truly intimidating, even more so than his former drill instructor. "Jia Lu, what's the plan?" "Back to the hotel." Jia Lu shook her head. "The conditions I offered may not be accepted. Let's check out other department stores. Who knows, we might find something else. We can't have come to the capital for nothing." Jia Lu and Ma Mo took a taxi to another well-known department store, Yanjing Department Store. Without any guide, they wandered around. Although it only had 5 floors, the overall design was more suited to young people. The first floor featured daily necessities, jewelry, and bags. The second floor was similarly women's clothing. The third floor had a bit of everything, The fourth floor sold mobile phones and gold, the fifth floor was a cinema, and the basement floor was a supermarket. The foot traffic was not as good as Dongqiao department store, but that didn't matter. This mall had a higher proportion of target customers than Dongqiao, where middle-aged women were the majority of shoppers. Although they had spending power, they lacked the demand. Young people were different, they were knowledgeable about these things, and could quickly spread the brand's reputation. Even if they couldn't afford computers, now the company's product line would gradually expand, and they would eventually become consumers. Ma Mo go ask if the leasing manager is in. Cha Le leaned on the railing looking around. Seeing that Ma Mo was already engaged in conversation, he took out his phone to call Professor Yen to see if he could visit the school tomorrow, and also treat him to a meal. Professor Yen. Cha Le, what's up? Did something happen? It was understandable that Professor Yin thought that way aside from the time, with the 50,000 yuan they hadn't been in contact. So a sudden call naturally made him assume Cha Lu was in some trouble. Not at all. I'm just in Jing City. I wanted to ask if it's convenient for me to visit the school tomorrow and take you out for a meal. Professor Yin was quite surprised. He already had a special fondness for this capable student whom he had personally traveled all the way to Jiang City to recruit. I'm free. Let me treat you. How could I let you treat me? Call me when you arrive tomorrow, and he'll show you around. Great, I'll call you tomorrow. Cha Lo hung up the phone just as Ma Mo walked over. Their leasing manager's child had a school event, so she took the day off and didn't come to work. She's a single mother surnamed Zhu. There's no vacant space in this department store at the moment. Recently, the front desk hasn't heard of any tenants moving out or leases expiring. It's a bit uncertain. Cha Lo walked out saying, let's go back first. I have an appointment tomorrow, you can go sightseeing on your own. They ate a simple meal near the hotel, then Cha Lu returned to his room. After showering, he began researching all information about Yanjing department store. He didn't know until he looked it up. Yanjing and Dongqiao were actually related by marriage. The largest shareholder of Dongqiao was Ouyang Hong, whose wife was Gu Xian, the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Yanjing department store belonged to the Gu family. Wait, Gu. Remembering that Gu Li had helped him contact the TV station, he seemed to have some influence. Could it be this Gu family? He typed faster, but he found that there was no public personal information about Gu Li, and even trying to hack into the military database was met with encryption. Not wanting to expend too much effort, he directly dialed Duan Kier's number. Sister Kier, are you busy? Duan Kier answered the unfamiliar call using one hand to hold back Gu Li's head that was leaning in as the two stopped their playful wrestling. Cha Lu. Duan Kier thought the voice sounded like Cha Lu, but the caller addressing her as Sister Kier didn't sound like Cha Lu. It's me. I have something to ask you. Is it convenient? Gu Li heard Cha Lu's name and became a bit more serious. He leaned in to eavesdrop, knowing that whenever Cha Lu was involved it usually meant trouble. It's convenient, go ahead. It's like this. I want to ask if your husband Gu Li is the Gu Li from the Gu family of Yanjing department store. Duan Kier glanced at Gu Li. Yes. Our company's computers want to be listed in Yanjing department store. Can Gu Li help contact someone? As soon as Cha Lu finished speaking, Gu Li replied to her no. Cha Lu heard Gu Li's voice and quickly asked. Gu Li snatched the phone directly. I contacted the TV station and the newspaper, busied myself for so long, and the order I placed with your company still hasn't received the computers. But General Ji Sure, on the third day after your launch, was already using your company's computers. Cha Lu, do you think that's fair? Cha Lu listened to Gu Li's complaint and felt a bit wronged. I don't manage the company's affairs. The computers are indeed in short supply, and we've been shipping slowly according to order sequence. As for Ji Sure, I'm even more wronged. He tricked me. That man is full of schemes. Now even when I talk to him, I have to think 3 times before answering. Gu Li felt much more relieved after hearing that. If you're already in short supply, why would you come to our department store? You don't even have enough to sell, so where would the goods come from? Jia Le didn't hide anything from him. After all, they were family, and perhaps the family had already communicated. If I can, I'll definitely postpone other orders to prioritize the department store. Dongqiao department store invited me, but after inspection, I didn't think it was very suitable. Different age groups. Yanjing is more appropriate for you. Gu Li did like Jia Le's computer, and entering Yanjing department store would only benefit the Gu family. He'll have the investment manager contact you. You two discuss it. I don't interfere with family matters. It's up to you. Then he handed the phone to Duan Kier. Then I won't disturb you two lovebirds. Goodbye. Duan Kier took the phone and heard that, then hung up. That was the real Jia Lu. The opening Sister Kier had sounded unsettling. Jia Lu put down the computer, charged his phone, and went to rest. The next morning, he woke up to find a text message from Ma Mo sent at 3:30 a.m. I went to see the flag-raising ceremony. It was 8 o'clock now, he should be back. Jia Lu packed up and took a taxi to Beijing. At the gate, he called Professor Yen. Professor Yen had been waiting early and took Jia Lu for a simple walk-around, then asked about his recent research results. He learned that Jia Lu had been researching computers, specifically the ones from the recently prominent Kanza Technology RD Co. Ltd. which refreshed Jia Le's research and understanding of computers. After walking for a while, he led Jia Le to the office. Jia Le, take a look at my computer. Can you modify it? Jia Le took out the new computer from his bag. As a student, giving a teacher my own research product is reasonable, isn't it? Professor Yin immediately opened it. Small gadgets are fine, but this is valuable, not good. I've already placed an order at your Kanza. It hasn't shipped yet. They'll just consider it an early delivery. Ha. Jia Le said nothing. He could handle the payment refund through the back end. Professor Yin was so engrossed with the computer that he completely ignored Jia Le. Jia Le didn't disturb him and took a stroll down a nearby path. The campus was actually quite nice. Lined with shady trees, clear lake water, and ancient architecture contrasting with modern teaching buildings, creating a distinctive atmosphere. After walking around, he found a strong academic atmosphere. People around were either studying or exercising, allowing one to feel the historical depth and cultural heritage of this century-old prestigious school. Jia Le was very satisfied with the campus environment, but unfortunately, he didn't intend to attend classes regularly. Jia Le turned back. Before he reached the office, he heard Professor Yin calling him, so he jogged over. The two spent the morning on academic research. Jia Le was more like a teacher answering many of Professor Yan's questions. At noon, they didn't go out to eat. Professor Yin treated him to a meal at the school cafeteria. Jia Le didn't have high standards for food, but after eating the cafeteria's dishes, he looked forward even more to school days. After all, university life offered freedom, a good environment, delicious food, and free time. Just under the guise of being a student, which suited Jia Le perfectly. Having been busy all day, Jia Le said goodbye to Professor Yin and slipped away before classes ended. At the gate, he saw Ma Mo and thought something was up. What's wrong? Nothing much. I came to pick you up. Back then, the public security university said you didn't choose them and you picked Beijing instead, so I guessed you'd be here. Jia Le felt warm inside. He had indeed made many friends here, all very nice. In high spirits, he smiled with genuine sincerity. It's wonderful to have friends like you. The setting sun cast a glow on Jia Le. The sky was filled with pinkish fire clouds. The girl's bright smile was refreshing. With her naturally cute appearance and sweet smile, Jia Le at this moment truly looked like a 15-year-old child. As they walked, Ma Mo suddenly stopped. Ma Mo's eyes were a bit teary, moved in her heart, realizing that in Jia Le's mind, she was a friend, not the employer-employee relationship she had thought. Jishir had noticed Jia Le when she came out. From afar, seeing the girl's smile, the corners of his own mouth lifted slightly, and he sighed. Youth is truly wonderful. During his 3 days of leave, he had encountered this girl twice in a row. His suspicious nature subconsciously began to scrutinize Jia Le. When Jia Le looked over, their gazes met squarely. Ma Mo, upon seeing Jishir, grew somewhat excited and took the initiative to greet him, while Jia Le stayed where she was waiting for him. Jia Le suddenly recalled the profile she had seen yesterday at Donchao department store. The full face was even more stunning. How could someone be both handsome and sinister and look so good with a buzz cut? He must be Nuwa's favorite son. Even Gu Li would pale beside him. She had once thought Gu Li was handsome, but now she found him rather ordinary. Jishir watched Ma Mo approach him and saluted, his mind racing, but failing to recall anyone from the military region with that name. But the other party simply saluted without introducing himself. Jishir glanced at the girl who was staring at him, then at the silent man in front of him. You are. With those two simple words, Jia Le knew exactly who this man was. Jishir, that bastard. Ma Mo seemed to greatly admire Jishir. I once saw you in the army when you presented awards to us. I've since retired, but upon seeing you, I felt compelled to salute. I want to disturb you further. Ma Mo returned to Jia Le's side, still visibly excited. His eyes were full of adoration. Before retiring, Jishir must have been his hero and role model, or else his reaction wouldn't have been so intense. One might think Jishir had saved his life. Jia Le and Ma Mo had been gone for a while before Jishir, still baffled, received a text from Jia Le after picking up his sister and parking at home. I didn't expect you to look like a human in dog's clothing. Jishir clenched his phone, then turned to Ji-Xian. Sis, go ahead inside. I need to make a call. Hurry up, everyone's waiting for you to eat. Ji-Xian said before closing the car door and entering the house. Jia Le looked at the incoming call, answered, and whistled handsome, what's up? But she calmly logged into the company's back-end to process Professor Yan's refund, then transferred 50,000 yuan to him before putting down her laptop. Jishir thought about the young girl he had seen today, then listened to the somewhat roguish voice on the phone and asked helplessly, when did you come to the capital? Guess. How did you know it was me? Guess. Where are you staying? Guess. Jia Le. Jia Le felt her ears were about to melt. Was her own name really that pleasant? Why hadn't she noticed before? She answered seriously, I arrived a few days ago. I recognized you by your voice. I'm staying at Swan Hotel. Jishir asked again, when are you leaving? Not sure yet. I have something to do tomorrow, so it depends. Jishir recalled the scene from yesterday. Is your company's product planning to enter Donchao department store? Jia Le knew he was smart enough to guess, but before she could speak, Jishir continued, Donchao isn't suitable for your company. The main shopping crowd is older. You might consider Yinjing department store. It's owned by Gu Li's family, so negotiations should be easier. How to describe this feeling? Jala couldn't put it into words. It was like this: a man with a voice she loved, a face that appealed to her, a mind that aligned with hers, and someone intelligent. Conversations were effortless. The only flaw was his tendency to scheme, but that flaw was negligible compared to all those virtues. Jala lamented. Why was this body only 15? By the time she grew up, Jisher's children would probably be running around. Jisher, hearing no response, asked, "Are you still there?" "I'm here, thinking the same as you. I've already contacted Guli. He had the investment manager of Yinjing department store reach out to me, but I haven't heard back yet. He'll check again tomorrow." Chala's tone deflated a bit. "Want me to go with you tomorrow?" Jisher asked, startling even himself as the words left his mouth. Chala felt even more disheartened. Better not get too close to a man he couldn't have. What if he grew attached? "I'm not a child. I can handle it myself. Anything else? If not, I'm going to eat." "Go ahead, eat more. You're as skinny as a monkey." Jisher hung up just in time, or Chala would have cursed him out. Still, thinking this way, it wasn't so hard to bear. This man was too sharp-tongued, didn't know how to cherish a woman, had no romance. Not fit for a life partner. Better to let him go. Goodbye, the next one will be nicer and more handsome. I deserve better. After finishing his mental pep talk, he went next door to call Maimo out for a meal. Meanwhile at home, Jixian teased Jisher as soon as he entered. "Mom said you've taken a fancy to Ouyang Jing. She's so young, how could you have the heart? Don't talk nonsense. I've never even met this person you're talking about." Seeing her son's reaction, Madame Ling wondered if she had made a mistake. Jisher was about to scold her for ruining the girl's reputation when Madame Ling beat him to it. "What heavenly crime have I committed? The older one only knows reading. Already a postdoc, and still reading. At his age, he's either teaching or buried in books. The younger one is 26 and has never been in a relationship. I can't push them to date, can't push them to marry. What a curse." As Madame Ling ranted, Jisher's mind inexplicably flashed to Chala's face. He shook his head, warning himself not to be so beastly. She was only 15, still a child. "Mom, stop acting. I won't say anything, but don't say things that can be misunderstood. I don't care, but don't ruin a child's reputation." Madame Ling glanced at Jisher and snorted. Jisher figured he had too much free time on his hands to dwell on such nonsense. Still, he found himself calculating by the time Cha Lu turned 20 he'd be 31. Not an impossible gap, was it? Love? Not quite, but she was the first girl he'd met who matched him wit for wit. Jisher thought if he tried he might have a chance, since Cha Lu had recognized him from just one sentence, "You are." And she knew who he was. Psychologically, he'd left a deep impression. Where did she say she was going tomorrow? At this moment, Jisher couldn't recall a single one of Chala's suspicious or irrational traits. Seeing him lost in thought, Ji Xian, amazed, probed, "Are you heading back tomorrow after your leave ends?" "Yes, I can leave after dinner, but I might not eat at home. I have plans with someone." "Who? Take me along." "Is there a mutual friend we don't both know?" Jisher thought to himself, there actually is. But stayed silent, which was rare. Madame Ling joined in. "Son, have you taken a liking to someone you're ashamed to mention?" "You're acting strange." Jisher's ears reddened. "Mom, are we eating or not?" "I'm hungry." Madame Ling naturally noticed those crimson ears. Oh no. Was he into a man or a widow? Someone so hard to bring up. She exchanged a glance with her daughter and headed toward the dining table. After dinner, Cha Lu returned to his room and received a call from Zhu Yin scheduling a detailed discussion for 10 the next morning. He texted Ma Mo to inform her, then took a shower and went to bed. Zhu Yin was a middle-aged woman dressed in an exquisite suit, exuding an air of competence and professionalism. She was one of the rare women in this era whose eyes radiated firmness and confidence. After conversing with her, Jia Lu found herself quite admiring Zhu Yin, whose words were concise and clear. Both parties signed a contract with Ma Mo signing on behalf. Jia Lu decided to grant Ma Mo a nominal position within the company, ensuring he would receive a monthly salary while also making it convenient for her to manage expenses. She requested the largest shop on the 4th floor, but it would not be available for another 3 months. After finishing their business, they stepped out to find an extraordinarily handsome man leaning against the car door, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the department store. Their eyes met the moment they emerged. Jia Lu approached and asked, "Why are you here?" Jisher looked down at Jia Lu, who barely reached his chest. How could she be so short? Only 15 years old. She could still grow taller, couldn't she? Jia Lu raised her voice. "What are you spacing out about?" Jisher's eyes softened. "Since we're already here, let me take you both to eat. After the meal, I'll head back to the military district." Ma Mo stood by, utterly bewildered. These two hadn't known each other yesterday, yet after just one day, they seemed so familiar. What had happened? What had he missed? Jia Lu didn't want to go. This man was shrewd. The more they interacted, the more flaws she would reveal, and she might end up being schemed against. "No, I'm going back to rest. I have to fly to U City early tomorrow morning." Jalo wanted to go hunting again, at least to acquire the low-end version of Abu to guard the house first. There were also other accessories: earphones, keyboard, speakers, and various odds and ends. They could be modified to be better sold at a lower price so that everyone could experience the quality of Kangza first. Jisher lowered his voice. How about going? It's rare to meet, and it's still early. If you go back to the hotel, you'll have to eat anyway. Ma Mo was utterly shocked, terrified, and quickly spoke to escape. Jalo, you go ahead. He'll head back first. Don't worry about me. Ooh, I can eat on my own. Only then did Jisher cast a glance at Ma Mo. The people around this girl were quite perceptive. Jalo pondered Mayor Lu's matter. Maybe. Just eat. Jisher looked at the young girl, lost in thought before him. Her hair was tied up, her small face the size of a palm, with delicate features. Due to the heat, her skin had a faint rosy glow beneath the pale complexion. She wore a simple white t-shirt and plain jeans, standing there with an elegant poise. He dismissed the thought that had arisen. She was indeed too young. Well then, let's go. Jisher smiled and proactively opened the passenger door for Jalo. As she got into the car, the coolness instantly relaxed her body. If she had known the car had air conditioning, she would have gotten in earlier. Perhaps she should get Ma Mo a car when they returned. That way, when leaving Man City for other places, they wouldn't have to squeeze into buses. See, to improve the quality of life, there were so many things to spend money on. Did Ma Mo know how to drive? What are you spacing out about? Jisher echoed Jale's own words back to her verbatim. I'm thinking about whether to get Ma Mo a car when we go back, so it'll be more convenient in the future. His name is Ma Mo. Jale then recounted the whole story about Ma Mo again. If Jisher could have some influence in Zhongqing to help, that would be even better. Otherwise, relying on herself alone, when would she ever be able to investigate clearly for him? She couldn't even access the case files. They'll take some leave next month and free up time to accompany you to Zhongqing. Let's go together and see what's going on. Jale straightforwardly told him about Mayor Lu's matter. It's too coincidental. Some details can't withstand scrutiny, but there's no evidence. So far he doesn't seem to have done anything heinous, but I can't figure him out. Jisher was a bit speechless. First drug trafficking, then money laundering, and now even the mayor of their city was suspected of being problematic. Being too smart and perceptive wasn't necessarily a good thing. If you discover anything in the future, tell me. Don't handle it yourself. Put your own safety first. After Jisher finished, Jia Lu rolled her eyes at him. She detested being spoken to like a child. In her previous life, she was older than him after all. In a disdainful tone, she said, I'm not a child, and I'm not stupid. After their meal, Jale's thoughts returned to Jisher, a quality man, quality genes. If she missed this chance, she might not encounter anyone better. According to genetics, a daughter with Jisher's genes would surely be beautiful. Moreover, superior men rarely circulate in the dating pool. In her past life, she had been too absorbed in research, and by the time she sought a partner, those too young were immature and lacked synchronicity in thought. Those too old were not interested, and their sperm quality had deteriorated, reducing pregnancy odds and resulting in less optimal offspring. The inheritance of talent would be compromised, and raising the child would be arduous. Rather than settle for subpar options, she preferred to remain single. But there was an 11-year gap. In the 26th century, an 11-year difference was nothing. In this era, though she wasn't sure, at least she had never seen such a wide age gap around her. Full and silent, Jia simply stared at Jisher, pondering. Jisher could no longer eat. Jia, is there something on my face? Jia shook her head. Jisher, do you have a girlfriend? She deliberately emphasized the word girlfriend. Jisher set down his cup and met her gaze. I don't have a girlfriend. A smile tugged at Jale's lips. Jisher raised an eyebrow at her reaction, sensing that this girl might have designs on him. Was that really what he thought? But before the meal, she hadn't seemed particularly fond of him. And at 15, was she even mature enough? Jale's soul was 7 years older than Jisher's, so she decided to take the initiative. What are your standards in a partner? Jisher was now certain. She had taken an interest in him. Yet his own interest had just waned. He replied tentatively, a 20-year-old you. Jia was confused. It took her a moment to process. Do you mean you'll date me when I turn 20? Jisher looked into her eyes sincerely. If the 20-year-old you is willing. Delighted, Jia exclaimed, then it settled. Jisher gazed into her eyes, seeing joy and excitement, but no trace of affection. After seeing her home, Jisher returned to the military base. He kept mulling over the situation. Maybe it wasn't impossible. Jia was intelligent. He enjoyed communicating with sharp minds. He didn't feel repulsed, in fact he admired her. Despite her youth, she was the first female he had encountered whose intellect felt evenly matched. And what about Jia? What was she thinking? Initially, she had been indifferent on the phone. Their first meeting, the look of awe was normal. The second time, her eyes still held awe, also normal. But today when he appeared, she hadn't seemed particularly surprised. Her gaze showed little emotional fluctuation. It wasn't until after the meal that her eyes turned strange, appraising, scrutinizing him. He simply couldn't fathom it. Her thought process was as enigmatic as her talent in computer science. Naturally, Ji sure couldn't understand, because he still saw Jia Lu as a 15-year-old child unaware that the soul within was a mature woman. Jia Lu didn't actually love him. In the 26th century, choosing a partner was a matter of survival of the fittest. Genetics had matured to a science, and appearance, talent, intelligence, and aptitude were all criteria for mate selection. Everyone was busy, often juggling multiple jobs, leaving no time for romance. To ensure the societal birth rate, people had to set aside personal feelings and select partners based on mutual qualifications. In her past life, she had delayed too long, too devoted to learning. By the time she realized it, all the good partners had been taken. In this life, her instinct was to secure a suitable match as soon as possible. In Jia Lu's mindset, there was no concept of cultivating emotional bonds, or liking or disliking. What she sought was never love, but Ji Shi's inherent qualities. Hence it was perfectly normal for Ji Shi to be. Ji Shi was overthinking, while Jia Lu was carefree. Once she made up her mind, she didn't dwell on it, and slept soundly. The next day, she took Ma Mo to fly to Pingqing and Yueshi for a shopping spree. The low-cost version of Abu was imperative. They only returned to Jiangxing on the 5th day. Upon arriving home in Jiangxing, the first thing she did was to take a shower in the washing machine, then eagerly assembled the items she brought back. Without rest for 31 hours, she finally managed to create the low-cost version of Abu, then went back to her room and slept for 21 hours, waking up at 3 in the morning. During this time, all calls for Jia Lu were answered by Abu via the network. My master just created me, she's very tired and resting. When she wakes up, I'll tell her you called. The mechanical voice, the cute and adorable tone, the strange combination. If it weren't that Jia Lu was not that kind of person, one would have thought it was a prank by Jia Lu. The call from Ji Shi was the funniest. She's resting, then what are you? I am my master's good son. Ji Shi hung up and waited for Jia Lu to call back after waking up, but never got a call. At dawn, Jia Lu picked up Ma Mo and took him to the company to process his onboarding, filling in the position as Jia Lu's assistant. She instructed him to first learn some knowledge about parts in the company during this period, not requiring too much, just remember the names of the parts. Hizuru handed Jia Lu a glass of water and said, Lele, you've made quite a harvest this time. Just so-so. Go get some earphones or something to sell later. When will the new building be ready for decoration? I need to set up a new production line. Hizuru said with full energy. It'll be ready next month, but we need to air it out for a while. Uncle Chin hasn't been making trouble these past few days. I don't know if he's given up. Kongqing walked in with Secretary Yuan, who was about to step out, but Jia Lu stopped him. Secretary Yuan, are you interested in developing elsewhere? Take a team to promote surveillance like in Pingqing. Secretary Yuan's hometown was Pingqing, so he was indeed the perfect choice. Everyone's eyes were on him, and he was momentarily nervous. Hizuru spoke up to soothe him. Don't be nervous. The pay is good. Go there to set up the Kangza branch, and you'll have full authority. Interested? Can I do it while President Cha? Currently, Jia Lu was the person Secretary Yuan admired most, and he wanted to hear her answer. Yes. You are sharp and alert. You have an eye for tasks. Your conversation is relaxing. You have your own sales skills. You can do it. The candidate was originally chosen by Jia Lu, so naturally she praised him. Secretary Yuan agreed, which was within Jia Lu's expectations. Then you go ahead. I'll go home and tinker with some gadgets. She only received a call from Manager Xiao after arriving home, and he was still trying to bargain on the phone. Sorry you haven't replied for a long time, so I've partnered with another department store. Maybe next time. Miss Cha, please let me explain. Our President Ouyang just returned yesterday and confirmed it today. I'm busy now. Jia Lu hung up and Xiao Jing then called Hizuru. Hizuru was smart. She never overturned Jia Lu's decisions. They had agreed that Jia Lu wouldn't manage the company, but would control the overall direction, so she resolutely refused Xiao Jing. At home, Jia Lu modified 3 types of earphones: 1 wired earphone, 1 over-ear headphone, and 1 sports earphone. She also modified a speaker. She designed a keyboard herself. Only after finishing did she see that Ji Shi had called twice. Abu, in the future, when Ji Shi calls, give me a special reminder. He's my future partner. Receive, my dear master. Jia Lu called back. I was starting to think you had disappeared. Jia Lu indeed became oblivious when busy, which was also the reason she was single in her past life. Jia Lu rubbed her nose and said, Sorry, I was busy and didn't check my phone. Where is your home? Huh? What huh? I couldn't reach you, thought something happened, so I took leave and came to Jiangxing. Ji Shi almost believed this excuse himself, but the truth was he had decided that Jia Lu would be his future spouse and came to investigate if there was anything unusual. Jia Lu was somewhat stunned. Was this era's partner so considerate? So dutiful? It seemed he himself couldn't match that. Where are you in Jiangxing right now? Ji Shi glanced back. The bus station. Jia Lu prepared to go out. Wait there, I'll come pick you up. Don't bother, it's not worth the round trip. Just tell me the address, and I'll head over myself. Jia Lu thought it over and agreed. Tianshui Rinjian no. 12. By the time Ji Shi arrived, half an hour had passed. Is it that easy for you to get leave? Ji Shi sighed inwardly. I knew it. He's still oblivious. If he had any clue, he'd at least be happy to see me by now. Jisher glanced at the courtyard and said, "If there's nothing urgent, it's not complicated. How many days off did you take?" Jisher felt a pang in his heart. He didn't ask if he was tired, hungry, or thirsty. It wasn't just a lack of affection. Jisher wasn't even on his mind at all. His tone grew a bit sullen. Cha Lu, I'm thirsty. Cha Lu caught the shift in mood and led Jisher into the house, puzzled as to why the sudden emotional fluctuation. Jisher surveyed the room. The most striking sight was a robot roughly his height, or even a bit taller. To be honest, it was incredibly cool. Abu, pour a glass of water for our guest. The moment Cha Lu spoke, Abu moved to fetch water, its movements anything but clumsy. If this thing wasn't too expensive to produce, sending it on missions to bomb itself and take out an entire nest would be perfect. The more he thought about it, the more suitable it seemed. Jisher's eyes burned with intensity as he stared at Abu. Abu approached with a glass of water, scanning Jisher's gaze. Somewhat shyly it said to Jisher, "Please drink. Don't look at me like that. Abu is also a boy and I cannot give you a future. My contract is in the master's hands." Jisher exclaimed in surprise. "You can even tell what kind of look I'm giving you." "Of course. Abu can detect emotional fluctuations, so I can serve as a lie detector." Jisher's eyes gleamed even brighter. If he used this for interrogating suspects, wouldn't it double the efficiency? Cha Lu naturally knew what Jisher was thinking. The robot's data isn't recognized by the state, so suspects can still stubbornly deny everything. Besides, some people have excellent psychological control and show little emotional fluctuation, while others are naturally nervous and tremble when they speak, making it impossible to test. So don't get your hopes up. Jisher felt as if doused with cold water. He raised the glass of cold water and downed it in one gulp. "So you've been busy with this robot these past few days and didn't answer your phone?" "Yeah. You're amazing. It can talk, do chores, and probably has plenty of hidden functions, right?" Jisher's gaze was mostly fixed on Abu. "Let me give you a demonstration." Abu assembled a phone. Cha Lu had brought back quite a few parts, otherwise had have to go to the company every time he needed a phone or computer, which was too troublesome. Abu began the task and completed the assembly in just 8 minutes, faster than Cha Lu doing it himself. Jisher felt he couldn't keep delving into Abu's capabilities. It was too tempting. Abu handed the assembled phone to Cha Lu. "Master, mission complete." Cha Lu took the phone and passed it to Jisher. "For you." Jisher didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately removed his SIM card and inserted it into the new phone. He had long wanted one of Cha Lu's phones. The call quality was exceptionally clear. "When are you heading back?" "Since you're fine, I'll leave tomorrow. Then stay at Jiangxing Hotel tonight." Jisher glanced at the villa. "A villa this big, and there's no room for me." Cha Lu recalled that Jisher had barely looked at him since entering, his eyes fixed on Abu. Realizing Jisher wanted to study the robot, he said, "Then you can stay with Abu on the first floor." Then Cha Lu encountered a curious older baby who treated her as if she were transparent, especially when bathing. After bathing, he started studying the bathing machine again. "Cha Lu, will you sell this robot and the bathing machine? Does your company plan to launch them?" Jisher's words were directed at Cha Lu, but his gaze remained on the bathing machine. The reason Cha Lu didn't keep guests was because bathing was inconvenient. All the faucets in the room had been modified by her. Almost every part of this house had been transformed by Cha Lu. "Abu is not for sale, but I can sell you one bathing machine. It's not expensive, 30,000 yuan each. Then I'll take 2, one for home and one for the military dormitory." Cha Lu nodded, thinking that money offered on a silver platter shouldn't be refused. "All right, but this can't be transported. You'll need to assemble it on-site at your home and the military base. When will you have time? Remember to get it done for me." "Sometime later." Cha Lu shooed him out, wanting to sleep. Jisher spent a long time on the first floor conversing with Abu, testing Abu's reaction ability, knowledge scope, and at what point communication barriers would appear. "Abu, what is 53,425 times 75,348? Abu, how often do you charge? Abu, besides assembling phones, what else can you do? Abu, do you know how to make a grenade? Abu, what does Cha Lu like to eat? Abu, will you remember me next time I come? Abu, would you come back to Jing City with me? Abu, if I take you away now, would Cha Lu call the police? You have too many questions. It's already 3 in the morning. You should rest. Abu is going to charge." Jisher sat up from the couch and watched Abu walk away. "But you just replied that you charge once every half month." Abu didn't look back. "Can't you tell? I'm tired of your nagging. I'm annoyed with you." Jisher. The more he tested, the more he wanted one. The next day, Cha Lu woke up and checked the system, seeing Abu's QA logs. She was utterly speechless. So Jisher had only gone to sleep after 3 in the morning. No wonder there was no movement yet. So beneath that mature and steady exterior lay such childishness. Cha Lu cleared her schedule today to accompany Jisher. She checked the last flight. He could still sleep for 2 more hours. When Jisher woke up, Cha Lu had already brought back toiletries, towels, and breakfast. "You have 1 hour to pack, or you'll miss the last flight back to Jing City." Jisher glanced at Abu, who was cleaning, clearly unwilling to leave. His eyes and expression were full of resistance. Jia felt like she was watching a child throwing a tantrum, unwilling to go to school. She patted Jisher's head. "We could come play when you're free." Jia didn't think much of it. Subconsciously she considered herself older than Jisher. But Jisher got riled up. "Between the two of us you're the kid. Don't treat me like a child." That said, a smile is hard to suppress as an AK-12 tugged at the corners of his mouth. In the end, Jia only saw him off to the bus, not accompanying him to High City. The round trip was too troublesome. If it were Ning City, she might have considered it since she could fly back instantly. After Jisher left, Jia took the 3 earphones, a speaker, and a keyboard she had modified and designed to the company. Back at home, Director Guan called saying that Sang Biao wanted to see her and would only reveal where the remaining drugs were hidden after meeting her. Is he still in Jiang City? No, he was transferred elsewhere long ago. Colonel Guli took him away last time, and at the military base, he was handed over to others. He is now being held at the Jing City prison. So if you agree, the organization will reimburse your travel expenses. You'll need to go to Jing City. Jia Lu was exasperated. Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have gone with the other person. Jisher and Jia Lu arrived at High City Airport almost simultaneously. Jisher said in surprise, "Wasn't I on the last bus? I came here with a police car escort all the way, afraid I'd missed the plane." Jia's hair was a bit messy, looking like she was indeed in a hurry. "What are you going to do?" Jia glanced around at the people nearby. The topic was sensitive. She moved closer to Jisher and whispered, "The drug dealer case that Guli handled. Sang Biao wants to see me and asked me to go to Jing City." The fresh, pleasant scent of the young girl suddenly approached. Jisher was unaccustomed to it, but instead of stepping back, he leaned closer to Jia's ear and said, "What a coincidence. I'm now in charge of that case." Jia shot Jisher a look and said, "Then why didn't you know he wanted to see me? We are only responsible for escorting and protecting people. As for interrogations, confessions, providing evidence, etc., the police will naturally handle that. Different divisions of labor. Now in this case, we can't find the drugs that Sang Biao hid. If he confesses, it will be our military personnel who lead the search. So all the dangerous work is done by you. All of it is dangerous." The two landed in Jing City. Jia Lu reported safety to Bureau Chief Guan. Accommodation in Jing City was arranged. Jisher returned to the military district to report back from leave. The next day, Jisher waited for Jia Lu at the prison gate. He could have skipped this matter. Only after the information was uncovered would it be reported to the military, which would then dispatch personnel. But coming here was fine. It was a matter of responsibility. Captain Hong from the anti-drug unit beside Jia Lu introduced, "This is Major General Ji. This case is a joint operation with the military. He is the military commander. This is the student from Jiang City who came to assist." She reported this case, and now the criminal insists on meeting her before he will reveal where the stash is hidden. Jia Lu and Jisher shook hands, both silent. Sang Biao sat on the interrogation chair waiting for Jia Lu. Jia Lu and Captain Hong entered together. Inside there was also an officer recording the conversation, and the camera was running. Sang Biao, who had been listless, blinked his eyes upon seeing Jia Lu and leaned forward a bit. "Finally I get to see you, little beauty." Captain Hong slapped the table and said, "Can't you speak properly?" Sang Biao ignored him, staring at Jia Lu, finding it amazing that he had lost to such a little brat. Jia Lu sat still throughout, looking like a well-behaved girl, and didn't respond. In the observation room, Jisher watched Jia's demeanor and suddenly felt his heart soften. How could she be so cute all of a sudden? So soft and adorable. Sang Biao looked at Jia Lu and spoke again. "I don't recall us having any grudge, little girl." Jia Lu didn't reply, and the interrogation room fell silent. Captain Hong took over the conversation. "You've seen her now. Tell us, where is the stash?" Sang Biao's gaze shifted from Jia Lu to Captain Hong. "In the West Asia Gulf." Before Sang Biao could finish, Jia Lu suddenly interjected, "At your home." A flicker of surprise crossed Sang Biao's face, and his voice rose a bit. "They've already searched my home." Captain Hong was displeased with Jia's behavior, but couldn't stop her in time. Jia Lu continued, "Raising your voice suddenly shows you're anxious, desperately wanting everyone to believe what you say. From the moment I walked in, your eyes were mostly on me. Only when Captain Hong asked you did you look at him, because you wanted to confirm whether he believed your lie and whether you had succeeded." Jia's lazy demeanor, as if she looked down on Sang Biao, was infuriating. She went on, "I noticed you blinked several times after I entered. You seemed excited to see me. Let me guess. Is it because you made a deal with the person behind you, planning to get rid of me?" Sang Biao's forehead wrinkled with frown lines. "Relax. Just like the way your forehead is furrowed now shows you're uneasy, and when I said that your pupils dilated for a moment, indicating you were startled. Now do you know where you lost? Well, the camera is rolling. Let Captain Hong and the others replay the footage to see your wonderful expressions just now, and they'll know if it's true or false. What do you think?" Sang Biao knew he had lost. The furrowed brows and look of disbelief and confusion on his face were unmistakable. The interrogation room and observation room were dead silent. You know I was the one who reported you, right? Do you know how I found out? Song Biao gave up struggling and asked calmly, how did you find out? Go on, I'm all ears. Then tell me first, who is the accomplice working with you? How do you plan to have me killed? Song Biao burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. What kind of mind do you have? Cha Lu shrugged. It's not that hard to guess. It is hard. No one else knew about this except him and me. How did you figure it out? Let me die knowing the truth. Not just Song Biao, but Captain Hong and everyone in the observation room were curious. Your personality, taciturn, patient, vengeful, and somewhat shrewd. You were abused as a child, weren't you? You've never received love, whether familial or romantic. None. Cha Lu sighed and continued. A broken family gave you an antisocial personality. Someone as vengeful as you would find a way to destroy your enemy, even if there's no way out. And I, as the informant, am the beginning of this whole affair. Song Biao retorted, where couldn't I kill you? Why go through the trouble of luring you to the capital? Well, you just reminded me. So that person is a police officer in the capital who's involved in this case. But he's not high-ranking, which makes it easier for him to act. More importantly, you're not satisfied. You have to make a statement. Calling me here was to tell me I'm going to die and die horribly, so I regret reporting you. That's what you wanted. Song Biao was dumbfounded, unable to articulate his feelings. He muttered, how can there be someone like this? As if resigning to fate, he looked up and said, it's Wei Guoxiang. Captain Hong jumped to his feet. Who did you say? Cha Lu smiled and pulled Captain Hong's arm. Captain Hong, sit down. Don't get worked up. But Captain Hong couldn't stay calm. Wei Guoxiang was his prized student, the one destined to take his position. He had already recommended him. Just now before you spoke, your eyes darted to the right. You're still lying. What a shame. Captain Hong relaxed at this. Cha Lu turned to him and said, any competition lately? Like a critical time for promotion. Or some dispute over a case. The person Wei Guoxiang is competing against must be Song Biao's man. Captain Hong, why don't you check it out? My safety is in your hands. Cha Lu had lost interest and wanted to leave. Song Biao suddenly slammed the table repeatedly. Two men rushed in and restrained him by force, but he still struggled. How can there be someone like this? How can there be someone like this? Cha Lu, how can there be someone like you? Ji Shi came in to escort Cha Lu out. Even after walking a few steps away, they could still hear Song Biao's roars. Cha Lu patted his chest, going crazy like a wild beast. Ji Shi patted Cha Lu's head. Scared now. Captain Hong rushed out and saw the two of them acting intimately. He hesitated, unsure whether to approach. Yesterday I touched your head because you had a buzz cut. It wouldn't mess up. But you can't touch my hair, my whole hairstyle is ruined. As Cha Lu said this, he simply tied up his hair. Ji Shi turned around and asked, Captain Hong, is there anything else? Captain Hong cursed inwardly. When they first met, he had no idea they knew each other, and he had seriously introduced himself. Now it was obvious they were more than acquainted. Their relationship was clearly complicated. Cha, classmate, in the end, we still haven't found out where exactly the drugs are. Cha Lu was speechless. Didn't I say it's at home? We thoroughly searched his home, and there really wasn't anything. Then tear down the house. Cha Lu said this because earlier when investigating their company's financial status, he had seen purchase orders for renovation materials. Last time at the company there were no signs of construction work, but when dealing with Song Biao's case, he had noticed renovation materials piled up downstairs at his house. At the prison gate, Ji Shi said to Captain Hong, before you've clarified everything, we'll take responsibility for Cha Lu's safety from the military region. After getting into the car, Cha Lu remembered and said, what about the 20,000 reward you mentioned last time? It never came through. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Ji Shi laughed upon hearing this. Just kidding. It's actually 200,000. The reward for a drug case is calculated based on the quantity of drugs. If we really find another batch at his home, the reward can go up further. But it won't arrive that quickly. We have to wait until the case is fully closed. While they were chatting leisurely, the interrogation room was in chaos, and the observation room made several copies of the footage for everyone to take back for others to observe and learn. As soon as Captain Hong returned to the bureau, his first action was to detain Gan Meng with his men. After Cha Lu had spoken, the first person that came to his mind was Gan Meng. Regardless of whether it was true or false, for Cha Lu's safety, they had to detain him first, and then investigate as quickly as possible using the method Cha Lu suggested. Gan Meng did not resist when he was arrested. This matter was known only to him and Song Biao. There was no third person. Now that he was caught, he was sure in his heart that Song Biao had betrayed him. So Captain Hong discovered there was hardly any need for investigation. Seeing Gan Meng's reaction, he just exploded, and then confessed everything. After finishing his work, Captain Hong walked out of the police station, still feeling incredulous. How could that girl be so sharp? Just because of various details and the suspect's reactions. Could she really do that? Over on Sha'Le's side, he was taken back to the military region by Ji-Shur, still in the same single room as last time, but this time, he had 2 of Ji-Shur's soldiers with him. Sha'Le didn't resist, his life was important, so he was quite cooperative. The next day at noon, Ji-Shur returned and said, "Tomorrow, Captain Hong and I will go back to Jiangxing with you. We'll take another look at Sang Biao's home and escort you back." "Okay, I have no objections. What should I do today? Since we have time, why not work on the shower machine?" "No, I can't find all the parts for the shower machine on short notice. How about I take you to Jingshi for a stroll?" That sounded good. In the 26th century, everything was high-tech and very few of these historical sites had survived because a world war had occurred in between and many things were destroyed. "I want to visit some historical sites." Ji-Shur nodded and said, "Jingshi has plenty of historical sites. You can't finish seeing them all in days and nights." Sha'Le thought it was really wonderful. If only these could be preserved. Actually, it wasn't impossible. As long as one's country was strong enough that no one dared to attack, with technology leading the world by several generations and becoming the first great power ahead of time, it could be done. Sha'Le, like all tourists, took many photos. The 2 of them also asked a passerby to take a few group photos, but most were solo shots of Sha'Le. They played until dark, had dinner out, and then returned to the military region. The next day, after breakfast at the military region, they set off, met up with Captain Hong at the airport, and flew to Haishur. Director Guan received the news of the coordinated operation and arranged for team leader Zhou to pick them up at the airport with his men. They returned to Jiangxing by police car. Sha'Le slept groggily the whole way. If it weren't for the original owner's home being here, Sha'Le would have wanted to move away. Nanshur had no airport, besides being backward, going out was cumbersome and time-consuming with rough roads. It was a real ordeal. Ji-Shur was still staying at Sha'Le's place, while Captain Hong was put up at the Jiangxing Hotel. It was only then that Captain Zhou learned how close Sha'Le was to this leader from the Beijing military region. The next day, Director Guan brought Captain Hong to Sha'Le's home. Sha'Le was still asleep, and Ji-Shur opened the door. The moment they entered, before they could even complain about Sha'Le being unreachable, they saw Abu. The 3 of them huddled around Abu, whispering. Abu couldn't take it anymore. Abu hasn't cleaned the house yet, and needs to start working. "Can the 3 of you sit quietly on the sofa?" Captain Hong and Director Guan were startled. How can it talk? Ji-Shur was the first to sit on the sofa. It can not only talk, but also chat with you. It knows a lot. The 2 also moved to the sofa. Director Guan, unconvinced, asked, "When will Sha'Le get up?" Abu replied, while mopping the floor, "The water in the owner's room is flowing, so she will be down shortly. Please wait a moment." Before long, Sha'Le indeed came down. "Everyone's here. Don't you have work to do? Why are you all gathered here?" "Glory, you're up. We were thinking of calling you to come along." Director Guan rubbed his hands and asked, "Glory, how much is this robot of yours?" "Abu is not for sale. Abu will always stay with the owner." Before Sha'Le could answer, the robot grew anxious. "This robot of yours is quite loyal. Isn't it a machine? How can a machine without feelings get anxious?" Sha'Le opened the fridge and said, "I set it to anti-abduction mode so it won't be tricked or taken away." Director Guan was even more confused. "It stays at home and never goes out. Who could abduct it?" Sha'Le didn't answer. She glanced at Ji-Shur. Ji-Shur recalled the questions he had asked on the first night he stayed over. Had Sha'Le known all along? "Let's go, time to work." Sha'Le drank her milk and led the way out. From behind came Abu's voice. "Owner, come back soon. Abu will miss you." Director Guan drove only 1 car. Sha'Le didn't want to squeeze in with 3 big men, so she turned back and called out, "Abu, bring out my instant flight." "Director Guan, you go ahead. They'll be there shortly." The 3 got into the car. Abu brought out the instant flight equipment. Sha'Le finished her milk, handed the empty bottle to Abu, and then unhurriedly flew towards Sang Biao's house. Captain Hong rubbed his eyes and said, "Director Guan, am I seeing things? How is Sha'Le flying in the sky?" Director Guan, driving the car, replied matter-of-factly, "No, you're not. That's an invention of hers. It's approved for use in our Nanshur." Captain Hong felt that this trip to Jiangxing was well worth it. He had seen so many things he had never encountered before. Things that no one would believe if he told them. When Sha'Le arrived, Captain Zhou and his team were already waiting downstairs with the police dogs. "Captain Zhou, Sha'Le, where are Director Guan and the others?" "On the way. This dog is really cute." The German shepherd borrowed overnight from Haishur. Had nothing to do with cuteness, it was clearly majestic and imposing. When Director Guan arrived, the group went upstairs in batches. Could he have an accomplice? What if someone takes it away during this time? Captain Hong voiced his concern. Ji-Shur explained. Usually drug dealers only know their own hiding spots for drugs. Even the most intimate people around them wouldn't know. That's the first rule of survival, to prevent subordinates and partners from committing murder and robbery. Sang Biao's house wasn't big, just over 100 square meters with no luxury items. Quite Spartan. He lived alone. On their first visit, they had found a few guns and some cash, but nothing else. Sha'Le directly examined the renovations, distinguishing between old and new. She headed toward the newly renovated area and said, "Break it open." Captain Hong personally took the tools. As expected, behind this wall it was all drugs. The wall was 4 inches thicker than normal, wrapped in layers upon layers with a glass seal. Opening it, I sniffed. What had been soaked in this? A faint floral scent. Director Guan's eyes glistened with covetousness for this merit, murmuring, "See, you still have to bring along the pride of our Jiangxing." Once the items were found, Cha Lu washed his hands of it. Everyone tidied up, and Cha Lu went to the company to check on Ma Mo's learning progress. His eyes lit up at the sight of Cha Lu. Lele, the city settled the surveillance fees today. Then shouldn't the company get me a car? Let Ma Mo be my driver. I'm done with buses. Hizuru wouldn't care about such a small expense. After all, the couple merely managed the company. The money was earned by Cha Lu and the orders were brought in by her. If not for him being underage, perhaps she and Old Kong would have no role at all. Consider it done. They'll handle it this afternoon. After the company files its taxes, it'll transfer your share directly to your card. Cha Lu nodded. Nothing too expensive, just a commuter car. Remember to deduct the money I borrowed from you before, plus the house funds. Hizuru was delighted, agreeing to whatever Cha Lu said. Cha Lu still remembered the library project, wondering if it was enough. He casually asked, "Sister Ro, how much does it cost to donate a library to the school?" Hizuru adored Cha Lu for his gratitude toward the teacher who had mentored him. The company's first computer had been given to that teacher. Now he wanted to donate a library to the school. Where could one find a partner with such noble character? Depends. Do you need to renovate? How big is the space your school originally reserved for a library? The number of books is key. You'll have to ask your principal. Cha Lu didn't want to go back. Just send a text and let Principal Gao figure it out. After meeting Ma Mo and confirming he could drive, Cha Lu told him to go with Hizuru to buy the car that afternoon. He took a quick tour of the production line and went home. Meanwhile, Jishir finished his work and came looking for Cha Lu. Not seeing him, he tentatively asked Abu to open the door, but Abu ignored him. When Cha Lu returned to the building, he saw Jishir leaning against the railing. "Why didn't you wait inside?" Jishir shifted his gaze from the charging Abu. "I called, but Abu wouldn't open." Hearing Cha Lu's voice, Abu hurriedly opened the door. At Jishir's complaint, Abu said in a somewhat aggrieved tone, "Master, he's too annoying. Keeps asking questions, wasting battery." Cha Lu couldn't help but laugh. Jishir, like a close brother, hooked his arm around Cha Lu's neck and walked him inside. "Master, do you need me to rescue you?" Though the words were asked, Abu had already gone inside to pour water, having scanned Jishir. No malicious intent, safe. Cha Lu pried Jishir's arm away and asked, "Finished with work?" "For now. Captain Hong and I are stationed here. Tomorrow the military will send a helicopter to take it to the nearest disposal site. After that, I'll have to return to the capital." Jishir's tone carried a hint of melancholy. "Yage." Abu let out a mechanical cheer. Jishir was intensely curious. Does this robot have its own thoughts and emotions? No. It's just more advanced. Acts like a person, but not yet at the level of adult reasoning. No wonder it's like a rebellious kid who needs a good scolding. Jishir thought that for now he could tolerate it, but when Cha Lu turned 20 and they started dating, having Abu pop up anytime would be maddening. Cha Lu watched the two bickering like children, covered his ears, and went upstairs, leaving the downstairs matters alone. After all, he was only 26. Abu, losing the argument, grew anxious. "I warn you, I can discharge electricity. I have stored power, enough to knock you out. Do you still want to argue with Abu?" Jishir cursed inwardly, his face impassive, but under Abu's threat he successfully stopped the quarrel. "I'm tired. I'm going to rest." With that, he avoided Abu and returned to his room. After the handover at the police station, the next day, watching the helicopter leave, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, afraid that the thing might cause trouble at the station. Shinshin pulled the police dog and asked Captain Zhou, "Boss, can I use the car today? He'll return the police dog so it won't delay my attendance at Jia Le's class tomorrow." Captain Hong heard about Jia Le's class. Greatly interested, he quickly asked, "What class is Jia Lu teaching? Can I go?" Captain Zhou glanced at him, feeling quite speechless. How could he ask if he could go without even knowing what the class was about? Chen Shun explained, "Jia Lu is giving a collective training session to the 6 cities of our Nan City, analyzing case files and teaching us to think from another perspective. He even tries to empathize with the murderer and speculate on their thoughts. It's quite interesting. Our station has 8 slots all filled, so no spots left. If you want to go, you'll have to ask Jia Lu." Chen Shen added, "It should be fine, as Jia Lu is not a stingy person." Jishir and Captain Hong both expressed interest and decided to postpone their departure from Jiang City by 1 day. Especially Jishir, upon returning to Tianshui, Rinjian asked Jia Lu, "You're giving classes to the police in Nan City. Why haven't you mentioned it?" Jia Lu retorted, "You never asked either. Is this such an important matter?" Jishir finished the water in his cup and said, "It is important. I saw Captain Hong's expression today. Oh, he's probably scheming against you, envying the treatment in Nan City." Jia Lu said nonchalantly, "It's fine. After you leave today, I might not see him again." Then Jishir asked, "We'll postpone our departure by one day and attend your class tomorrow. Is that convenient?" Jia Lu replied, "Yes, this one is a bit special and definitely worth listening to. I am willing to impart all my knowledge." Jishir sighed with admiration. What an amazing girl. Captain Hong borrowed Director Guan's car, taking Jishir with him. Jia Lu still used the Li Ku Fei, a flight service, but today he brought his computer. Today Jia Lu did something different. He picked a particularly difficult case, dissected it, and explained it in detail. The case file was entrusted to Director Guan by High City for Jia Lu to analyze. Jia Lu wrote the key issues on the blackboard, distributed the materials for everyone to read, and then they brainstormed together to solve the case. Today the conference room had additional attendees: Jishir, Captain Hong, and 2 criminal investigators from High City. At the request of High City, this class was recorded. In High City, 7 girls had been abused, raped, and murdered with their bodies dumped. The time intervals between cases were getting shorter. High City had identified a suspect, but couldn't obtain a confession. Jia Lu played the photos of the deceased from his computer in a loop. Any thoughts after seeing these? Guan Fanjin from Xinxing first asked, "The suspect is already caught, and we just need a confession. Why not just bring in professionals to handle it?" Jia Lu replied, "If it were that simple, there would be no need to waste everyone's time here." After saying this, he glanced around and saw that everyone looked clueless and bewildered. He took the computer and played the interrogation footage. The group watched it 3 times, but found nothing wrong. Jia Lu felt that there was a long and arduous road ahead. But he didn't have much time left. He would be going to Jing City in a year. How much longer could he teach? The root cause was that the people sent here lacked talent. Yes, solving cases also requires talent. Otherwise, the knowledge they learn will only be applied mechanically without the ability to adapt. That was the biggest problem. As for the so-called talent, it requires strong empathy combined with rationality. Attention to detail is fundamental. Knowledge must be broad, and the abilities to manage people and lead are indispensable. Imagination must also be excellent. The combination of these aspects is what everyone sees as talent. Then let's do something different for this class. Of all creatures in this world, humans are the most cruel. Today's topic: sadistic murderers. The killer in this case belongs to this category. Unless you catch him, he will not stop. When there are multiple victims, you must first identify their commonalities. 90% of the time you can find a pattern unless it's a random crime. Examine the victims' personalities, clothing styles, family backgrounds, occupations, recent places they visited, and whether their hobbies align. All sorts of details. For example, has anyone here been in a relationship more than 3 times? As soon as the question was asked, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Captain Zhou, who was fairly familiar with Jia Lu, responded, "Let alone 3 times, even 1 time would make these lads overjoyed." Alright, the general idea is that you might have a type of girl you like. For instance, you prefer lively and cheerful ones. But you'll eventually realize that it's just your ideal. The ones you actually date are often those you fall for at first sight or find suitable, and they probably don't match your initial standards. When you date repeatedly, the partners you choose are all similar types. Chen Chen chimed in, "That's true. Tai Dan from Qinjia village, who's good-looking, has dated several girls. 4 or 5 that I know of. All the same type: long, straight black hair, not very tall, but curvaceous. Ergo, on the other hand, seems never to have dated a tall, slender girl. The killer is the same. In planned murders, especially sadistic ones, the perpetrator always has a trigger point, something that sets off his killing urge, allowing him to achieve SE. Especially Jishir. This killer didn't harm these women for sexual release. It was purely rape and torture, with the focus on the torture. Let me share another small detail. If a person is truly afraid of someone, they won't dare to look that person in the face, nor meet their eyes. The killer in this case was once abused in the same way. So all 7 victims are similar. There's little variation in the injuries and the locations of the injuries. The probability of a victim becoming an active perpetrator is not high, about 1 in 8. This killer is one of those. Normal people who have been harmed do not harm strangers in the same way. Combine what I've said with all the details. If you still can't find the answer and submit a blank paper, there will be no more lectures. It means you lack the ability to solve cases. Jia Lu finished speaking, ignored them, and waited for their answers, timing how long it would take them to catch on. Jishir hadn't participated at all. He hadn't even looked at the case. Watching the girls shining on the stage, he already had the answer in his heart. Just as Jia Lu had said, everyone has a vague image of their ideal partner. Before meeting Jia Lu, Jishir believed that 2 people's careers must be compatible, not necessarily complementary, but not too far apart, or they'd have nothing to talk about. He also feared that his partner or her family might exploit his status. So Jishir thought his other half should be mature, composed, and tactful, not necessarily brilliant, but someone who wouldn't hold him back. After meeting Jia Lu, the standards he had built in his heart vanished. There was no real reason for it. High intelligence was merely the initial attraction. In the end, it was simply because she was Jia Lu, nothing more. The idea of just finding someone to settle down with as he reached a certain age had somehow changed. Wu Hongjun was the first to react. The suspect's wife is lying. In her statement, she claimed her husband had a tendency toward domestic violence, and that she was terrified of him. She indeed bore facial injuries, signs of abuse. But as you just said, a person who is truly afraid would not dare to meet the other's gaze. During the interrogation, the wife actively looked at the suspect and held his eyes. Look closer. Her fear is all feigned, overacted. Moreover, you mentioned the perpetrator had also been similarly abused. The victims were all women. Could the killer be his wife? Wu Hongjun, rape is rape. How can a woman rape another woman? Use your brain, will you? Countered Lin Yunlong of Jincheng. Exactly, the rape can't be faked, echoed Wuan of Xiqing. Jia Le looked at Wu Hongjun with admiration. Excellent, your reasoning is on the right track. The room fell silent. Zhou Xing spoke up. It's a gang operation with a female lead and a male subordinate. That explains the traces left by the rape. Jia Le prepared to wrap up the lesson. Investigate his wife's childhood experiences, interrogate them separately to extract information. The woman has strong psychological resilience. The man is weaker. Start with the man, break down his mental defenses, and use some tactics to sow discord between them. Captain Hong had thought the lecture would be about facial expression analysis like in the interrogation room that day, but it turned out to be even more thrilling. This Jia Le was a treasure. Would he be going to study in the capital next year? It was a pity he had to return tomorrow. Ji Shi returned to Tianshui Renjian and unusually did not pester Abu. Instead, he sat quietly on the sofa watching Jia Le assemble machinery. Jia Le turned around and met Ji Shi's gaze. What are you staring at me for? Ji Shi magnified Jia Le's virtues again and again, beaming, thinking that my future partner is so outstanding fills me with pride. Jia Le could understand this emotion and wanted to compliment Ji Shi as well. He realized Ji Shi was completely different from when they first met. Now, he was like a grown-up boy, somewhat childish, and the cool, aloof aura he once had was gone. Suddenly, he didn't know how to praise him. Ji Shi's excellence lay in his overall command capability, outstanding military acumen, foresight, and strategic planning, as well as his personal combat prowess. He was a dominant force in the army. Jia Le couldn't see that yet, so he could only utter a dry, "You're great too." When Ji Shi left this time, Jia Le did not see him off. The police car took him directly to the airport in Haishur. At the airport, Captain Hong wanted to gossip about Ji Shi and Jia Le, but before he could speak, he noticed that the young Major General Ji had distanced himself from Jia Le and returned to his cold, aloof demeanor that made him seem hard to approach. What was there not to understand? These two were a couple. On the way, two girls came to hit on him. Ji Shi gave them a single look, and they ran off before he could even speak. Captain Hong made a snide remark. What does Jia Le see in you? Your good looks. Ji Shi shot him a glance and said nothing. He's only 15, and his facial features haven't fully matured yet. And he's so smart. In the future, he'll have even more suitors, especially at Beijing, where he'll be surrounded by high-quality young men of the same age. Tisk, who knows whose hands he'll end up in. Ji Shi's confidence wavered. So what exactly did Jia Le see in him? If it was because of his looks, then would she find him too old in a few years? She never asked about his family background. His job was impressive, but she didn't seem to admire military personnel. Maybe he should work harder to get promoted. He pulled out his phone and sent a text to Jia Le. Don't even think about being fickle. Jia Le received the text message with a puzzled expression and replied, you too. Half a month passed by unhurriedly. Kang Ze's fame abroad had fully taken off thanks to the promotion by the batch of people who received the computers. For a time, Kang Ze's second-hand computers were in high demand at high prices. This completely caught the attention of the leaders. The overwhelming fortune arrived suddenly, and the upper echelons contacted Kang Ze stating that the country was willing to support Kang Ze increase production and boost its fame. Hizuru excitedly contacted Jia Le and told him about this. Jia Le calmly said, I need to carefully examine the support policy. Will the state participate in Kang Ze's management or require Kang Ze to provide shares and dividends later? Hizuru calmed down. None of that was mentioned. I was too excited and called you right after hanging up. How about I give them your contact information when they contact me again? You seem to have more experience and can handle it better. I'm afraid of holding you back. Alright, don't reply to them until they contact you. First calm down and focus on production. I need money. While housing prices aren't too crazy, yet I want to buy a courtyard house quickly. After hanging up, Hizuru pondered less words. Old Kong, how about we use the idle money at home to buy property in a first-tier city? Kong Chung didn't care. His wife made all decisions. He himself lacked leadership skills and unique insight. Since he had nothing, he shouldn't meddle. Following people who could make money, even if he couldn't earn big sums, picking up leftovers behind them would be enough. Principal Gao had previously received Jia Le's text message and never took it seriously. Today he learned from Li Kuei that Kang Ze's computers were developed by Jia Le. He immediately went to carefully calculate the library expenses and rigorously sent the details to Jia Le. Jia Le checked his bank account and found over 8 million. He calculated that it was roughly the after-tax money from more than 30,000 surveillance cameras minus the money lent to Hizru, the house expenses company overhead, in the new building. It roughly matched. He transferred 300,000 to the school's finance department and then stopped worrying about it. The finance department suddenly received such a large sum and quickly contacted Principal Gao. Don't panic, that's a donation from student Cha Lu to establish the library. After that, Principal Gao praised Cha Lu everywhere. The students went from initial shock, disbelief, envy, and admiration to later anticipation. They were very much looking forward to the library. It wasn't that they loved studying so much, but that their school was about to become the only one among all schools in Jiangxing to have a library. Meanwhile, Ma Mo had finished learning the knowledge of parts and could now name any random piece. He simply stopped going to the company and stayed at Cha Lu's place to study assembly. He stared wide-eyed until his eyes were sore, but still couldn't understand or learn it. So he simply gave up and slacked off. Being able to remember part names and serve as Cha Lu's assistant and errand boy was good enough. Wait until Ji Shikong takes time off and gets leave approved. We'll go to Zhongqing together. We can borrow his identity, but I guess he has acquaintances there. Ma Mo's expression dimmed a bit. Okay, how about we invite Peng Lu and Peng Qi to eat out tonight? Ma Mo composed himself. Peng Lu should be free, he's studying steadily. Peng Qi is busy. She has an exam tomorrow. That girl is a bit anxious, but she's working hard enough and should do well. Then we should get her out for a walk and relax. Being too tense is bad for the exam. The four of them went out to eat that evening. Peng Qi was pondering exam questions even during the meal. Cha Lu saw it, but didn't stop her. Peng Qi is the type who, if she loses her goal and feels worthless, becomes flustered and overthink when idle. When she's too tense, calling her out for a meal is also a form of relaxation. After dinner, they strolled back to send the siblings home, chatting idly along the way. Peng Qi seemed less tense, and only then did Cha Lu take his leave. It was his first time riding in the company-signed car, a Santana that had been driven solely by Ma Mo since purchase. Upon returning home, he tried to contact Ji Shi to ask if the departure time for Zhongqing had been settled, but could not reach him. Cha Lu didn't dwell on it, and simply showered and rested. 2 days later, still no contact. A week passed, and the silence persisted. He recalled that during his first visit to the military district, Ji Shi had been away on an urgent mission. Perhaps he was on another assignment now? Feeling uneasy, Cha Lu checked Ji Shi's phone location, which showed it in Yun City. The last call made was 3 days ago. He noted the number, pinpointed the precise coordinates, and found the location remarkably remote. It must be a mission. He decided not to intervene rashly lest he disrupt military operations. After clearing his search history, he resumed assembling his own equipment. Another 3 days passed. Early in the morning, the last number Ji Shi had dialed appeared on Cha Lu's phone screen. Cha Lu swiftly pressed the answer button. Is this Cha Lu? Yes. Has something happened to Ji Shi? The person on the other end hesitated for 2 seconds before hastily replying, "We're not sure, but he's been out of contact for 6 days. I recall you're quite skilled with computers. The last time he contacted the liaison officer, he didn't speak. He just handed over his laptop. We've tried professional technicians, but they couldn't open the files on it. They said the password is too complex, changing every minute. Could you come to Jing City and give it a try? We'll cover all your travel expenses." Cha Lu recognized the voice. It was the chief of staff. He'll book a ticket right away and head over. He ended the call, immediately chartered a car to High City and booked the nearest flight to Jing City. After landing, he took a taxi directly to the Jing City military district and dialed the chief of staff's number. He'll be there in 5 minutes. He'll have someone waiting at the gate. It was Chen Wei again. "Miss Jia, this way please." Chen Wei led Cha Lu straight to the control room. The room was crowded. Some were operating machines, some were attempting to crack the computer, and others were giving orders. Everyone seemed busy. Cha Lu, over here, this is the laptop. Cha Lu glanced at Ji Shi's computer, then sat down and took out his own laptop without touching Ji Shi's device at all. Instead, he directly networked and copied all the data from that computer. "Oh, your laptops are identical. Same brand," the chief of staff remarked, sitting opposite Cha Lu with the 2 machines facing him. Cha Lu didn't respond. The technician who had been trying to crack the computer earlier, seeing Cha Lu's silence, picked up the chief of staff's comment, "Latest domestic model under the Kangza brand. They're in high demand. Many people can't get one." While the data was copying, Cha Lu checked the phone's location again. It was still there. Is his mission on a mountain in Yun City? The chief of staff was impressed that Cha Lu had traced it to Yun City in under 5 minutes. "Can you pinpoint Ji Shi's exact location?" "Yes. His phone is also from our company. Even when powered off, I can locate it. Since using the positioning system without authorization would be an invasion of privacy," Cha Lu added, "it hasn't gone on sale yet, and the approval hasn't been submitted. Only a few people are using it." The chief of staff didn't even think about that. His first thought was to purchase the phones. It wouldn't be realistic to equip everyone, but for those who frequently go on missions, it could be a standard issue, provided the tracking function remained confidential.